question. I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's got to be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low-key now, especially after winning at clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch, and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkness gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Hwin, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him, and like it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's tour post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it has to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no motion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I'd give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting yourself to pull it through.
this year I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes, and yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual. Like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you get like a sugar rush.
I always shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm up.
So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going to the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like warm stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk, just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that little like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, you know, that would have to be Fireball Ops. Like, I don't know, his family has connections, you know, and I think that that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Sim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. You know, I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie, I would not know at all. So I'm trying to think. I probably can remember like Bowie, Brock, me. That's it. Like I don't know anyone else. So I'll probably guess 8.
Bro. Okay. And this is an NA Challengers, correct? I have 2 right now. I know there's B-Dog, there's Brock, Bob. That's 3. Oh, my old teammate Bao. Bao, that's 4. It's kind of hard. BCJ. Oh, dude, if I forgot BCJ, that would have been bad. Boy? I think that's 6. I don't know if I said 5 or 6. Did I say all of them or am I tripping? Oh, wait, yeah, okay, you didn't ask me to name all of them. Wait, I'm brain dead. I'll say 7. Is that fine?
Yeah, so they would die. Yeah, let's do this. Is this proper? So first team, Renters. Ion Fire, right? So they'll be there. Yes, sir. No, don't they have M80, Val, and then Academy, Q-Dog. I would say it's probably those 6. I'd say 6. If I want to do everything with the 60 keeps, I would say 6.
Can I take some time to think here? Is that okay? Or yeah, okay. Starting with the letter B. You said 6, 9, 7, I would say.
Okay, like I'm missing so much plays. Okay. Oh, there's Benji as well. Oops. Yep. Okay, I didn't mention Bowie, but I do know. Yeah, he's on Hakiki more. I was right. I forgot to play. That wasn't too bad. I completely forgot about Benji and Bonnie. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry to those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. B-Dog, I forgot about him on the M80. Right. Well, I guess the Bs are not the best in the league right now. B-Dog, BCJ, sure. But...
9. I can't even think of it.
Welcome everyone to the VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, and it is time to find out who we are promoting. And I have the best person to help me out with it. It is my pineapple and pizza loving friend, Roy, Real Strong Legs. Roy, unfortunately, I do have to bring you in here despite your hatred for me, frankly. But it is good.
Happy to be here.
It is always good to be yapping with you, Roy, on the desk. Once again, we were here during the Open qualifiers, and now we are back again, kind of back in the same spot. We're going to find out who is going to make it into the league. And you've been on the desk for Challengers while I've been away. So what does it feel like now to be kind of seeing all this fruition come together for these teams who work through Premier, work through relegation, etc.?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with the last split is we really got to know a lot of these players and a lot of these teams and sort of how they play and their personalities, right? Because coming into it, yeah, we were familiar with some of the players, but there was a lot of players and there's a lot of team dynamics that we just weren't really sure of. We didn't know the power rankings. We didn't know how people were. We didn't know their energy, their vibes, right? We love vibe currency out here. We didn't really know much, but now, we're a few months in, we're really starting to understand the picture. We're really starting to understand these players. We're starting to get to know everybody. And it really does feel like, we're kind of on board now.
We're on board. We are ready for stage 2. But before we get there, we have to figure out who is going to make it there. And so we had our participating teams for the promotion relegation tournament. And you have Ambrosia, Hakiki Mori, Shopify Rebellion Gold, Nonverbal, and Maryville University. These are all teams that I really enjoyed watching from the observer feeds, etc. But today, my dear friends, we have 4 teams fighting it out for that promotion spot. But on today's stream, it'll just be Ambrosia versus Maryville University. Do I call it Maryville? Do I call it Maryville University? Is it like you say the full name, or like you can give it a nickname, Roy?
You can shorten it. I think we can shorten it a little bit just for just for ease.
Maryville. For ease. Maryville. But here are the standings after the past few days with the games that they've been playing. Ambrosia played wonderfully these past few days, Roy. Really some impressive stuff.
Yeah, I completely agree. I actually feel like they've completely turned their ship around, right? We saw them struggling in split 1. They really weren't getting anything going. Then they take a little bit of break. Then they come back into the relegation tournament, and we just saw a complete turnaround of this roster. They're shooting their guns. They had a great performance recently as well against Hakiki Mori and against Shopify Rebellion Gold. I'm speaking about Ambrosia, by the way. And then Shopify Rebellion Gold also seemingly kind of finding their footing as well. Had a great match against Hakiki Mori. Struggled a bit versus Ambrosia, and now we find ourselves with Ambrosia in the number 1 seed, and of course Shopify Rebellion Gold in the number 2 seed, battling it out for another redemption opportunity, if you will, in VCL Split 2.
Yeah, and I think something I want to bring up is that Screwface said in a tweet recently that this relegation and this tournament has really ignited a fire in them. And you can see that passion, and they've been fighting for this at this point for days, just going back and forth, fighting for their spot to get here. And they will be facing Maryville University today on this stream. But Shopify Rebellion Gold will be facing Nonverbal today as well. I'll keep you updated as that goes along. But we have to talk about Ambrosia versus Maryville University. This is, we were talking about it, Roy, last night. These are kind of teams that are super exciting. We kind of see where they are. We kind of know where they are. But there is still a lot of question marks regarding what will they do, how will they play, what will they choose, etc.
Yeah, and I think the super interesting thing with this lineup is the fact that we've gotten to know Ambrosia over the last split, of course, and they have players that have been formerly in VCL. They have players that have competed as well. They've been around the circuit for a long time. But then you have players like the players on Maryville University, right? They're also not strangers. We've seen them in VCL last year. We've also, if you follow collegiate, you also know these players. They have a long history in the competitive circuit. They're not noobs. They're not amateurs. They're actually quite experienced, and they have a former tier 1 coach, MCE, as well. So the level of experience, the level of play that we're going to be seeing today is not a joke. It's not an amateur level gameplay. We're going to be seeing some high level Valorant, and it's going to be at minimum exciting.
This is why we always say you have to support all facets of Valorant, whether it's Game Changers, Tier 2, Tier 1, ILs, etc. Because you will see these people again and again and again, because these are people who have the tenacity and the grind to keep on going. You might, people who watched Challengers last year, you might see Screwface, that you recognize some, or even way back from the EG days, etc. But these are people that, even if you haven't really been super paying attention to Challengers, it'll remind you, a little deja vu, oh yes, I remember when, etc., etc., this person was there. And these are, again, like you said, Roy, these are some heavy hitters, not only in your ranked queues. I'm sorry if you have to queue against them, genuinely, but
Demons.
But in the server, these are some of the most passionate individuals I think we have in Valorant total. Like, these are folks who are just grinding and playing for the love of the game and for to continue to play this game, right? And so it is so inspiring and so lovely, and just that creates the best Valorant. Roy, is there anyone you'd like to highlight on either team? I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. I know I've already talked about Screwface and Sarah, but is there anyone you would like for the audience to keep their eye on?
Yeah, I'm going to start with Ambrosia real quick, and then, because, you know, we're a little bit familiar with them. We've seen them play a lot, so I'm just going to touch on them real quick and then move on to the Maryville side. But, of course, Ambrosia, Screwface has been playing extremely well. He's the IGL for the roster. He seemingly did not have a great split one, but I don't know what happened in the last 5 matches, but he's really stepped it up. His utility's been on point. His calling's been on point, and it really does feel like things in that team internally are clicking. And the other person on that team that I'm a massive fan of is Satellite, of course. People are calling him the male floor, so there's that. He's extremely flashy. He plays a lot of the duelists, and he's been putting up pretty consistent high amount of numbers. And of course, shout out to Adder, former Turtle Troop player, and Glyph, a player that is extremely vocal and pops off within his role as well. That being said, moving on to the Maryville side, I'm actually a big fan of this roster. Chloric, a very vocal player, pretty high firepower player. He's going to be the quote-unquote main IGL, and the reason why I say quote-unquote is because the fact that almost every person on this team has been an IGL or has IGL at some point, except I think with the exception of Giza. But everybody on this team is extremely vocal. They have a lot of firepower. They have a lot of mid-rounding, so you can expect a lot of that dynamic play that we love to see in Valorant. And I think it's going to be pretty cool matchup between these two rosters.
And yes, and we do have those maps, picks, and bans ready for you guys. And score, let's go. It's something that Zobi, who's gonna be on the call soon, a little spoiler, they were saying that these are maps and picks and bans that we kind of saw coming. But something I want to highlight from Screwface is that he tweeted that he hasn't played a best of 5 in a very long time. And this is Emerge is a team that also has been playing for this point days to get a bunch of best of 3s. Maryville has been kind of sitting very pretty, sitting very quietly and patiently waiting for this to come. But here are your map picks. Any surprises, Roy? Or does this kind of seem kind of run of the mill for what these teams have shown us thus far?
Yeah, I think this is pretty, honestly, this is kind of exactly what we expected. Pro Game being picked first by Ambrosia, not surprised. They have a great record on it. They've actually, if I'm not mistaken, they're about, 6-2 on that map. They're performing extremely well. They've had great results recently, and their kind of weird, unconventional composition with the Tejo Breach on that map paired with the Yoru has worked extremely well. And of course, that map has also not been a heavy played map by the Maryville side. So obviously, it makes sense for that to be the first map. But going into the second map, Fracture, it is a map that Maryville is quite experienced on. I think it's one of their most played map. If I'm not mistaken, they have about 15 officials within the last 3 months played on that map. So they have quite a few reps on that. But Liz, beyond just like the map pool, I think the one thing that we have to keep in mind here for these teams is the fact that, Ambrosia's played quite a few matches, no doubt. But the collegiate players have insane match stamina. They play so many officials compared to tier 2 players and compared to tier 1 players. They just have so much match experience and just so many matches under their belt. So when it comes to these sort of marathon matches, these best of 5s, it is a slight advantage, coming into it with familiar, just having that experience and having the wherewithal to just have the energy to sustain for long periods of time.
Yeah, I think it's important for the audience to understand that when you may be going on VLR or Liquipedia, you see, especially for these collegiate teams, only a fraction of what they play. These are teams that are playing in CVAL and various tournaments that are just grinding it out and do exactly what I was talking about, Roy, that match stamina, that match tenacity. Tenacity is going to be the name of the game today. Who can handle it, who can stick it out. And Zobi was talking earlier about, who they think, is if it goes all the way, who's going to win there, because they had a difference for their predictions there. And we do have our predictions. We are split kind of even, Roy. You and I, specifically. We're going to have a fight. Frankly, first for the pineapple and pizza, and then for this. But
the ultimate battle for everything.
Ultimate battle. I decided Maryville. You decided Ambrosia, and Zobi Ambrosia up mine with Mary University. I guess I'm going to ask you why Ambrosia. Actually, I'm going to ask you why not Maryville. I'm going to change the question a little bit. Why not Maryville?
I would like to preface on my defense that this was an extremely hard decision.
Yes.
And ultimately, I really do feel like this is a 51% Ambrosia, and that 1% is the reason why I picked Ambrosia and not Maryville. I just like what I have seen from Ambrosia recently. I think their last 2 matches have been just so sweeping and so dominant that I feel like the confidence and the momentum that they're bringing in here is going to be a definite factor. But that being said, I think the one thing that kind of throws me into the loop and why I honestly I don't even hate your decision and don't hate Upmine's decision for choosing Maryville is the fact that there's just so much experience on the Maryville roster, and when it comes to prep, when it comes to, you know, just general like match approaching, that I dig it. I can't even hate. I don't even think it's a battle. I respect the Maryville pick. I think both of these rosters are incredible and they're unique in their own ways, and it's going to be a pretty good match.
And I want to echo what you said. That was a hard decision to make, because especially what we talked about in the beginning, Ambrosia has been really improving round on round on round as they go, and it's been such a pleasure to watch them. And like, I don't know, they obviously have not reached their peak yet, but like how much higher can they go from here? And moving into Agent Select, right away we see a Vise on the side of Maryville University, excuse me. We have that Tejo, that classic adder Tejo on Ambrosia, Satellite, Yoru. Nothing too surprising as far as I can see, Roy.
Yeah, you know what's actually weird is everyone, when people saw Adder on the Tejo, everyone was freaking out. Adder's not playing Deadlock, he's a Deadlock main. I was like, dude, Adder is so flexible. He just happened to play that role for his previous teams, but he's a very flexible player. Obviously, we've seen a lot from Ambrosia. They've been playing the comp incredibly well. It's one of their best maps. And on the Maryville side, they're running a bit of a small little twist on the conventional cookie cutter comp, right? The KO Sova, we've seen that for since pretty much the match came out, and they're opting to swap the Killjoy into a fight. It makes sense. The Vice is in a very good place right now, and it pairs extremely well for that extra stopping power, as well as that small information network that she gets from her flash, being able to clear things on the map. So expect a brawl for the early map control with the breach composition, and a lot of that utility coming in for the defense on the Ambrosia side.
And my fellow Astra mains, we are eating good today because we are the best, and Astra is picked on both sides. She is the best, most beautiful, amazing controller. Everyone who plays her has clear skin, et cetera, et cetera. But this is one of those things where it really just kind of comes down to, how, like Roy, what you're talking about, how those comps are used and are they utilized correctly. So it is going to be very, very exciting to see how this all shakes out, if you are, as I said earlier, how the cookie crumbles, like the cookie cutter reference. Oh God, I'm so good. Who do you think is going to win the map, Roy? Any predictions?
I'm leaning a little bit in favor of Ambrosia.
Okay. Fair and valid. And I, of course, I think I'll lead towards Maryville University because I also play a very nasty Vise in this map. So anytime I see Vise, I say, yes, please. But that's going to be enough for me and Roy, okay? And I have 2 wonderful casters to send it over to, 2 brilliant redheads who are just the absolute best at what they do. It is Upmine and Zobi on the call. So friends, please take it away.
Liz, thank you so much for the very warm introduction. I feel welcomed. I feel like you know, this is a spot where I haven't felt too warm like this before in a long time. It's been what, 2 years more or less? Folks, welcome. My name is Upminds. It's been a minute. And I'm joined here by Zobi. What's up, twin? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, you know, just like Roy and Liz. I was here for the last promo relegation, and now I'm excited to be the one to welcome you back hand in hand, Mike and Mike, to cast this wonderful promotion matchup. But Maryville versus Ambrosia, we were also divided. The death's divided, the casters divided. What are we thinking?
Yeah, what are we thinking? I mean, yeah, we saw the predictions. For me, yeah, I lean Maryville a little bit. First of all, gotta say, I have my bias. Ange helped me out on a college project a few years ago, so honestly, I got an A on that project, all right, to help me graduate. So shout out to Ange. But yeah, no, in all reality, again, like the Dust was saying, Maryville does have that sort of experience coming into this game. They've been in Challengers before, but that's not to say that the other side hasn't been impressive throughout this tournament so far. Shout outs to Ambrosia and what we've seen so far, and let's get into Pearl.
All right, pretty standard. B main fake out, just get rid of that Vice utility early on. The clone actually goes awry, so the sheer wall not going to get tripped in the meantime. Yep, information contact collection here. They've spotted out 1 shops and the comm comes through. It looks like, ooh, Ambrosia was ready to fight and Maryville not going to have any of it. Starts to disengage through art.
Now it's just scoping out for the rest of Ambrosia. Ambrosia is a bit of a different look. For the first time in this tournament, they're starting off on the attacking side. here of Pearl, and they've been so dominant on that defending side. We've seen Pearl twice from them, and I think we've only seen really 5 rounds on that defensive side for Ambrosia, or excuse me, not on the defensive side, on the attacking side for Ambrosia. Here comes Maryville, trying to push the situation a little bit. Smiley out on his own. Gonna need the util a little bit, but he's baiting in 2 players into main. Now it's just gonna be the 1-on-4 basically over towards Cat and Smiley. Wait a minute! You didn't even notice it. Smiley actually wins out both of the battles back over towards main. So the 1v4 really wasn't even an issue. All Smiley.
Yeah, showcasing that. Those 5 rounds just because they didn't get to play the attack side. So showing heroic plays, solo clear out, sets them up beautifully for a flawless post-plant scenario. The 2v5 retake, layers upon layer of deadlock utility used for the site. You got your Astra Stars ready at the get-go, and everyone playing for survival. First layer of defense gone. Go for info, leverage numbers, close things out.
Last player standing.
A whole lot of HP taken away from Ambrosia, but that would really be only positive about this whatsoever for Maryville, as it's going to be perfect. Satellites gets last.
I mean, this post plant, right? It's like every single agent has their own form of delay, right? You have, you know, the sonic sensors, you have satellite with the flashes, you have the grab well, you have obviously the guided salvos and the aftershock. Like, if Spike goes down in these situations, and especially if you're down numbers, you are gonna have no way to break through these defenses, and that's exactly what we just saw. And we're also seeing, you know, the new rework of Deadlock, that rechargeable grab net come into effect later on to stall out any of that A main aggression that's meant to dislodge these players from that sort of force. But jumping into the next round, again, heavy stack coming out from Maryville. Saw it in the pistol, seeing it now on the eco. Fortunately, wrong side of the map, leaning towards B. Again, this default for Ambrosia, just looking for where the masses are. And unfortunately, no real information from Maryville being given away. So just gonna hold their own, scale up slowly, and see if they can punish anyone.
This is best case scenario really for MU. Ambrosia very spread apart. It's gonna be some individual either 1-on-1s or 1-on-2s. No need there. Get back up for the Euro just for the first contact. But I mean, it's pretty obvious though. Somebody is gonna be on that B site. So not much more information outside of that. Ambrosia not pushing the situation too much. They hold their control B main for now. They drag in the rest of the players. No information for Maryville so far, though, for them to make that big rotation.
Ooh, now they're gonna hear the footsteps, the cascade of players making their way towards this site, the util and all. Ooh, Pillar not completely cleared out, even with the wall bang shots, but Satellite, gate crash in, Vandal in hand, easy work.
30 seconds left.
From Satellite. Satellite's been quite the decent tournament so far, and Ambrosia, they're gonna continue sort of that winning mentality period. I mean, what a tournament from them in comparison to what we had seen from Ambrosia in the past, and a bit of a what was the term that the players used for the fifth man for the rotation? Again, the
Cupid shuffle.
The Cupid shuffle is what the players called the fifth man getting rotated out. But yeah, no. Once they finally settled on Adder, all fine. But before that, I would like to think that Screw facing the rest of the guys, kind of face a tough moment, face some accountability a little bit. Here's Ambrosia. A little bit of a new look for them. Smiley tries to push out the situation. Wildfire does at least get a frag from it. But just a little ghost.
I mean, it makes sense. It would have been a 2v5 retake. Maryville just wanted to starve them of the orbs, right? They already have the dimensional drift, which will be great for the third round bonus attempt. Smiley going for those kills because he only had a ghost in hand, and he wanted to supercharge that annihilation, and he did. He walks away with 2, right? The 1 kill, the death, and that's gonna be a great now way for him to take a main control, hopefully get that orb as well. And they're set up really well to start snowballing here. And again, talked about coordination, calling. It is all gorgeous right now on the side of Ambrosia, but the real test is about to begin. Weapons on the side of Maryville, and a timeout even because they don't want it to go south.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna blame Maryville here for this timeout either. I'm not gonna lie to you. Ambrosia, when it comes to again the attacking side, we have only seen a singular gun round, a singular even gun round from Ambrosia on attack. So MU, they need to start off on the right foot here. They can already get a pretty decent look at Ambrosia here. Can already not let them, kind of reach deep into that strat book. If they already pull off a pretty fundamental win here in this round. Maryville again, yeah, stakes are already high. It's only round number 3. But again, folks, BO5, The stakes are as high as it gets. Either you get left out of challengers, basically. You get left out of top tier 2 play, or you make it to the island of relevancy known as challengers. And yeah, Maryville, again, it's a big situation where, again, a lot of these players, they've been in challengers before. Same thing with Ambrosia, of course, but they just came out of it. Maryville, this roster coming together throughout this last semester, throughout this last year, this would already be a huge turnaround for them, for this team to already do something here. Every game, every round important for this team. So here we go, away from the timeout, away from all that unnecessary drama, as we move on with Ambrosia going back to the default, going back to basics, really just trying to draw a look out of Maryville.
Yeah, it's always this start pop of aggression, right? Drone, usually the clone, just to get this utility, get any early rotations pulled out of Maryville, but they hold steadfast where they are. The deeper adaptation of the sheer wall as well, I want to point out here from Giza. I like it, again, geared against that Yoru, because they used to run a Yoru as well, so they know how it functions around device. But looking like Ambrosia,
over there,
for the first time, trending towards a heavy A main presence because of this dimensional drift entry. Wildfire, that knife might be too early to detect the masses as well, so not maybe gonna expect the full forces hurtling at them here.
And that's perfect from the Yoru. Yoru's gonna be able to catch both, and Satellite, the chaos is there. His clone goes nuts, and there's still a little bit of fight here for Maryville. Ren's in the back of sight, able to take down Adder, but not before Adder gets to kill himself.
You got weapons, even in the numbers disadvantage. Took down one of the heavy post-plant demons. The job's been done. Defense is laid. Flowers already denied. One avenue cut off here. The eco weapons. Screwface posted on the angle. Again, the sensors in full swing here. There's so much protocol set up for this sort of situation.
Here comes the retake there. From Ambrosia, basically. The retake for the retake back on site as Maryville. Yeah, they just got so trapped. What a setup there from Ambrosia. Maryville have literally nowhere to go. Even if they do survive, you know, 1 or 2 interactions, they turn back, they're going to get killed regardless.
And what I'm starting to see take form as well is how the lurk from Glyph is going to function, right? They start with the team, they start with the exec, and then they late flank, you know, either going to be through mid door for B side or through art for that A play. And I really like that, because what you'll commonly see is them get kind of ganged up on by rotating masses. So this ensures their security, ensures their util stays on for as long as possible, and then they can get that cherry on top kill as well. So bonus converted for Ambrosia. Timeout doesn't do much to circumvent it here. And look at this. They're still carrying at least the Outlaw over, expecting, the eco for Maryville after darting their buy round. Look at this, another mid-escapade. We saw them kind of take this space, make contact with Glyph, and then disengage. I wonder how far they're going to go this time around.
As of right now, extremely safe from Ambrosia, but I like this hold here from Maryville.
over there.
It's just a solid trap. Even if you get the 1 or 2 contacts going out, it would be sparing.
Wildfire is going to hear all of this. So all the players now, or at least get to see Ren start to join up here for this B defense. The drone not see anything. It's kind of a red herring in this situation, but Astra Star's stealth drone starting to make its way towards this side of the map. And look at how deep the KO, again, has inserted themselves. So if they're going to hear if this is a fake towards B, if they hear the masses rotating back, or you just make contact on a satellite.
Yeah, there's just Ambrosia, again, with just cutting of noise. No idea where they could be. Maryville
30 seconds
kind of just
left.
forced to either put out a look, keep checking for contact, and Adder, yeah, that's perfect. Watches the 2 players running away over towards A. Again, it's been complete lack of information for Maryville throughout this round. Even when you had the noise from Wildfire, Ambrosia had already put out multiple default looks throughout this half already. But here comes the presumable spike plan here, Clark. Get that kill, Clark. Yeah, there you go. Now it's a 2-on-4.
Oh, but they're divided, right? Ren, Art, Flora dealt with as well over towards Flowers. A little down to the wire because of, again, how deep the roots were set there for the default of Ambrosia. But again, you mentioned it, that lack of information. Maryville had themselves inserted so deep and still had no clue what was going on. Like, that's impressive, right? Like, Wildfire all the way top mid, can't really pinpoint if this is, okay, gonna end B, gonna end A, and then they're taken out of the equation anyways, without much tradeability there as well from their own Astra outside of mid-door.
It's simple with the fact, though, that, again, anti-eco, you're facing these pistols. The pistols, they have to combine their efforts in some way, shape, or form. That early information is so important, and Maryville just wasn't able to have any information to react with. Here we go, though. As Maryville have 2 even players over towards that B site, but we're already going to start with a dimensional drift. TP right into the middle of site. Chaos going to go down. Renz needs a pick.
Yeah, this is the first time they're sporting that operator as well, right? Delayed economy kickstart. That's what the buy situation was with those pistols last round. The dimensional drift, perfect for stealing that novelty factor of the first time buy for this map away. Chloric can replace themselves here, but ooh, quickly traded.
Still Renz does have that line of sight and does have even strength here between the rest of the team. Multis here for Maryville. Earnestly here, they still have plenty to work with. Ange putting up the stars now. Wildfire still has double flashes and a nade to try to clear out back lane. Renz, though, stepping out, trying to get a pixel. Nothing happening. Love this wasting time here from Ambrosia. Nobody's showing anything. Maryville forced to make some risky moves, forced to show some pixels, but that's huge. Ange and Wildfire combining for 2. You still have Smiley and Satellite. Rotating around sight, but it's just Smiley going down to 32 HP. 32 HP left, and he still gets a big frag and still gets the second. Ambrosia, their toughest challenge yet, and they still survive.
And we're seeing new facets of those post plants as well, right? Particularly Glyph knows when to play their util, knows when to get aggressive, when maybe the balance in terms of their utility, their stall power is starting to tip away from them. And that set up then Smiley and Satellite to clutch out the round, to play the clock down. And I mean, we've had 2-dimensional drifts already from Satellite. We're starting to trade those up for the big boys, like the Annihilation, like the Armageddon. It's just feels like it's going to be hard to escape this purgatory Maryville's now finding themselves in. And they chose to start in this half. They chose to start where they didn't have much VOD material on this team. A team that's been playing the last few days, like you mentioned, the observer feeds, capturing it all. And I think that's what's showing here in terms of the lack of innovation, the changes in terms of how they're playing out these rounds.
And that's so tough to see. Again, Maryville, just the amount of experience that you have on this team, adaptation, some sort of change, honestly, is still expected. You still have so much Valorant to be played. You still have MCE at the helm right now for this Maryville team. So still on a dime. Things can change here, but Ambrosia.
Shot down.
Bang.
My ult is ready.
Chloric is going to knock down the first pin here for Ambrosia. And it looks like the pistols, excuse me, are
Are they gonna do it
playing
again?
just the way that they should be. The crossfire back into sight. Okay. No dart stuck on the body. Now the cross is back. And you still have Ambrosia with awareness back over towards that mid side. Giza, free frag. Smiley is going to take him back, but still the disadvantage is there. There goes the Teo ultimate, and still Chloric trying to rein in with a Hunter's Fury of his own. Only able to get 1 tick onto Adder. 3-on-3, though, regardless if it's pistols or not. Big opportunity for MU.
It seems like whenever there's an opening, whenever there's a clean setup from Maryville, Smiley's been there to disrupt it, right? We talk about the A main solo frags. We talked about those site solo frags. And even though it's an eco, 2 ultimates now being dumped in for Maryville. The null command huge for disrupting these post-plant utility pieces, but then you just have the players playing forward, like Adder. Smiley dealing with the flank, and once again, these players are fragmented.
Chloric jumps down, but he was heard.
Ooh.
Adder strikes him away. Smiley still gets the kill onto Ange. And we move. Again, it wasn't supposed to be dramatic. Maryville certainly made it happen that way, but this is a big round coming up again for Maryville. First even opportunity they've had in a little minute with the guns. Ambrosia, again, we're talking about adaptations. We're talking about what could change for a reason here. And yeah, Ambrosia just continues to look better and better. Timeout fully necessary here for Maryville University, even though they already had one early on this half.
Yeah.
That's their last timeout, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to pinpoint, right? The third round timeout felt uncharacteristic, but now utilizing both in this first half, when if it's down 0-6, it makes sense, right? If this half gets out of hand, and you mentioned the defense side is stronger for Ambrosia, you might be starting to get afraid if you are Nicole, but I mean, mentioned that they would have their own say, and I mean, they're not going to have their say until overtime then at this point, or until halftime. And I mean,
that's true.
Yeah. And I mean, I think this is the round where you need that timeout. I talked about that purgatory they're trapped in, buy save, but look at the difference here. Renz, Giza, each one off from their ultimates. Renz, we kind of saw last time, right? The opening pick with the operator didn't go their way because of dimensional drift, and then it was hard for them to fight back in because Adder was holding that backside angle so beautifully. And so now, pull out the Bladestorm. You're good to go. You're good to retake in full force with the rest of your team.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Again, 1 kill separating Renz from an ultimate. I mean, we would have seen a little bit of a different round there from Maryville. I mean, just a little bit different and then totally different. But that is a big ping. Already on to 1, but that's only half information. You still have the Tejo putting out a look back over towards the B site. Ambrosia, once again, consistently putting out some sort of look throughout the map.
And that early aggressive Astro utility makes you think they've deposited a player deep here. And I thought they were actually going to fight for that orb, like you mentioned, being one off for Renz, but I think Smiley would have completely shattered that idea, annihilation and all, as soon as the sound cue goes live. But they're still not out of danger just yet. You said it takes 1 kill. Renz this time could find it here. If Satellite doesn't beat them to it. Op versus Op. The drone. Going out mid, but doesn't matter. What?
Oh! It's actually Smiley that gets that pick midair. Good tracking from Smiley. Snag him out of midair. No TP. Instead, it's going to be the clone. Ainge playing with a whole lot of chaos in the mid site, but still able to get one. Here comes Cloric. Strikes down the last. And this choke point is all Maryville's. Still another opportunity here for Ambrosia. They're coming out towards Catwalk. Screwface in the front lines, going to be able to plant behind the Cosmic Divide. Another Cosmic Divide coming, though, for Ainge. Retake coming immediately for Maryville.
And Adder in a good position here to counter the off angle from Ants. The shots to the line. The Rolling Thunder comes in as well. And suddenly, the scale starting to tip back in Ambrosia's way off of Screwface's first frag and their fault line.
Great information again.
The shorty.
Up to the deadlock. Shorty! In the deep seas, in the tall grass, Screwface takes away the 2. Maryville, no chance at the end, but again, once again, closest round we've seen yet from Maryville. Screwface just puts a stamp of approval.
And we started to see signs of life in that they understood. First off, that's criminal. The little stagger. But second, what they wanted to do was they started fighting forward, trying to deny the site control at all. They realized, okay, we can't play retake against this style of composition, which is what, okay, that live by the site, die by the site mentality between Angie and Cloric was off of that grab well, off of that, counter Cosmic Divide, and it just didn't work out. 0-7 favoring Ambrosia. Satellite. No operator salvage, but they've been fine with the Outlaw on these eco rounds. Looking to punish any mid-aggressive pop, which we've seen from Maryville quite a few times on these pistol buys, but they've taken up space elsewhere off of France's Bladestorm. Maybe trying to punish the solo Smiley lurk over towards A main. There's gonna be a lot of info. You know how to cross parts of the map off. Okay.
Satellite, not much is gonna be affected by just the ping, but here is again
the trap.
The trap. Maryville has to strike down here on that opportunity.
Oh,
from Renz here. Ainge gets spotted, but do they know about the second? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. The knives do nothing. It's all Ainge. How does the sheriff do it? Guns still in the hands of Ambrosia, but they're down by 2, and they have no control here on A except of the actual site itself.
And I thought for a second, if you look over towards mid door, that Glyph had snuck through undetected, but doesn't matter. Wall up. The players from Maryville still uncertain. Okay, were they going to follow through Art off the Yoru util? Or are they ending B here? Giza, the anchor, the Steel Garden, let rip again. Utilizing the ultimates on eco rounds that are very, very winnable.
And it's good enough for Giza to get the frag. Good spray from Cloric. 2v5. A lot of work to be done here, but still not necessarily impossible. But there you go. Giza is going to stamp away yet another kill. 3rd one from Giza. As Maryville finally gets themselves one. And how long has it been since I've been on a broadcast? Zobi, do you know maybe the number of how many days it's been since I've been on one of these broadcasts?
You said 2 years, didn't you?
Almost, just about. I want you to know this entire 2 years, every single time a 7-1 has happened on any Valorant broadcast, it has been tweeted at me by the same exact person. I've been reminded of this. And guess what? It's probably going to happen. He doesn't even need to do anything. I've been reminded of my demise. It feels good to be back. 7-1 going towards Ambrosia. What a round coming from Maryville once again. This time Ambrosia full out towards the B side except for 1.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard from this team at this point. I do like the more stark follow-up, but it's punished. Renz, finally the opening kill. The investment into this operator paying off. Satellite, though, creeps in off the reposition here. Might be able to get a punish onto Giza, and they do. That's gonna hopefully accelerate the rest of the team, but come slow, the approach. Here we go. You're trying to catch it on the glyph, lurk as well. A very creative Nebula here, but Cloric is all over it. Now, ease on the rotation. Can focus now on this retake.
And these players are floating a little bit. They're picking and prodding through some of these angles. It's very aggressive from Ambrosia. The op might be able to get something done here. No way. Deadlock ulti doesn't get anyone. No one-on-one. Ren's still looking for a pixel. Nobody shows anything to Ren so far. I'm behind a Nebula still. Renz is going to wait a long time for that smoke to go down. The spike is ticking. Satellite on a one-on-one. Satellite gets it. Still a couple more for Satellite. Everyone getting trapped up by Ambrosia once again. And it's all just a disaster. Main advantage for Maryville. And they still can't crack through Ambrosia.
I mean, first off, to coming back on that 7-1, the first round of Maryville. I mean, this team 13-0 Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? On this map. So again, starting the series strong here. Ambrosia, even that round, right? It felt like Maryville had an advantage coming to that post plant. I mean, look, the opening frag goes their way. They caught off the lurk player. That goes their way. And still, it's aggressive plays like this. And the coordination, did you see that Gravnet guided salvo combination? It completely obliterates the players that are coming out of Link. It's beautiful to pick up the slack after Annihilation goes south. And now, they are just re-seizing the reins, rescaling up the tempo here, just like they did over towards B. Now they flip-flop it over towards the A site, and expect a response from Maryville.
Perfect combo to have the end here, but here comes yet another take from Ambrosia. This time, once again, Dioru going in for a little bit of chaos. Smiley already able to find one, and Satellite pops out and snags down H. 3 more left here for Maryville. They are in completely different poles here. Cliff is able to spot one. Satellite's gonna get yet another 1v1.
Oh, are they?
And you even have Screwface. Yeah, well, into a 1v1, yes. You know, that still does happen, but Screwface is there for the re-1v1. Agiza, Renz. They're trying to make something out of this round, but nada. Surely not. Big round from Ambrosia once again.
To play for the next round hero rifle, try to keep Ambrosia off of double digits this half. But what I love are the adjustments out of Ambrosia here, right? You're up 8-1 and you're still making improvements. We talked about how the closest round besides the one Maryville won was that A shutout, right? And they made changes. They had even deeper utility, right? They had the extra sonic sensor over towards Art. They had the Gravwell over Art just to prevent a reflood like Cloric did when they did the little jiggle out of the Nebula, just so that they couldn't kind of blender the players of Ambrosia on their entry out of main. And that is gorgeous and showing again how well-rounded this team has become, how much work they've put in to avoid relegation here. And I mean, that was our 3rd dimensional drift of the half, and they're about to pair it up with a now Armageddon and a dimensional drift trade out. So it's just every player is doing their job right now for this squad. And Maryville, oh, I wish they had one more timeout.
Yeah, now would be the time. Now that they've actually cracked through a little bit, even though they won off Sheriffs. Unfortunate here for MU, but still. Let's see if the Sheriffs can do the thing. Sheriff only to Challengers. Why not? That's a cool challenge. Friends.
Oh.
He's gonna be able to spot one, but doesn't get the frag, and Screwface doesn't finish it off. Adder does get the trade back. Maryville with a bit of a chance. They are rotating one back over towards the B side, and actually no developments for Ember. Oh, they were thinking about full B, but they are inching back over towards A. But Maryville, they haven't dropped everyone back over towards B. This is a great hold here from Ange.
Yeah, good thing about Screwface falling, no Rolling Thunder. But the trade from Adder awards them the Armageddon here. We've seen how it's utilized on these BXX. Just clear out Hall, mark that checkbox, allow Satellite to gate crash in unimpeded. But this isn't a full sell yet towards the B site, right? If these lurk players over towards the main can find the kills, but Ange for a second time is a pillar. Alone, they can get the job done. Get the weapon upgrades, but again, this was a double-headed attempt. It drew the players off Lid B, is gonna allow for the safe plan with your 2 heavy post-plan demons, both sonic sensors for Smiley, Armageddon for Adder and guided salvos. This is a very winnable situation, even with the 2 weapons collected.
Absolutely. We should have been reminded of that a little bit earlier, and they still had the Yoru to kind of delay time with the flashes, and that's exactly what he did earlier. But this time, though, Adder needs to be on the hard look. It's the same thing with Smiley. Smiley needs to look over towards main. He's going to get into a 1v1, but it's going to be very late. Ange could pull out that Cosmic Divide at any point. And there's Adder. Adder! So the ultimate not going to be able to hit, but he does get one. Cloric looking for something here on side, but that's what we've been waiting for. Ange with a huge frag, but does Ange have time?
Ooh, yeah, they do. Definitely down to the wire. Unless I'm wrong?
No way!
Oh my god! I mean, that's just us writing the script at this point. Like, what? That, in all intents and purposes, should have gone to Maryville. Again, capitalizing on the composition. The fact that they have a deadlock that can't hold down the flank. What?
Yeah, I knew the whole time it wasn't gonna blow up.
That it wasn't? Or it was?
No, that wasn't. That it wasn't. Anyway, yeah, I knew for sure. No, yeah. Listen, incredible. Once again, Ainge steps up for his team, but my goodness, it's not enough.
Look at that.
So close to escaping the ulti too.
Like, that was a perfect way to circumvent the delay comp. The 2 delay agents that I mentioned, right? Sonic Scissors upon Armageddon, upon a double swing. Like, there was so much working for both sides there, and that is just brutal. Not just for the rounds, because that's double digits for Ambrosia, but for the mental, right? If you're Maryville. I mean, all right, economy, that was fine, right? That was your save. Hero rifles, like you mentioned. Angie really gave them a stepping stone to walk across the water on.
Yeah, but
now they're realizing, okay, Angie's a threat. We got to deal with him. Rest though. I like that they've shifted to like early information, right? Early drone down long, early peeks A main, take that space.
It's how they were working a little bit earlier. It's just without the hard look over towards A, but they still had somebody looking over towards main. A small adjustment here for Ambrosia to just shut down that mentality from Ainge getting deeper and deeper into A main. There's a bit of a stop here, but Renz. It's an angle back over towards mid. Plenty of heads to potentially aim at, but they're all gonna head
30 seconds
towards B from now. Nobody in link to try to shut this down. 2 players on B to hold it down.
Yeah, I mean, there was no use on mid door. The Rolling Thunder should be good to immobilize the Vice, with the net might as well while they're full stunned. That was a triple util combo for 1 player. And even that, look at this, the time, down, the spike, down, 9 seconds. Hunter's Fury also pings a singular player out. Satellite has to connect this plant at all costs. You stick it, you throw your life away, but they get the plant secured.
Incredible Satellite, still able to catch the frag onto Wildfire, but that nade was huge. There goes the drop of the Astra. Ainge looking for an angle. Renz actually finds one. Now it's just Chaos. Adder coming up from behind. Where did he come from? Still a one-on-one. Still going flying, but it's Satellite to get the kill instead. Now they can all run for the hills. Run away from Renz. Run. It's a 1 deal. It's a done deal. Ambrosia. I mean, again, so much drama. For what? Easy deal here for Ambrosia.
And
switching sides.
I mean, that's how the half ends for the 11-1 half favoring Ambrosia. Again, on paper, Maryville playing that so well, minus the mid-door opening that Ambrosia clearly took advantage of. The utility should have denied. The Astrowall, brilliant for allowing those players to funnel in their own safe passage, kind of HOV lane avenue. And just Satellite rolls along, denies it. And I love the fact that there it is. Glyph dies for the cause. And again, you saw it, the sonic sensor. So the delay utility always in place. Like, 11-1, pistol, do or die.
Huge business here for Maryville. But again, this is the side that we've seen Ambrosia. Stars on so far. I mean, it's really been their trademark again. I'm only playing 5 rounds of attacking side Pearl so far, and they've played Pearl twice so far this tournament. Now, this being the third, they've played a whole half, and not much of a difference to their defensive side. They started off right, Satellite deep into B long. That's usually the look that they put off. And even Smiley getting on his own one-on-one, chaotic one-on-one, and still has support back up towards mid. Ainge, that's huge. B might be open a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, opening fire from Satellite. The outpacing of your own 0 point, a little off. And I liked the mid-trap mid-door as well. Clean, shows how Ambrosia's going to navigate with this suboptimal Sentinel information, right? And composition, right? Only real info you have is the stealth drone from your Tejo. So with that, though, they disengaged, right? They grouped up Hall, so now the Vice has an in. Giza scales Link. A J goal from Smiley catches it, but there's sensors there. Slows down the push. Replace it with your own delay, and hopefully you can address one of these avenues.
And Ambrosia, yeah, just had the 2 players on an island there. Chloric thankfully able to take away both, but if 1 player goes down there, this is basically all Ambrosia's, but here we go. 2 on 3, Cloric with that first tap in, and it's all Cloric. Cloric with the 4K to push Maryville over the edge.
I mean, you lose your duelist mid-door, someone's got to take the dive. And Cloric has been insane with the pistols next to Ange, obviously with their sheriff shenanigans over towards Amy in last half. 10-11, finally put up some positive numbers here in a positive round. The pistol, we said it was a must-win. And they did a great job reeling things back in when both of their attempts, both over towards B, over towards mid-door for the split, falls short. The follow-up from Giza. It was just that reposition from Ambrosia that was a little off-putting. So here we go. Eco round. Aggressive attempt. Funnel some orbs towards Satellite. That dimensional drift here early on. Maybe even funnel the players, right? You think there's a stack maybe funneling through A main off that deep Astra smoke that had Nebula. Right. So maybe they would go towards B where there's 5 players now. But no. Maryville hold their cool.
Yeah, you would maybe expect one player, right, from Ambrosia to try to maybe throw that off, but this is almost the opposite. Like, they throw up the smoke, and it is a complete cut of noise. Maryville's just like, oh yeah, no, they gotta all be hiding at this point, right? It's just second guessing. It's this weird paranoia here from Maryville, but they don't care. They have the guns.
I mean, 0 Point saw literally nobody. No one destroys it. They're good.
0 Point is everything, right? They have more than enough information grab. They still have the Sova too.
Yeah, and that was a repercussion of not keeping one player there, right? They could have destroyed it, then you don't know how many are hiding. So they're not going to use much utility here, and I love this. I've seen this before. Deny them all of those ult orbs. Just give them the round when you realize your gamble stack has gone south. I mean, you got, 8 more rounds to work with a wiggle room.
Love it. Love it. Playing the long game, even though they're up 8. That's awesome. That's awesome. Really playing that long game. Hey, respect.
Yeah, the only thing is, look at how strong the bonus buy is, though, for Maryville as a result, right? You got a rifle, you got bulldogs, outlaw, guardian, and a few light shields in that regen shield that can be targeted, hopefully, by Rens. So, yes, ult orb, long game played, but gives Maryville some hope in here, perhaps, if they can play this bonus out well.
It's only the singular player going out towards long, too. Rens is just going to raw going to mid right now, just trying to get himself a couple of dry angles. Not able to find much. Ange did try to make an attempt back over towards B long, but it really only was a contact. The battle here for Ambrosia has already come down to a bit of a head here over towards A main.
Ooh, and I'm gonna trademark this, I think, as the glyph one way, right? They played it on their lurks, they're playing it now. Unfortunately, not gonna have any of it. Double clear, waited out. Well, the drone also clears mid-door, so they set themselves up for an A-split, respecting Smiley's wall, waiting for it to disperse. Look at this, Smiley, and they realize where the players are coming from. Dynamic on their setup.
Friends, to find anyone just yet. Smiley still looking for a little bit more distance. Still no shots from Renz, and actually there it is. Renz able to catch one. Giza even with his own angle. So MU playing the extremities a little bit here, waiting out their time for Ambrosia to peek out a bit. It does work out for an advantage, but still, it's only a man advantage. Giza looking for a big kill on the outer, and it happens. Cloric takes down Satellite. The battle is not done yet for Maryville.
I mean, Giza, the trade master at this point. And I mentioned how strong the weapons were for Maryville for a conversion coming into that round. And again, we talked about how strong the Ambrosia defense is, but the A-side address kind of feels lacking. Like, at least for Maryville, we saw them take consistent presence, right? Leave it to Ange, the deep hold. And again, I don't want to necessarily relegate this to the deadlock, but it's part of the problem. Not how Smiley's playing it, just the agent, the composition, right? They're trying to use it more for, again, live by this site, die by this site, anchor sentinel instead of split information, right? They have no info art in this sort of setup. And I talked about how this is the half that Maryville's going to have everything on Ambrosia, right? They've watched those 2 times it's been played, I would hope. They know what tendencies are going to look like here. And they're starting to feel a lot more comfortable in their skin with that information.
Like you were saying about the deadlock, it is kind of the live by the sword, die by the sword kind of moment. They're putting so much weight onto Smiley. Of course, in this round, it is the eco, but some pressure here. Teo not able to get much, but the jumping screw face, it's taken away. But again, a lot of reliance here on that deadlock before, but it's not like Ambrosia are ones to really poke and prod. I mean, the one time that we really saw Ambrosia, you know, really pressure over towards really the mid side, I think it was really only once or twice. The Yoru satellite, he's really going to be roaming this entire time. So yes, you can depend on the pure holds, but it's going to be somebody like Satellite to me who's going to make a little bit more of this difference, trying to throw MU off their game.
Oh, I like this. Get out of the way of the Hunter's Fury. Play the full 4 flood in, or maybe even just all tied to the spike again. We'll have to wait and see. I'd like to see them go for this before the economy gets too out of hand. I mean, it's already pretty out of hand for Maryville. And now you can see that first post-plant look. Obviously, not as strong composition-wise as Ambrosia's, but I like the flash timing layering here. I like the Ren's deep position hauls. It all looks strong. If your post-plant players, you're after yourself off-site. And yeah, it feels like Ambrosia's just trying to keep enough presence here to keep the players from Maryville on site. Maybe draw a weapon or two out.
Yeah, the trust for Ren's for him to be in that back lane too. For an agent like Jet, not much util for them to really evade. It's just gonna be the smoke to sneak away. And Ambrosia.
Yeah. And we saw a nice kind of explanation or answer for how Maryville's gonna play this half as well, with the double initiator this time. So much so that Ambrosia's taking time out, right? They had the wildfire lurk over towards A, right? You throw a 0 point, you chuck a flash, you're gonna keep Ambrosia players there on an eco round, and it feels like all the RNG stacks haven't been working out. And that's a big pivot point, right? Is that they're gonna be stronger here versus previously in Premier, they were running a double sentinel, which may have explained their difficulties on the defensive half, right? So, Ambrosia. Talking points right now. I want them to get a little bit more aggressive. This composition, heavy contact-based engagements, it feels like, and we're not getting that out of this squad.
It is just a little bit weird seeing this sort of look from this team period because, again, their defensive side, again, like I was saying before, perfect. Basically perfect this whole time. I mean, it's different when we were seeing a game against Shopify, right, where it was really just seeding, but versus Hakiki Mori, again, it was just really, I guess you could say basic play, really relying on the comp a little bit for that retake potential, relying on the deadlock for those deep A interactions. And it's basic, you know, it's basic Valorant a little bit, and they were able to, you know, really play that well, just play individually confident. Not many moments of drama for the team, but this is different now. Ambrosia, for the first time, they are getting exploited in the early interactions by Maryville. The first kills aren't going towards Satellite's way. I mean, he was insane in terms of the first kills. I actually do have a stat for that, but we move.
And this is a change as well. I mentioned I wanted to see more aggressive plays. Well, pick up the operator instead. Try that first blood approach, or just through the smoke, Smiley dinked wildfire. I'm pretty sure for 140, so that also works. But aside from that, it's again this slow, methodical approach. No real aggression out of Ambrosia. I'll be excited to see another retake attempt with rifles because again, this is going to be the second one of the half, right? So very proactive timeout it feels like. But I talked about addressing art control, something Glyph tried to do single-handedly, unfortunately punished for it.
That's a very tough look. That was sort of the adjustment that Ambrosia made when they switched up the comp on this map. Instead of Satellite being that annoying guy over towards the mid side, he is allowed to roam a little bit more, kind of pick and choose his choke points, but that does leave the Astra over towards mid. Not great for the super reactive util. They need a little bit of time to kind of warm that up. Smiley not being close enough back over towards mid two, not being able to help. Does kind of break down the idea, but this is huge setup for Ambrosia. 3 players here on B. They have the util to try to stop him. Ren's still already heading into elbow. Bit of control here. 20 seconds left. Hort's gonna go down, but here comes Ren's. They knew Ren's was coming back, but Ren's misses out on the first frag. Giza, huge opportunity for Giza. Able to strike down 2. Ambrosia now down to 2. Spike plane still not going down. Huge flash to take everyone away. Screwface still trying to make things a little bit more chaotic here. Needs the first kill, but Satellite
survive.
He just needs to stay alive. 2 seconds left. 1 second and it's over. Shotgun off from Satellite to take away Wildfire. And the round tragically is over.
Let's clean up.
And with an 11-1, all it takes is 2, and they are halfway there. Ambrosia, a buzzer beater to get to map point on their pick. I mean, I thought for sure the plant was about to be secured. Giza, elbow sticking out. And I was worried, right? The players from Ambrosia, funneling out to their death before the supportive utility from Screwface was really there. And I mean, Screwface plays it correctly, just trying again to cause chaos, be the master of mischief there. Again, just deny the spike plant. And I mean, again, also the slow pace of realization they weren't gonna be able to get spiked down and weren't running at, you know, Satellite is also what has led to the situation.
Tragic. But here comes Giza, one-on-one. Is able to take away Adder. That is huge positioning here for him, for Maryville. But look at the rotation already for Ambrosia. 3 players over towards A for Ambrosia. Wildfire knocks it down to 2. Ainge knocks it down to 1. Huge take from Maryville already.
Giza holding the claimed territory of Art from the early engagements. Smiley, no choice to really rotate through that avenue, even contemplating the save arc here, because again, when you won 4 rounds in a row like Maryville did, their bank accounts are sweltering versus Ambrosia struggling here to keep weapons in hand. I'm maybe even gonna see a force up from this team next round off of, you know, Screwface being close to ult.
No charges.
It'll be hard to call, but for now, Maryville, again, Art feels like the biggest weakness for Ambrosia, and they know how to exploit it. So that's what I'm hoping that I gotta see Kyler Screwface call around that here. Maybe a timeout taken to address it. Like, 1 round, fight mid plaza through Art and see what happens kind of vibe.
Yeah, I desperately need that Satellite moment right now, because I was talking about a stat earlier. Very simply put, this guy gets a first kill every 3 rounds, basically. On Yoru, he has done that. Like, just about, I think it's like every round and a half per every 3, basically. AKA, this guy is getting a first kill almost every single time, basically every single time, and we just haven't seen it. Satellite, he has been huge in this game so far. On this half, needs to step up a little bit earlier to kind of shut down that momentum from Maryville, and he's gonna have his chance. It's gonna be Satellite with a Bucky, but it's gonna be not with a Bucky, plenty of players going out towards that A main.
Yeah, nice setup here. Leaves the Bucky deposited off the Nebula, off the stun. Curious to see how Maryville approaches the re-clear. I do like this though. I mentioned I wanted some form of aggression. We got it A main. Deposit your Yoru. Had to TP out, maybe just the timing mismatched. But I liked that they redroned and looked like they were gonna fight as well for Art control. So maybe it feels like it's very poker face right now, right? A lot of util, a lot of presence, but nobody actually holding that space. So Maryville hasn't fallen for it. They're just strictly business. Another A split in the making.
Oh, look at the step out. Satellites with a shotgun. Unable to get one through the deep waters. Now it's real tough for Ambrosia. Yeah, they have no deep control by any means. Screwface, Smiley, Glyph, all gone. The road continues here for MU. It's been cut to half.
Would not have pictured this as an 11-1. Still 5 rounds to go till overtime. 5 long rounds before you can talk to your coach, unless Ambrosia takes their second and final timeout here as well. And I feel like what Ambrosia's doing right now, saving up for the grand finale, right? 1 off Annihilation, 2 off Armageddon. Already have the Rolling Thunder. 1 off from Cosmic Divide, right? It's literally almost blackout bingo here. And that's going to be the most difficult round for Maryville University to get past, is when Ambrosia locks in and fights aggressive mid with those ults, or if they completely disengage and play a full retake with those ults.
This is what I was waiting for a little bit, the early interaction from Satellite, but again, every time I saw him over towards the mid side, solo, he has plenty of support around him, but it's going to be a very different look for Ambrosia. Maryville, they've been able to go to either side of mid pretty easily here. Giza steps back into the scope of Satellite, and that's going to break the mid setup a little bit for Ambrosia, or break the surprise at least. Maryville has not kind of sunk their teeth into anything at the moment. Ren's looking for his own try op kill. It's going to be 1-on-1.
Yeah, I wanted to see the mid plaza aggression. Not just so sure how I feel about it with the operator here. And again, Art looks vacant, right? Not much utility. Now not much player presence with Smiley conceding that space. They feel like this is A lean, right? They're trusting in Satellite with that operator over towards B. And even though off-play Steel Garden, they've read this. They know that Spike's now grouping over towards the B side.
They have a huge kill from Satellite, and that gives Screwface more than enough time to get right up front and personal over towards B. The Rolling Thunder is ready. Could use it at any point. Here comes the play over from Link. He's right from behind. He's gonna catch Cliff. Where's the Rolling Thunder? There goes Screwface. This is gonna discombobulate the bomb a little bit, but there goes Chloric. Rens, both collecting huge frags. Not over,
not this
technically, but no, not gonna happen here for Adder. Not able to get the miracle a little bit, but it's a 1-on-4. Best of luck, my friends.
Again, you didn't use any of those ults minus the Rolling Thunder. Again, you wanted to play down the clock, so you'll have your day when you have the rifles, hopefully. But Adder, Stellar Sub stepping in. 1v3 now. Again, I think they're just looking for kills to get that ultimate online, so then they don't have to worry about early aggression, get some ult orbs in their hands. They're looking to die here or find one more kill on the exit, because we mentioned bolstering Connie from Maryville. If you continue to let these players get away with 3 or 4 round victories, you're gonna have a comeback arc in the making.
My goodness, here. Like you said, I mean, Ambrosia, they were collecting sort of the, you know, the cornucopia. They were collecting the haul a little bit in terms of the ultimates. Not gonna have the Rolling Thunder for that combination, but they still have a hell of a round coming up soon. But the way that Maryville able to take that one away, I mean, Zobi, not exactly much of a challenge when Maryville eventually got that control.
Again, it's just these mid avenues. Ambrosia fights for it early, then gives it up in the late round. And Maryville is always there in the late round. Well, this is what I asked for, right? Was a heavy art fight. 4 players, eco weapons. This looks like this was the trademark setup for Maryville of an A split early on. But again, Ambrosia second guess themselves. They redistribute when they have the early round plan in mind. I mean, a main fight could go in their favor. Rens,
he's fine.
That's lethal.
But
they're not fine.
There you go.
Can't walk
not
it off.
fine. No. He's not able to dust himself off by any means. My bad. Here comes Giza. Why is he just running? How does Giza even get one there? Dry coming out, able to get the frag onto 2. Does get traded back, but Ange still collecting his own frag onto Screwface. 1-on-3 here for Smiley. Still technically a chance for Smiley. They do see the sonic sensor. They know he's in the back of sight. Smiley not pinging the headshot that he needed. Heavily necessary. No glyph.
Spike planted.
Tough to say that this man has a chance, but here we
Drone. Is he gonna sneak by it in time? Looks like they know, even if the ping didn't connect. Now it's all sights trained on the remaining player. Another round from Maryville University. 3 now until overtime. My biggest fear coming into this round has started to come true. Was that Ambrosia was gonna feel like, wait, the euphoria, we're about to close this out and start investing some of these ultimates.
Yes.
And they used the Annihilation without converting the round. They utilized the Rolling Thunder 2 rounds ago without converting the round. And that sort of methodical investment instead of an all-in is what is going to force this into an overtime. So King Fred stepping in last time out.
Good stuff, Ambrosia. Now more than ever, you need to combine your efforts to try to get yourself just one singular round. One singular round on a side where they were virtually perfect the 2 times they played it this week. This is a lot to say here about this Maryville team, and like we were saying before, the ability to adapt, the ability to step up to the moment for these players. The experience is working. The coaching, I mean, I can't really say that it came in too much into play coming into that second half because, again, no timeouts. Of course, the preparation is there, but my goodness, these players, every single one of these players in some way, shape, or form has leadership experience in Tier 2, Tier 1 Valorant. Again, these guys able to pull themselves together, able to use those early timeouts and not get hurt for it.
And they were taking their last timeout. Then, yep, Maryville's coach gets the time to get a word in as well. That final stretch. And this goes back to, again, what Roy and Liz mentioned on the desk, the mental fortitude, the resiliency, the stamina this quad has. I mean, an 11-1 comeback. 3 rounds shy in the making right now. Feels like Ambrosia's starting to get the hang of things, you know, destroy the early darts, deny the early info. Yeah, I talked about Sidelight being in the hot seat. Well, now they're going to be the one fighting for art control with the operator. This looks good. Again, we wanted to see them address that. Hopefully that's something the timeout is pointing towards. And I like the deep wally main as well. Pacify it. And you get information when it's destroyed on the minimap as well. So leveraging this comp that, again, feels info starved if you're not making contact.
Take flight. Again, it's just going to leave Ambrosia. This waiting game. The drone is going to come out. I'll grab that in front and, okay, that's cool. Nice.
High in the sky.
Couldn't exactly take his little tour little stroll around the map. And here it is, like clockwork. The Giza late art control dart as well, but I talked about it. Satellite was supposed to be there to pick up that control, and now they've been overwhelmed again.
The timing is absolutely insane. Tough stuff from Satellite, but the call is there. The rest of MU, they strike as Glyph goes down. 3 more remaining for Ambrosia, and it's almost wraps here unless a kill or two can slip by, and that almost happens there. Giza whiffing onto Screwface. Screwface doesn't take a single bullet to the body, but also Screwface doesn't get his own kill. And like you said, potentially the save here. 2 more rounds after this. The bare minimum, or excuse me, 3. If MU's gonna take this the distance, Ambrosia maybe want to give themselves a chance going into the next round too. Yeah, I mean, you still have the Armageddon to play off, the Dimensional Drift, the Cosmic Divide. It's not Blackout bingo, but it could get the job done here. Adder looking to hold on to this weapon. First, good. Friends, the follow-up. Thorough. Beautiful. Complete. Screwface not wanting to find the same fate. Just gonna flee alongside Smiley here. Angie could get the late impact that we know he's known for here, but I think time's gonna be against them in this case scenario. 2 look like they're gonna hold on to the rifles. I got your back. 2 rifles. Gonna be EV pistols down the line here for Ambrosia, and okay, so they're looking to force. It's a force too. So, all right, dang. I mean, again, they lose this round. Their eco is pretty much in the same state here. They would be coasting in the next round with nothing. Scraps, not nothing, but definitely scraps. Yeah, it'd be a guaranteed overtime at that point. So this is the round where we have to see these ultimates used in conjunction. Look at this. I mean, we finally got to see them try to address what Maryville was doing on these splits last round. It just didn't work out. The timing again from Giza, too perfect. So I want to see them try something different. Like, again, maybe, you know, give up space, hold the mid connectors, and go for an all-in retake. Because don't get me wrong, these players from Maryville are slippery. You're always going to have someone behind you, it feels like, right now. Especially with the comp, with the deadlock. And
Early peek here from Giza. Of course, it's not going to be an actual one-on-one here, but it's going to be a big spot.
I think they are playing for retake here. Look at how, like, far back the players are, right? Like, yes, Satellite was playing forward. That's the duelist DNA, the first blood mentality that you mentioned coming through. But now they've even repositioned. Safe hall, gate crash, and spawn. They have a read here. All signs point towards an endpoint of A. The Giza art clockwork. They're in position.
No way, and you still have Glyph in the back. Glyph gets exposed. Smiley in the one-on-one. Not able to get anything, and what a shock dart. The nade's gonna come into, and he is gone. Adder, Satellite, the only 2 left here to try to hold on to this lead, and what a lineup. Wildfire down to 8 HP. Things are possible now. Spike down in the middle. Adder almost with full util here. Just doesn't have the drone.
There's Hunter's Fury. And they call the bluff from Ambrosia.
What a call out. There's finally the Hunter's Fury. That's gonna burn so much time. Hunter's Fury in. Wildfire from behind. Ainge gets the frag. Wildfire is gonna put his stamp of approval as Adder goes away. Maryville University down 11-1 at half. 1 away from reaching overtime.
Wow, only dropped 1 round this half. And, I mean, there's a bye, you know, for Ambrosia. Smattering of light shields to complement it, but it feels like right now, Ambrosia, that round in particular, had a perfect setup. But they flew too close to the sun. They were a little bit too antsy to get the retake started, and all the players weren't fully in position yet. So then they got fragmented, isolated, taken out of the picture, and the impactful ultimates fell 1 by 1. Starting with that Cosmic Divide. And, I mean, if A is working, turn up the heat. Run it back.
Look at the buy, though, here from Ambrosia. A lot better than what we kind of expected. Full rifles down the line. Satellite has that op, but somebody is dangerously close. It's gonna be a quick fall here. There's Satellite not able to get much. He's gonna get stopped here. Nade right in front of him. Satellite getting plugged away. But what? They just run right into him. Easiest double pump I've ever seen. Satellite able to get 2, and that just might be it. Chloric in a 1v4 as Smiley takes away Wildfire. Standing on his own is Chloric. The leader watches his teammates go down in a disastrous fashion. They had it lined up, but Cloric is gonna get exposed by Screwface. Ambrosia still pulling away 13-11. Yes, it's the expected results in terms of the map from halftime, but not the way we got there. 13-11.
Wow, and that's the 51-49 that Roy hedged his prediction on, right? Like, what a comeback, what a turnaround. And I mean, it definitely felt like Maryville had to identify the weaknesses on the defensive half after, you know, being able to watch some of these observer feed VODs. And that is, again, then going to probably come into effect later on Fracture. But that map, like we said, all it takes is one. And it got scary, but Ambrosia did it.
Yeah, like we were saying, the experience was going to be there for Maryville. The ability to kind of land on their feet, cat-like for this team, was going to be there. It got there, and it showed in flying colors. So Maryville, still scary. You know, that hype from Ambrosia that we saw going into this game definitely has been tuned down a little bit, especially because that was their insta-pick map. That was the map that they have been sort of relying on this week. So let's see what changes here. The pressure is on for both of these teams. We're going to send it over to a break. We'll be right back with more relegation.
I played on a lot of teams at this point, the majority of which I had to compete on instead of being a practice roster. And it's like, something that's really beneficial about this roster, about Derek and Steven especially, is that everybody's just really happy. Like, everybody has a lot of trust for each other and a lot of love for each other. And obviously right now we're not like, you know, we don't have the formula making it work consistently, but I truly believe that when we win our first match together and we experience that feeling of winning together and we get to have that belief, you know, I think this team can be an Ascension contender. Like, Steven has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Pulls rounds out that I've never seen ever, especially with the Guardian single shotguns. And I think generally speaking, when he's playing loose and playing with fun in mind, you know, he's able to unlock the best version of himself, and that's something that he's also consistently looking to do more often. And I think same with Derek. I've had messages from them talking about how they love the environment, they love practicing together, they love playing together with me, and as a team. And for me, that's what playing Valorant competitively is all about. If I don't enjoy my practice every single day, I don't enjoy coming in and talking and laughing with my teammates, with my boys. I came from sports, right? I was never meant to be a professional esport player. I was meant to go through college and get a job and then fuck off. You know what I mean? Into corporate America. And during COVID, I got the opportunity to do this, and I obviously love it, right? And don't get me wrong, I've been trying to do it forever. I'm still trying to do it forever, right? But it's so huge to have the personal relationships outside of the game and to be able to truly enjoy practice and laugh with your teammates. Because we'll talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Valorant, you know? And that's cool. I'm a big fan of that.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature via electronics.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, you should have been here earlier because you missed, you can't call it a comeback, but you missed a heck of a game. I am your host, Elizabeth, for Valorant Challengers Promotion Relegation, here with Roy. And again, we can't call it a comeback, but that was a literal 1-11 half flipped to an 11-13 finale, Roy. And we were sitting here, we were like, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Do you think it's going to happen? Is it happening? Is it happening? And unfortunately, one not checked corner, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, the entire time I was like, no, no, this can't be the way they lose their momentum. They've been on such a massive win spree. And then, of course, the 13-11 fake comeback. It has to make an appearance every best of 5. At least one of those maps, we need to have one of those fake comebacks. But after all things considered, right, this was the map pick for the Ambrosia side. This is one of their best maps. They're extremely drilled on this map, as we saw in the first half. A little bit sloppy going into the second half, obviously. But, I mean, what we saw in the first half was more in line with what we've been expecting from Ambrosia, right? A lot of utility combinations, a lot of pop-offs, Satellite getting an insane amount of value on the Yoru. Just overall, an honest masterclass going into that first half. And, of course, on the second half, it just, that's where things started to take a turn.
I mean, this is an Ambrosia that forced Maryville to take a round 3 timeout and then a round 7 timeout, to use both of their timeouts in the first half, where, frankly, it kind of worked, but kind of didn't. They started playing better, but it ended with a 1-11, not in their favor. And so this is an Ambrosia that made Maryville sweat, and then this is a Maryville that made Ambrosia sweat. And you're kind of coming down to these little things that we were seeing that were just, oh, if they had looked here, if they had the timing here, like Satellite TPing instead of getting an off kill, things like that, where it's coming down to these little micro things. Roy, you've had experience as a player. You've been on the side of an 11-1. You were telling me.
Never forget.
Never forget. What is the mental like for either side? Ambrosia, are you relieved? Are you scared? For Maryville, are you angry? Are you excited? How do you think they're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Ambrosia right now, honestly, you secured the dub. You're just thinking, man, oh, thank God. Like, if this was a loss, it just would have been terrible, right? Because this first map, if it was a clean first map, it would have solidified their momentum, like I was saying before. That this would have been the key piece that they've needed. It would have propelled them further into this best of 5, and it would have been a scary sight. Now they can say, oh, okay, this was a close match. We have to stay locked in. We can't get too comfortable. But on the other hand, for Maryville's side, it's almost the same thing, right? Where, like, if you get 13-1, it's a terrible look. Like, it's hard to recover from a 13-1, right? Like, yeah, you can bounce back and cope. There's a list of copes we can go with. Oh, it's their map pick, stuff. But ultimately, you want these matches to be close, even if it's not your map pick. Now there's respect. Now that it's not too much confidence from the Ambrosia side, and you have the cope of, well, if the first half went in just a little bit better, if we secured maybe a couple more rounds in that first half, that first map should have been ours. But nonetheless, we find ourselves here in this pretty interesting position.
I think Sentinels have a saying where Kaplan will ask them, what's the score? And they go 0-0, no matter what the outcome of the last map was.
Yes,
and
I love it.
I think either or, I mean, look, I want everyone who is watching the stream to look at the numbers. It's literally coming down to ones, difference in ones. Like, it doesn't sound like it at this point, what we're saying, but it was coming down to these little things towards the end. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard, we have to talk about Satellite, Roy, because I mean, my op does not do that. None of my guns do that, but my op certainly does not do that, Roy. He just played out of his mind.
Yeah, the op, the rifle, the shorty, you name it. Bro was getting kills. There's really not much else to say about it, to be honest. I mean, this is what we expect from him. This is what we've seen all season long. He's been that guy, and nothing's changed. He's continuing the story. He's a very fierce duelist. And I think the one thing I will always appreciate about Satellite is just the flexibility and the dynamicness of how he gets kills, right? He can op you, he can rifle you, he can play around smokes, he can rat with shorties, he can jump at you and TP out. Like, there's just so many looks from Satellite, and it's really this sort of dynamic, consistent level of pressure that comes from this duelist is what causes so many problems for a lot of these teams.
Do you think if Satellite were on any other duelist but Yoru without like the TP ability, do you think he would find as much success, or does the Yoru really allow him to kind of find that sort of in your face, like you're saying, like a floor play style of just go, I'll be here, you don't know where I am next?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I think we don't even have to really speculate too much on that. If you just look at his stats, like, he's getting these numbers on pretty much every duelist he plays. His Jet and his Yoru are I think, in my opinion, definitely the favorites, but his Raze is not a slouch either. He's performing really well in that role as well. So when it comes to flexibility in terms of the duelist pick, he seems to be finding value in many different ways. So I think overall, he's pretty well established in this structure, and it feels like it favors him heavily, right? Because they're running the double initiators. They have some very good support utility, and it seems like a lot of the kills that he's getting are part of the structure. But even when it's not, even when he's required to sort of go off script and sort of just enter the jungle of Valorant, if you will, where there's no laws, he seems to be performing well in that environment as well. So I think overall, he's definitely playing a good game right now.
I mean, no matter what happens today, he's definitely a player to keep an eye on, as a really cerebral kind of duelist that you could absolutely see both in Challengers as well as Americas or any other IL. But we are done with Pearl. We say goodbye to Pearl and Broach's map pick, and we'll be going to Fracture, which is Maryville's map pick. They will be starting on the defense. This is a bit of a kind of talking about, I'm going to bring up Satellite again to you, Roy, on Fracture. This is a map where I think duelists either like they fly or they flop, because they either just can't get an entry, they can't take that space, or they are always in your face, always behind you, always there, and it is really scary to deal with. Is this a map that where a player like Satellite will shine and kind of outplay Maryville, even though it is their map pick?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point that you bring up, because there's so much utility to sift through on this map, right? On both sides. If you try to get space when you're the Raze, you have to bypass Vice utility, you have to bypass the Sentinel utility, but you also have to bypass the breach stuns and the counter util and the flashes, and there's just so much utility with the meta compositions on this map. There's definitely like some layer of, you know, how am I going to get value? And it's probably the reason why this map sometimes doesn't favor the duelist, or it feels, you know, a little bit lopsided like you're mentioning. But ultimately, this is Maryville's best map. It's their most played map. They have the most wins on this map. They're 13-2, if I'm not mistaken, on the map. They just have so much reps and just so much level of success on this map. I'm definitely expecting this match to be much closer, at least in the first half for both of these teams. But even on the flip side, for the Ambrosia side, they're really not that bad on this map. Yeah, they haven't really had the best results, but they've had reps. They're not new to the map. They're not uncomfortable on the map. They just haven't really had the results they've wanted. So I think this will be a very close game in terms of strategy, and it's really going to come down to, you know, who's feeling good, who's feeling comfortable, and of course the little micro battle between these two teams.
And we saw, especially that second half last game, like I said before, we saw it come down to very like little things. Literally the last round, Satellite just having a shorty out and Maryville not looking behind them was how that last round was not moved. That last game was not taken to an overtime. But it is so exciting that we are moving to Fracture, because again, I think this is, it's an only H. I tried to show you an H with my hands like this. That's not how it works. Nice. An H-style map, and it is at this point, with how exciting the map will be, and I'm moving forward. I hope it'll be overtime, but after we didn't get one last time because of the fake comeback, but moving forward, we'll see. But we're gonna take a quick little break, and we will be right back, friends. you so much, everyone, for your patience. We are back with Valorant Challengers North America promotion and relegation. I love a good rhyme. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy. We took a little bit of a break. We had a little bit of a tech issue with one of the players, but we should have that all settled, all fixed right now. But I hope you got your snacks. I hope you got your bathroom breaks. I hope you stretched. I hope you did everything, because we have Fracture coming up, Roy. And we were talking about the agent comms while we had a little bit of time. Is Adder going to be in the Tejo, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to find out right now, moving into agent select. It could be pretty meta or it could be not. And me when I'm wrong. Roy, anything that immediately stands out to you with these agents?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start with the Ambrosia side because we're definitely seeing a bit of a swap for them here. I'm not totally surprised. This is a map that they haven't really, like we said, they haven't really had the results they've desired. So they're making just tiny little changes specifically to the Sentinel. They're going off the Vice, they're going into the Deadlock, which is a little bit interesting, right? Because we see the Cypher. We're not really seeing the Deadlock as much on this map. But I'm curious to see how they're going to get value. I can already picture some ways, specifically towards the B site, getting some of some of those sound sensors down. But on the other side for Maryville, I think I'm seeing changes on that side as well, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, they're still running the same composition. This is the true tried and tested composition for Maryville University. 13-2 on the map, looking to continue their reign, looking to claw back a second map after getting swept in the first map by the Ambrosia side, almost making the comeback in the second half. But now we're going to be seeing a bit of a closer battle here on the second map, hopefully.
Well, it is map 2 between Maryville University and Ambrosia. And as Kenny Omega says, I will bid you adieu and send it over to our casters. It is Zobi and Up9.
You good night. Bang, we have landed on map number 2 here. Fracture, Maryville. Yeah, like the Des was saying, not much of a change coming into this one. Ambrosia, we have to go a little bit deep cut with this one. Adder is coming in on Deadlock. First time he's playing Deadlock this year so far. The Tejo, who has been Adder's responsibility throughout this tournament, has now gone to Glyph. Smiley is going to stay on the Smokes. Raze on Satellite. Screwface still sticking to the Breeze. So really only 2 big changes here. It's just Adder coming away from the agent that he has been very comfortable with this last week, and Glyph needing to step up.
And I mean, also Glyph and Screwface, right? Switching, because usually it was Screwface on the Tejo here as well. So just getting him off that role completely on the Comfort of Breach. And I think this is good. Smiley, right? Comfort Agent, played Smokes for a very long time with St. Clair Saints. And so it was really just recently they picked up the Deadlock and that Sentinel pick. And Screwface even said it was kind of freeing. But speaking of freeing, Adder freed from the reins of life right off the rip.
Huge kill already, and we already have a huge little mosh pit coming into the A sites. It's going to be Cloric in the middle of the site trying to pick up one, is going to be able to pick up one, and with this delay here from Wildfire, might be able to get a little bit more. Huge jump from Cloric, but Screwface is going to be there in the second angle for it. Wildfire is going to be better off saving his life here.
Ooh. Adder, nice check behind the back again, patching the holes. The Deadlock utility leaves here. Oh, gonna prove to be a threat if you can't get over it here out of Dish. I like the repositions. Again, fragmented by this wall. You can satchel over, you can't jump over. So literally 3 players, different pieces of the pie. Nice group up. Angie trying to play forward here.
All right, what's the setup here?
It's just layers and layers of post plant utility. That's what the setup is.
Beautiful. And still gonna be able to do something, and there you go. The smoke, of course, taking forever to come down, and once it comes down, that's where the waterfall of kills is going to come from, and there you go. Wonderful stuff from Maryville, keeping it clean and easy. Ambrosia.
And that was a big concern of mine coming into this map as well. We talked about Pearl and Fracture, the differences. This comp is another one that's really, really heavy on the post plant, right? Only real change, especially since they kept the Deadlock, is instead of an Astro with the Gravwell, you get an Incendiary with the Brimstone and the Orbital Strike, which is a huge addition to this, again, get off site, player util mentality. And if that's the amount of util in a pistol, that's going to be crazier on the full rifle rounds.
You are going to see Maryville with a little bit of that mentality. They still have Incendiary. They still do have the nade in the hands of Renz. Wildfire with the same breach utility. So again, it is going to be that long-winded matchup. Yes, we can get the impact from the duelists in the early round, but these rounds are going to last forever.
Ooh. I thought for a second on Underpass as well that Adder was going to come face to face with Ange, but gets out of dodge. Satellite, again, tip of the spear, says it goes to the duelist. You have the opening kills, but you have the support of your teammates. Flush one out, flush 2 out. And the B site, Plant going to be secured.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Ainge looking for a cheeky one there. Yeah, Maryville's just trying to get their feet wet, really, in this game. As there's, again, not much change for this team. Starting off on the D side. It's really just some early pressure, just a couple of looks. Ambrosia still trying to settle in here on what the combinations are going to be like for Satellite alongside Screwface. Is the early round really going to be that important for Ambrosia, or are they really just going to try to grind out these post plans, just try to get into a situation where the utility is going to work? Speaking of the util, Glyph is going to be caught off with his twin Tejo's util. And Renz actually has a Vandal here.
Adder.
One versus Adder, and he's going to stay safe here. Renz might just survive. Adder swing in the corner. No. Okay, cool.
That is dangerous in the wrong hands, or in this case, the right hands here. I mean, weapon gonna be carried over. Kind of a similar situation, third round, no matter how you spin it. It's weakened immensely the bonus opportunity here for Ambrosia. And I'm glad you re-mentioned that, okay, Maryville on the defense, because they're starting on the defense every single map in this best of 5. So we talk about, okay, early round momentum, early tempo control. Ambrosia's gonna have that it factor every one of these maps. And all right. First rifle round bonus here for Ambrosia. Will we see a similar kind of avalanche of rounds, or will we actually have a competitive start?
Let's see. Let's see if the hero's journey can be a little bit less linear for us.
Can't use that.
Satellite. Oh, okay, that's awesome.
No satchel.
No satchel for you, my friend. Satellite. It's like he went practicing trapeze. No net on the bottom for it. That's unfortunate.
He missed grabbing the rope, on the jump.
Ooh. It's like playing like American Ninja Warrior or something and just missing the bar. Splat into the water. Here goes. Ambrosia reaching the deep waters themselves, and it's about to get a little bit thinner. Adder. How?
Knife.
Oh no, he's going for the frags, but it doesn't really matter. The information isn't there though. They don't know that 3 people are still on this site. Still a chance for Maryville.
Ooh, and the stun. So Giza could get the backstab. Quick thinking that from Adder. Comfortability on the deadlock shows. Very much behind. The rest of your team fights forward into the masses.
And Giza still able to take away Screwface running away. Smiley needs this frag onto Renz, but he has a teammate right behind him. Smiley knows! Could have been amazing for Smiley, but the team kill is there. The 2 former Saints, Giza taking away Smiley.
Ambrosia make a good argument, but the rebuttal from Maryville stronger. And they get their first round on the board early on. Ultimate starting to stack up for Ambrosia. The rifle round will follow. Again, that was a bonus, as competitive as it was. Showing again that, interestingly enough, I'm shocked, right, that Adder is able to slip through there, right? You're talking about the differences between a Cypher and a Deadlock, and it's showing that there's a catastrophic gap into Arcade, right? Because that's where Adder came from. So why don't you just blow it wide open with 5?
Sounds easy enough, at least for a player like Adder, right? Cheeky, confident, but might be a little bit more linear here for MU alongside potentially Ambrosia. Ambrosia all 5. Going up into tower. Ainge has been so sneaky with his frags so far. So smart. And able to get one right through the smoke. Giza striking down Satellite, but still has a lot more work to do. One shot headshot with a Vandal. And he gets it. Another huge kill from Giza. Whoa. And Ainge, a little bit of his own medicine. Glyph, what was that?
Look at this. They're not done just yet. They still know they're down a player. Smiley going exploring, could get the wrap timing onto a solo player. Wildfire, tucked away generator, waiting for their teammate, waiting for the retake. The flick is good! And it's all down to Glyph.
That's 3. Oh, certainly possible here, Glyph. Plenty of time on the clock. Both players coming in from the same angle. Huge PC utility coming in from Glyph in just a little bit. Chloric and Renz. Now looking to step too close into B. Glyph. All missiles away. Gonna be launching the missiles, clearing out angle after angle. Would have cleared Renz, but Chloric had the one-on-one. Maryville, there you go. We have a fight.
That was a good recognition, I'll say, from Glyph. Again, maybe the pistol tendencies coming through into the rifle rounds. They're gonna push the A main. They're always gonna be B main on those retakes. But again, nice weakness from Ambrosia identified over towards Arcade. We got to see the Giza sight hold and what it looks like. Again, drawing the players into your own domain, having aggressive trap wires on site. They get there too. That's all you can ask of a Sentinel, right? And it was just insane shots to smoke, both from Ange and from Glyph, that made this round as close as it was. But again, you mentioned coordination between the final two. Into the next round, weapons reset for Ambrosia. Kind of a mismatch then with the ult economy and where it's tracking to. But again, Arcade, they know they can get it pretty easily at the moment. Unless, not again.
Yeah, unless Ange does the business, does his little dancey dance. And instead, the only thing doing a little dancey dance right now is the drone. Doesn't do too much as Giza floating in sight, catching both Satellite and Smiley. He's gonna get a third, almost swinging the head for a fourth. It's fun that the pistols maybe had a chance there, but it is even cooler to see Giza in a bit of a firing range. Ange, though, is gonna be the only presence here. Adder with a bit of a chance, but one-on-one here. Ange does have Glyph down, and Adder is done for. 2 kills, though, coming back from Ambrosia. Not gonna do too much damage to the eco of Maryville, but it's not like their economy isn't perfect. Any damage here from Ambrosia is important. It is important.
Yeah, and we highlighted one half of the St. Clair Saints puzzle with Smiley on Ambrosia, but their counterpart Giza, who had played with them for an entire academic year, is on a heater right now. 7-4, 2 rounds basically culminating in their ability to anchor the B site, to shut out Ambrosia. And Ambrosia, interestingly enough, they want to try it again. And interestingly more so, Maryville has switched the Cypher to the A site. So this aggression, Smiley gonna communicate, hopefully. And they're gonna find a way to counter, but not before Glyph gets taken out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Quick little haircut from Renz, as the rest of the team really doesn't know what to do. Deep smoke, back over towards B main, Arcade. These players not trying to get that early tower control, and the only player that could get tower control at this point has the spike. It's gonna be a backup here from Screwface. Again, lack of information over towards A. Anybody can be making that wrap right now, but with only one person over towards A, not much difference. But Ange has that first contact. Raw gets the first. Still a bit of potential here for Ambrosia. The ultis and the util is still there.
And so, off angle tower, playing their life, playing for the aggressive scale up here to maybe set up a crossfire, or play off the utility of Wildfire, which should deny, any impact from this Rolling Thunder.
Oh, but Renz still getting the kill on the Screwface, and the potential was there. Zelby.
And again, it was a strong start from Ambrosia, right? I like the awareness to disengage from the Arcade execution, right? Smiley waits for Satellite to join up and re-clear B main, because you don't know how many players are still there after an aggressive pop play like this from Renz and friends. And then it all just fell apart, right? Look, this moment, Satellite, dry swings, no util, no support from their team, from Screwface, and even the Brimstone. So, and then the mistimed as well. It just felt like one player after another versus it was these coordinated sight lines from Maryville holding on. So, yeah, I think a timeout's needed on multiple facets, right? Their playbook right now looks repetitive. There's maybe some breakdown in the communication. Anything else?
Get good, I guess. That's a big point of reference there for anyone trying to win a game. But no, Screwface, it's a little tough to say because all of the responsibility for initiation is kind of on him. Yes, you have a lot of support util, but in terms of the actual flash, in terms of the pop that comes out, Screwface is going to be that first facing person, is going to be the person that directly supports the player peeking. Yeah. And that's a huge responsibility. And I don't really think that's been Screwface's role as Breach, even though you would expect Breach to really do that. He's been very good at his more telegraphed util, a util that needs the lineups. But in terms of flashes, in terms of reacting, we haven't seen that much from Screwface. So this is a big challenge for him. How can he support Satellite?
I mean, even in the last round, right? When Glyph, your other kind of relinquishment, your another initiator, was taken out first on that aggressive play. So the burden falls even more strongly in that sort of situation. But a different look finally, right? No B start, head towards drop like he did. Pistol. Fortunately, early drone catches wind of it. Drone as well from Glyph doesn't spot out the Cypher. This, though, feels like they might be waltzing into a trap. As soon as contact is made here in Dish, I expect that orbital strike, or if you see them on the cam, a name. A showstopper blows right through it.
Cool. Is this gonna be a two-piece?
Whoa.
Not even one. Not even one to go. Not even hot and ready. That stuff's stale. Here comes Glyph from behind. Glyph. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Glyph. Land on your feet, my friend. You still have plenty of work to do. Wildfire still picking up the one, but that is a tragedy. Pure tragedy. Wildfire, crazy 3-piece at the end.
Wow.
Glyph, take a breather, man. Oh
I mean, okay. You whiffed
Tough round.
on the first, but it's enough damage, right, that your team is still able to crunch onto and find the first frag onto Giza. But the lack of a follow-up on the Wildfire there, maybe the fear factor again of a showstopper coming in from Renz
Happens.
that was blocked off by the deadlock wall. But frankly, and it all just fell apart, like you mentioned. Heroics, a rifle. That even supercharged the Rolling Thunder now to replace the Orbital Strike you invested. So this is looking really, really clean for Maryville at the moment. So looks like Ambrosia looking to scale things up. Not any early aggression over towards B and claim that space. They're ahead of it though.
Oh no. Goodness, what is this playing from MU? Ainge shows the peak immediately. Giza, the follow-up adder, still trying to fight with him. What is this? Stop it. Now Maryville is playing with Ambrosia.
They look so comfortable here. Roy mentioning most played map, 2 losses in recent months. And that is showing why, at least on the defensive half. Giza in the zone, in his element here. I mean, still alive, even playing from main. No punishment from Ambrosia. The players splinter in this post plan. And while you got the spike down, that's all you wrote. Cloric, the 3-piece, and that's a 6th, a safety net for Maryville University reached.
Scary stuff that Ambrosia just not able to get any groundwork done in the early rounds. Again, continuously assaulting B right now. B has just been their kryptonite. They have not been able to crack through. No matter what type of look we're seeing from MU. We haven't seen a single bit of arcade pressure from Maryville, but the amount of pressure that we've seen over towards B, it's fluctuated at best, and every single time the attempt works. Ambrosia, again, doesn't just... The steps going in to the exec just isn't coming together for this team. They have the right idea, but the players just seem that one step off.
And again, there's a mismatch between the economy and the ultimates that just hasn't really developed into a concrete round either. Again, half buy, again, sweltering ultimates. I want to see a concurrent plan to utilize them, because I mean, even look back to your EG of 2023, right? They were like the masters of eco round ultimates, right? So it's not impossible, even in the new meta, especially with, I would say, more exec heavy ults like the Armageddon. So look at this. Simplify things. 5 A main. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, this is not gonna do much. Here comes
Caterpillar smokes
Ambrosia once again. Wildfire has that Rolling Thunder. All 5 players are gonna get hit by this. I don't know. One escapes. Yippee. Bit is completely halted. There's 4 players here for Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's no follow-up. I was gonna say. No board pressure.
Here goes Renz, though, still able to knock down 2. Still a little bit scary here. 3v3, not out in the clear yet. Out of the open is the spike, though. They collect the spike back over towards main. Okay. Oh, ulti, but the ulti's not going to do much. It's just going to allow Glyph to go for that cross. Ainge coming in, trying to exploit the smoke, but Satellite is there for the cross. 2v3.
And you didn't have info on how many were A main, how many are on site. Now you spotted 2. You heard one jumping from A main. All players' positions now confirmed. It should be all gun-ho, and that's again when the stall utility comes to rear its head, favoring Ambrosia. Messy, but the job gets done. Breaking through on a half-buy, a pseudo-eco round. To get a 3rd, to keep Maryville University off of a guaranteed advantage before the side swap. And I mentioned utilizing those ults to convert around, and they did. Annihilation came out. Again, to try and counter after the Rolling Thunder. There you go. Renz almost cracked this round wide open, but the Stinger trades, the crossfire set up swiftly, and again, there it is, the util from the deadlock from the adder. Works out.
That first pick helps Ambrosia a whole lot, to say the very least, but finally the plans coming in for Ambrosia. Finally some closer rounds coming out from this team. Maryville, they were farming just the early frags, farming the early interactions, not allowing the retake to even formulate, but here comes Renz, needing to run all the way away. The satchel, he's gonna be fine. Ambrosia, this is literally just for control of A main. What about everything else here for Maryville? One player looking for that rotation back over towards A, but ultimately not much of a difference for Maryville.
I mean, but it feels like for Maryville, A main control is important because their B retake strategy has been a lot of the times, right? Cloric, Renz, make your way through B main, pinch the players, confine them to the site. When it's not, you know, Giza just kill on the site. So I think that's why they committed so many resources, and the fact that Ambrosia fighting back in here is amazing. Again, Adder's utility splinters the players, forces the 1-on-5, and it's just green light go for the A side. Giza.
Oh, it's Cloric taking down Glyph. Giza not able to do much just yet, still trying to find an angle to help out his friend, but his friend goes down. Cloric's gone, Wildfire has the angle, Giza's looking for the follow-up. He's the one on the low HP, he's the one that can't take an initial bullet. 30 seconds left though, and we're seeing a rotation.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna be 1-on-3. Ainge, what can he do here? Guns are out, and he can't get the pick!
No way. And that punishment is huge, right? You got eyes on Giza.
Yeah.
There, I think, with some breach utility for support over in that main fight. So this should be a clear fire sight, minus
incendiary.
how fast you can rotate and the Cypher util.
Oh. And that's huge! The Cypher's there! Wildfire with a different angle! And it ends up becoming a routine play for Maryville. Ambrosia does make it a little bit dramatic, but good rotation coming in from MU, even with the stim beacon.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because Pearl was the game of like neither team having maximum information, right? And it feels like here, all the reads, all the calls have been perfect from both sides, right? And sometimes it does just come down to these crunch aim battles, the trades. And Maryville University, I like this. This is showing respect towards Ambrosia, the timeout call while you have the lead, right? You're looking to be dominant, or maybe you're afraid of what Ambrosia will have in their second half on the defense. All right. Again, we're looking at some of those early problem rounds that set up Ambrosia for this fall, this half. We talked about the shining moments, the rounds that they have won, but again, come from concrete, coordinated duels when Maryville gives them to them. So again, War of Attrition goes towards Maryville. Pop aggressive plays goes towards Ambrosia right now. So how do you get those concrete execs?
At least coming out from Ambrosia. Really, really tough to have a consistent idea because, again, Maryville switching up that defensive approach, switching up at least the aggression in the early round fairly consistently on every pull of this map. Realistically, even Dish has been pulled back and forth, and they are even thinking about a little bit of that arcade pressure. Just going to leave a camera over towards there, not that your usual position. It's usually in a position to really play that post plan to try to catch somebody off guard, but heavily focus over towards arcade just to maybe shut down an option here. Try to get that early rotation for MU.
Yeah, and I mean, low-key, they kind of did a favor to Ambrosia, giving them another timeout so they didn't have to invest both. So that gave them that plan for, what did I say, a concrete exec, but you gotta get past Giza. You have to have some sort of trade set up, or this player can usually anchor the site. Like you mentioned, Smiley, Glyph, they break through. No way.
No way.
Gap
Planning
in
all
the
the way out in the
smoke.
open and a gap in the smoke, like you said. Smiley,
Past the hole.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. Glyph, 1v3, tragically seeing his teammates go down to gap after
Cloric.
gap after gap, and ciao, ciao.
Wow. One gap in a smoke and the entire round falls apart. And you saw them, the speed in which they fixed it, right? It was too late. Spike was down, doesn't need a sight line. They know where they have to spray. A second follows to the grave. It was a difficult situation. And now, I mean, the lead only expands. The timeout surely worked for Maryville. Not much there for Ambrosia. Minus the entry off of the showstopper. Good, made the space the players needed, even suboptimal weapons, to overwhelm Giza. But it was, again, this moment. The staggered fights that went south. And now,
oh my.
I mean, this, beautiful change in pace. The conditioning turned rampant into aggressive arcade control.
Early Rolling Thunder, and they're not going to do anything with this. Smoke in their face. Yeah. There's going to be a little drone there, but nobody cares. Oomba. Gone. Wildfire. Still has that pressure over towards tower. And Giza 1-on-2. That is going to be the pick off from Glyph, but nowhere near to getting that spike down over towards A. It's all going to be on Glyph's Tejo to try to shut down A. He wants to pull in that rotation. Allowing MU now to kind of settle into things. Cutting completely a noise. Glyph looking for a one-on-one.
They've cleared out all of A main. So you don't think they have a concern. But Cloric tucked away in sand, guided salvos to buy time for the team's rotation, which is, I think, why these players are so confident where they are. Ange, deep B main. You know, now Wildfire rotating to spawn. Cloric, do you just wait for Ange? It looks like they are. They're gonna try and pinch onto Glyph.
Glyph is gonna catch Ange. There you go. Beautiful. A Cloric, big opportunity here in a one-on-one. Glyph is gonna try to trap the one. Still a lot more work to do for Cloric to even get away from this one-on-one. And Ambrosia.
Last round.
Oh, wait a minute. I was going to say Ambrosia closes it out, but no, sir. It's going to be 1-on-2.
Hello.
Line up here and ciao, ciao.
There you go. A little kind of jump the gun on the Armageddon. You're like, half's over. Let's secure the round. That gave a glimmer of hope to Wildfire. A spark that never ignited is the high low to patch things up. 8-4, not a bad turnaround, right? I think timeout, like I said, from Maryville gave Ambrosia a little bit of leniency there to pivot. Make some plans off of. I really did like, and hats off to whoever came up with the Maryville strat book there, the consistent conditioning of leaving Arcade open to then suddenly having Rens injected their double satchel and all. Like, it clearly caught Ambrosia off surprise, but they were able to find their footing real quick.
Great reactions coming out from the rest of Ambrosia, but you also have to give that up to the fact that MU, they were pressuring these players super back into Arcade. They still had more than enough time or more than enough space to be able to kind of get into the right positioning to react to MU. And now we're back on the attacking side here for MU. MU attacking that B side for now. Whole lot of coverage from the Deadlock. Deadlock going for a raw pick here. Jiggle peek. Only gets tagged away. Doesn't actually get tagged, excuse me, but it's spotted. Big work here from the Brimstone in the middle of sight. Smiley. And the one-on-one against Giza. He's letting Giza go through. Giza!
What?
He's gonna take down Adder! Did Smiley even see him? What on earth was that from Giza?
We thought their Sentinel days were over. We swapped onto the attack. But no, they single-handedly entry while Rens is netted in heaven dealing with Adder. And now a 2v4. At least it's Satellite and Screwface, the duo that should be coordinated, but they're on opposite sides of the map at this point. And one head has been taken off. And it's all down to Satellite. Sky smoke in their face. Chloric repositioning, not even giving them light of day. I'm wondering if that cam even spotted them in this position when he scaled up. It sure has now. Spy cam dart on all. And the player's not even giving him the light of day. A single fight here until absolutely necessary.
So safe for just
Giza wants the clip, bro.
No, he absolutely does. Satellite wants to clip. Nice little headshot. But yeah, Giza's there. You're not going to be able to get the shot. Good stuff, Giza. If we, hey, listen. If Giza did have the full clip, you know, if the perspective was on him, fairs. Gets denied though at the very end. But what a weird opportunity for Giza to even get.
And I mean, no, I will say, Giza, it was more than just searching for the clip, right? They are more than halfway to their neural theft now after the pistol round.
Yeah.
And talking about differences in these compositions, that's going to be a huge information boost to pivot off of on your attack. Because again, we mentioned how important information for these two teams has been comparing Pearl now to Fracture. And this is a hefty buy. 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. This screams confidence and screams, we may have come back from an 11-1 half almost, but you sure aren't from an 8-4. And I think they definitely have the possibility to do it here on their map pick.
And to say the least, yeah, Maryville, team that's winning, solid chance to take the W here as Ambrosia. Team losing, pretty bad chances of taking this W. All 5 players over towards A though. Hey, if Maryville goes over towards A, 80% chance something fun happens. So
Is it gonna be? It's another one. It's another one. I was about to say, is this gonna happen again? They're all dying to the Tejo. There it is. Yeah, that's so funny. Whenever the gamble fails, they just all succumb to the guided salvos. Like it's again smart, especially when you have this many aggro ultimates from Maryville. But the fact that now they're 2-0 or 0-2 on those guesses is gotta be heartbreaking.
Unfortunate here for Ambrosia, but Maryville. Again, the clean rounds coming up from them in the last 2. Ambrosia, they have their even setup now. What is the early shock? Do they have an early shock to give? And they do. It's going to be the race up close and personal over towards Arcade, and it's actually going to be basically full coverage here of Arcade. 3 players here. Satellite's going to be safe. Nobody's popping through.
No,
just going to be the drone. No util. Adder on his lonesome. He's going to have a second one to maybe pop out. And Adder.
Oh,
no way!
No!
He's fine. No, but look at the rotation. MU gonna be crashing into the A site now. Glyph setting up.
Adder has to win this fight.
Glyph.
Now they're gonna get
spacing on the
overwhelmed.
one. Nah, Ren still comes around and takes away Glyph. And like you said, Adder's not gonna be able to take away that 1v1. It all came down to the player in the middle of sights. Glyph, no mileage. Ambrosia might be on the verge here of a save, but 4v3 might as well give it a good shot. Lots of util to give, and they already strike out with a big kill. But Satellite, he had more than enough time to get that kill onto Renz, but Renz still gets a kill before he goes down. Satellite in a 1v1 and goes down to Wildfire, and it's all she wrote.
Yeah, another mistiming on the flash. Screwface going for the save. Because at this point, right, 11-4, it's going to be confirmed map point for Maryville on your eco, so do what you can with the hero rifle if you can even hold on to it. And was playing so far off site for their utility for the post plant. Comes back. And they were the one that opened up again the A split as well. Overwhelming, pinging down Adder, ultimately winning the fight. Very, very clean, seeing both slow and quick executions. And yep, Ambrosia toying with the idea of a force needs this timeout.
Last big moment here for Ambrosia for this map, really. Again, if they are trying to go for that force, but MU, yeah, it's tough to really say that there's a real key here for Ambrosia in these early rounds. They had a decent idea over towards Arcade, or at least they had the gamble over towards Arcade, but very good early discipline from MU. They have more than enough lines of sight on the rest of the map for them to try to find some sort of backup. It's what happened in the last round with A main. It's what happened in the round before that over towards Dish. And MU, again, just kind of controlling the pace. What can Ambrosia do at this point to kind of switch that up?
Ooh, what can Ambrosia do? I'm trying to think. I think they need a plan B, because right now, players like Chloric, who have flown under the radar, are having huge impact clipping the wings, kind of cutting off the strings, the resource flow to a lot of these strategies. I mean, twice we've seen an execution and a counterplay go south because of that stealth drone, right? If you think about Satellite, right? One satchel falls out of the sky, the nade to try and corral the players, maybe even do some chip damage initially over towards Arcade, both falter. So again, we talked about how fast they were to pivot over on Pearl. That quality is just not here. And that's what I need to see, is the quick mid-round calls.
Ambrosia with the early idea. They're going to have to react like you said. No line of sight over towards B. It might be a bit of a shock here. Renz on the front side. Where's the smoke? Where's the cross? There is none. Renz just gets a free frag. Is it going to be a one-on-one between him and Smiley? It doesn't even matter. Smoke in the front side. And that's going to deny any sort of trade potential here for Ambrosia. Not all of it, of course. Screwface still bouncing in a couple of bullets through the smoke, but that's just going to leave MU reset on a man advantage. They used no util there to even get that kill. It's just try again.
Take their picks, and they are happy with the spoils. They're going to be looking, I think, for more. My guess is this Arcade push, this trio, going to funnel the orb likely into Showstopper. Or maybe even a Rolling Thunder. We'll see what they decide.
They're still cautious about Dish because of the trip.
Yeah.
Drop the trip.
Here we go. Lisa, solo entry main. Rest scale up Arcade. Crunch onto the players on site here yet again. This time, Kyle gets ahead of it. And the player of main has been dealt with.
And it's all Smiley here on site too. Able to get two. Chloric looking for a huge 1v3. Starts it off right against Smiley, but he just had the off angle there. Spike in the hands of Chloric. He's not going to be able to cross up immediately.
10 seconds left.
Might have the lineup. 8 seconds left. Chloric, he's just going to run into sight. He might have the timing here, but held down in the middle of sight. The cross up happens here for Adder. He had maybe a bit too much of a moment there to maybe react. The kill is there, of course.
And they fend Maryville off of a 12. Maybe we're going to see a familiar run. The Maryville attempted over on Pearl when an 11th is reached. It's like a kryptonite of a 12th round. But aside from that, that was like a literal photocopy, right, of the Maryville pistol, right? But this time, it felt like Ambrosia addressed every single player, right? Beforehand, player Heaven, I think it was Adder, didn't win the fight against Renz. Beforehand, Giza gets 3 on the main entry, and this time Smiley counters it. So I talked about, okay, we weren't seeing a lot of creative adaptation. That was clean. And sometimes, again, FPS,
Fairly.
Sometimes aim is going to make a difference, and you won your duels that go around. So 6 more, maybe 5 before we start becoming hopeful. And Adder says, I don't want any of this Heaven fight, right? The bear match out and ready. We'll see how it poses.
Yeah, he throws down that net. He's gonna be able to help out all of his teammates here.
Spawn?
Adder, no way, no way. It's gonna be a quick interaction here over towards Spawn, but that's huge from Giza. Giza does take away Satellite, but like you said, the trade is there. But here comes the wrap. Smiley spots two. They can't do much with it. They're gonna be caught deep into A main. Can Renz get an angle on either one of the two? It's not gonna happen against Glyph. Glyph wants the cross. Do they have a smoke for it? He's waiting for that opportunity. There's more than enough time for Maryville to kind of reposition here to slowly work out this A site. And they do find the one they wanted. They got Glyph. Screwface is gone. And the drama is being cut down. Good stuff from Maryville.
We talked about mid-round calling the speed of execution. That's probably as fast as it gets, right? What started as maybe a B attempt, right? When your player main falls to that showstopper, pivots into, wait, we have 2 players in spawn. Let's just dip out of arcade and go A. And it works. Like, that is, like, again, how colorful of a strat book it is right now. Like, this moment, them realizing, wait a minute, we can't have our double-pronged B exec. And, I mean, the follow-up, and again, the awareness that Adder could have followed through. Chloric, cherry on top. Map point for Maryville on their pick. Split starting to come into the foresight. What is left in the take for Ambrosia? Trying to replicate the Renz B main exec? And, I mean, Maryville's aware. They said, this is our strat. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah, I love the fact that Giz is on a Sensi here. And he's still doing fine. He's still looking like a duelist.
What?
Satellite still gets the frag somehow. Satellite gets another one. Has a couple more to go. The frag isn't going to do much. Yeah, I hate to see it. That was a chance, to say the very least. What?
Yeah.
Just press mouse one. Just do it. Why not?
Yeah, there was some seesaw action, but tips in the favor of Maryville. Adder, 1v3. Utilizing Annihilation already.
Seesaw action?
Can you do, right? Can you be the heavyweight that tips it back in your favor? I mean, you're stunned. It's... Oh? Oh? No!
No way.
They're getting bullied at this point.
Oh, goodness gracious. A bit of a falter, to say the very least, at the end for your players from Ambrosia. But Maryville University ends it the way they started. They looked confident throughout map number 2. They have looked confident for the last hour and a half here on stream. And it works out for a map number 2 victory.
I mean, from an 11-13 loss to a 13-5 dominant streak after your 1-11 comeback failed the last map. Again, I mean, it's a best of 5, and if Ambrosia's already looking tired after map 2, it's going to be a very difficult journey ahead of them. I mean, Liz toyed with the leaks of the green room chitter, where I was saying my preds for Ambrosia, but if the first 2 maps didn't go their way, this could lean towards Maryville in the end. And right now, that does seem to be what we're trending towards.
Yeah, again, hard to really say that there was a single player to really shine out there for Ambrosia or to
for
really,
Ambrosia.
for Ambrosia, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but Giza, oh my God,
God.
absolutely. Put his jersey in the rafters at this point already over at St. Clair. Smiley is trying to do the same thing, but my goodness, my goodness. What a map again from Giza, but realistically, again, Giza was going to be there, pick up the scraps, as that was really the only thing he needed to do. The entries were there for the rest of the team, discombobulated positionings at best, and was able to kind of capitalize being in the middle of the pack for the attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to yet another break. Map number 3 is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Enjoy the sweet sounds of the desks when we come back.
I feel like in open tournaments, even teams that are, you know, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment, so it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, you know, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career, I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh, well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything, but also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy, to be honest. I'm not going to set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best, to be honest.
Welcome back, folks, to Valorant Challengers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy, and it's promotion relegation time, and we just saw a bit of a dominant map, a domination, if you will, Maryville University taking their comfortable map pick of Fracture away from Ambrosia. Roy, we were watching that game, and it seemed like anything Ambrosia tried, they tried something different, Maryville had their number, and it fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a much better showing from Maryville University on their most experienced map. Listen, if you can't at least look comfortable on your most experienced map, Liz, I think it might be time to wrap it up. So I'm glad the boys were able to show it. I'm glad they were able to actually have a performance that is representative of this team, right? Because we've talked so highly of their potential, of the caliber of players that this team has. So I'm happy to see a showing that is a really good and a good showing for the viewers and for the fans to really display their level of potential. So I'm glad to see it. They most definitely looked a lot better. But I think a very important, I guess a realization for me is the fact that a lot of the players from Maryville University just looked so much more warm in the second map list.
Yes, I mean, I kept pointing out Wildfire while we were watching the game as someone who did not, frankly, have a great first map at all, but just what he was pulling off this time was crazy. And of course, we're gonna highlight some players later, but really everyone on Maryville stepped up and just fragged out, frankly. It was so impressive to see, and like kind of that the warm-up that you were talking about is crucial. And again, like they do have the advantage, like you're speaking about this being such a comfortable map for them. But in a time like this, when you just almost got 11-1, etc., and you try to come back and you didn't quite do it, this is an important map to have in the middle of all that, so it's good to see that Maryville were able to do this just for the sake of the mental more than anything, of course, we can talk about the mechanics, but the mental aspect of it is so important. We talk about this all the time, but Ambrosia losing Fracture like this, not the greatest thing, but also, GG, go next. What's the score? 0-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a continuation of what we've seen from Ambrosia, right? They still can't quite find their footing on this map. They've not had great results on this map, and the trend continues. They've tried doing some swaps. They tried doing some agent swaps as well as some role swaps within the team. Still, the map, not great for them. It's just a weakness. It's unfortunate, but obviously, this is just a great showing from Maryville, right? 11 first kills. They looked a lot better. 13-5, a clean win. Just all the stats pointing to a most definite heat up here for Maryville going into their second map, which is their map pick, a reminder. And of course, the player pop-offs. We have Giza on the MVP. We, of course, Ambrosia not quite having a great game, but, that is expected from a 13-5 loss. And all things considered, I think this was a great showing for Maryville University.
It's something I want to highlight about Maryville University is that even when they were up 7-3, they took the timeout on round 11. They had won the previous round, but they still showed, I think Zobi called, they showed respect and wanted to fix something, I guess something that they saw they wanted to work on.
Mhm.
That kind of the proactiveness from that team, not resting on their laurels, to keep going, saying, hey, we have to fix this. Even though we're up 4 rounds right now, we have to keep on working on this. We could save our time out for the second half, but we don't. And you talked to me about Renz earlier in the broadcast, saying that, you know, his raise is clean. And Roy, I must believe you, because that, I mean, we talked about Giza, we're talking about Renz as well. Just some stellar performances from both of these players, but especially, I mean, we would be remiss if we did not talk about our MVP of that map, Giza, just pulling off some wild things, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, he had like what, 6 first bloods, I think. I think between him and Renz, they had 9 first bloods. Maybe more, actually. Yeah, 9 first bloods. 6 for the Sentinel and Giza, 3 for the Duelist and Renz, and 1 for Chloric, 1 for Ange, of course. But yeah, these players had a massive pop-off, right? Giza he's that guy. Like, you go on his Twitter, and it's just clips upon clips upon clips, and they all just look so flashy, so satisfying. And he's been boasting so much about aim routine this, aim training that, and he's really just pushing aim training. Honestly, I'm buying what he's selling, because I'm about to start aim training myself. What he's putting up right here is amazing. He had so many sick clips, so many sick highlights, heroic plays coming out from the Sentinel role. A role that is pretty hard to play in the current meta list, especially with how much util there is, right?
Yes, and he was on the Cypher too. So one Tejo salvo and that trip is gone, you know? So it just, I mean, of course, Renz with a 2.9 KD. I don't think I've ever had a 2.9 KD. Which okay, maybe I have, but just Renz really playing well. That's taking so much active space, as we're seeing in the replays right now. Just super, super clean.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that is like very apparently different between the first map and the second map here is the amount of set plays and the amount of things that they had to work with all going into this map, where they just looked so much more comfortable, and they just had so many more options, right? They had their set pieces, they had their double peaks, their team play. So much of their gameplay just looked so much better optimized into the second map, which makes me, you know, it's having me question what can we expect in this third map coming up of Split.
Yeah, and this is Ambrosia's pick as well, and so this is a huge confidence booster for Maryville to, you know, bread and butter, you win it. What is Maryville's split like, in your opinion, Roy? Is it something that is, you know, a problem for Ambrosia, or is this a, you know, tried and true clean win for Ambrosia, and we move on to Haven after this?
Yeah, so the interesting thing with this map that's coming up right now is the fact that only recently has Ambrosia really picked up Split. They don't really have that many matches played on it. In fact, they've only recently debuted this match in their last game versus SR Gold, where they absolutely blew them out of the water. So I think it's a map that they recently picked up. They looked really good on, to be honest, and the level of play that they showed against SRG was incredible. But on the Maryville side, this hasn't really been their bread and butter match. They played it 5 times. Their compositions have been a little bit weird. Clove, Omen with Sky and Raze. Of course, Clove recently getting nerfed, so I doubt they're still going to be running that. And if they are running that, then they're going to be working with a pretty nerfed set of utility. So I think ultimately, it's a slight favor of Ambrosia based on the recent data, but we don't really have much to go off of in terms of, like, you know, what is that first showing? Was that an element of surprise from Ambrosia, or are they really just, have they really solved the formula on this map? It's quite hard to tell. And I think for the Maryville side is, we know, have they made changes? You know, what is their split looking like now post Clove changes and post some of the nerfs that have happened recently? So it's going to be an interesting thing to see how they solve some of these problems.
If you're Ambrosia and you just kind of, you come off of Maryville University's bread and butter, I keep saying bread and butter, but it really is, like, the fracture, Maryville's fracture
Undeniable.
is, you know, like an EG fracture, if you will, right? Back in 2023, iconic is the moment. Are you worried about going into Split after that performance of how good it was, or are you thinking, hey, they're known for doing that, we expected that, but now it's our time, we have this in the bag? What do you think?
The way I'm looking at it, Liz, is literally, if you just remove the first 2 maps, it's just a best of 3. We've traded maps, right? And now it's a fresh best of 3, and we're starting the series on our map pick. Like, if you're Ambrosia, you're actually pretty chill. Like, it's really not that crazy. Like, you're going into your map pick. Split's their last showing was incredible. They beat SRG on one of their best, most recent maps that they've developed. They looked great going into that match, and they faced Ambrosia and they got absolutely destroyed. So I think the level of prep is pretty interesting, and I'm really curious to see what these teams are going to be running on this map today.
Right, and we do have Agent Select ready for us right now. And I feel like we should also mention before we go in, Ambrosia have been playing well this entire promotion relegation tournament. You know, that may be a 13-5, but they've been really playing so well. And here we are in Agent Select, and we see the Rend Yoru, Satellite Yoru. Ooh, that's a little versus right there. Smiley Deadlock. Anything that stands out to you, Roy?
Yeah, I think Maryville's completely revamped their composition. They're going for the double controllers, double duelist, no sentinel, Fade as the initiator. Obviously, they're going to have a lot of flashes and the Omen Paranoia to work with to set themselves up with the Yoru self-sustainability as well as the teleports to bypass some of that stopping power and some of that stall power from the Ambrosia side, as well as the ability to bait these trap setups and bait a lot of those util wombo combos. So I think, interestingly enough, I really like the Maryville University composition. I'm curious to see how they're going to get value from the Fade. I feel like the Fade is not very, it's not an easy agent to get value from, to be honest. So I'm curious to see how they're going to implement the Fade into this lineup, and I want to see what they're going to be doing.
Well, folks, I'm glad I wore my best long wear lipstick today because we are in it for the long haul. A best of 5. We have another map to go to, and I know just who to send it to. It is your casters, Upmind and Zobi.
Gracias, Elizabeth. We are at it again. We are again with Maryville University in a little bit of a shuffle, right? Of course, it is going to be Renz picking up that Yoru. It's a double duelist though coming out for Maryville University on a map like Split. It is a little tough to see, again, where that Fade is going to come in, like Roy was saying, but the lineups have to be really good here. It's going to be into some pretty open space. But the big question is here, the chaos between the double controllers and the double duelists. Where is that pop potential going to come from Maryville?
Ooh, I mean, we just literally, like, before casting VCL got to watch a double duelist comp with the Team Heretics Apex game over in VCT EMEA, but it was an ISO, not a Yoru, so I'm definitely curious to see how that's going to fare. I like it because then it brings the flashes that composition, you know, more so is lacking, but aside from that, I gotta mention in the desk said, right, Ambrosia, not a lot of experience on Split, Maryville even worse off, and I think that's something I liked about Ambrosia. They addressed the gaps in their map pool at the end of VCL Stage 1 into the relegation event, and hopefully it'll show here now. Pistol kicked off, heating the early aggression mid from Maryville, and this double duelist aggression already from the get-go, and they are set up to trap as soon as contact out of Ramen is made.
Oh, Mr. Renz knocking right on the door. But again, the pick and prod here for MU. You're still going to have plenty of layers here over towards that mid side, and Ambrosia, they already face a little bit of that battle. Good util from MU, though. None of that util that Ambrosia pulling out of the mid side, able to do anything, but they already had a backup option. They're already heading quickly towards B.
I liked that Sonic Sensor aggressive as well to see if there was any B main aggression. The difficulty again with this composition, no Sentinel, and has to play more offensive. Paranoia delays the initial hit, but it should follow up hopefully with the gate crush in here momentarily. The fake out and the pivot.
Yeah, but no real change here for Maryville either. They still have the coverage back over towards that mid side. Time is just ticking. 30 seconds left. They're not putting the steps over towards sewers. They're trying to go towards the mid side. They're going to potentially run into one over towards heaven, but they just try to take out Chloric instead. That 1v1, if it works out though, yeah, definitely in the hands of Ambrosia, but still going back towards B. Still landing, potentially on the hand of Ainge. Ainge able to get himself two, and that might be all she wrote. Glyph able to get one. Adder picks up the second. Wildfire is going to be here to kind of guarantee things. 4 seconds off. Oh my goodness, he actually has time for this play. All right. Little dramatic, a little too dramatic. Friends is there.
For a pistol, right?
Yeah, right.
Like every option except for ending A was exhausted there from Ambrosia. You know, we talked about under adjustment on Fracture. That maybe was over adjustment, right? Again, lack of info, set a trap. Maryville didn't walk into it. You needed a late round call, a late round pivot, and I mean, that Paranoia kind of snuffed out a lot of the momentum. Losing one of your duelists here and that fight against Chloric snuffed out a lot of momentum and time more than anything. So when you ran into Ange, who anchored this like a pro, it became difficult. They bought enough time for these rotations for each player to take their ones, win them, or buy enough time where it was unclutchable. But here we go. I like this. No hesitation, maybe, perhaps. Just 5 running into B main. Let's see it.
Chloric. Again, fun stuff here for Ambrosia. You know, you like to see the schmicks here. But Ainge, this is his type of map to dominate. Omen Always a crafty one here on Split. Always agents that can just have that angle that you don't expect. Ambrosia. Again, fun to see the attempt period. Fun to see them trying to throw something at Maryville here real quick. But we can just focus down here now. Maryville, these players looking for an early lead here. Ambrosia, we just have not seen them really have any sort of challenge throughout this tournament. And that last game, I mean, really the last 2 games when we finally see Maryville starting to win some rounds. Ambrosia, when they finally feel a little bit of pressure in this tournament, doesn't seem like they're the quickest to fall on their feet. So this is a huge challenge here for Ambrosia, and it's also a challenge for Maryville. How can they continue to put on the pressure to a team here that might not be the best against that pressure?
And I mean, coming out of Pearl, I was like, oh, Ambrosia starting the attack every single map. This is great for them. When we saw them in control of the tempo, it worked well. But now if they can't get that system kick-started, it's almost working against them, right? Versus the stability that's been brought into Maryville is starting to show. I mean, the confidence just of a double duelist as well is starting to air through in the rounds. The style in which they're winning them. I mean, that was a flawless conversion. Now, full, like, armada to face things out with this setup, these weapons on this eco. And look at this, the aggression past the sensor. And thought they were even going to challenge out of the dark cover here, but again, it's looking like Ambrosia doesn't have an answer just yet, and that is scary, knowing that this is their pick.
As Ambrosia start to settle into their positions here, the back and forth here for MU is there. They do put out a look over towards A main, but Wildfire, it's a whole lot of responsibility for a man with just a shotgun and a sheriff, but he's playing that position exactly the way that he's supposed to. Quick little contact peek, and he's ready for the uppercut real quick. This is a good setup also for MU, safe up towards that A side. No matter the control here for Ambrosia, MU is going to have some sort of response.
Nanj again. Really nice hold strategy for this B side. You know, you just buy enough time off your paranoia, off your frags, the team to mass rotate, usually have VR with the gate crash. Here come the indications. Flash, clone. Ooh, off the paranoia, right? This is smart. Thought it was gonna be a commitment, but the fake TP, now they're caught in the Tejo util.
And Wildfire had a whole lot to do there, but the util not gonna mean much here for Ambrosia, but hold on a minute, MU, maybe a little bit of a chance. And it is going to be the plant down, my goodness. Well, too close there for Giza, but Ren's, Cloric, stepping up 2-on-4. Good luck, boys.
Ooh. Nice little fake TP out from Satellite. A third kill to follow. Cloric, the trade off the snake bite. So they're doing damage, which is I think what they're looking to do on this bonus. So they can't convert it anymore in this 1v3. Cloric, maybe I'm gonna go play from B main, right? Get some of those exit frags.
For sure.
Aside from that, I mean, maybe we're starting to see some of the weaknesses of this composition, right? Not much really utility damage-wise, right? Snake bite, paint shell, that's it. And that really didn't allow them to deny much of that B main space once Ange fell. So you talked about Ambrosia finding an answer. They may have just done that. If they can get past the Omen, if they can get in that post plant. I mean, what was it on Pearl? 11 out of 11 converted, right? And I mean, 11 half, you know, it makes sense. But still, it shows how strong they are once in that position. And that's the thing is, on Fracture, they never got into that position with good numbers.
I just have to say here that Maryville can strongly hold these sites, or at least confidently hold these sites, right? There's no traditional sentinel for this team. It has to be very proactive for every single person on this team. If anyone lets off the gas, it's a tough task for MU.
And I think that's why they're fighting forward. And just try to step across. Flash from the Yoru as well. I love this util re-clear. The punish, good. Not really much time for Ange to get out. The shadow step's not even enough.
Not at all. He lands right in the same line of sight. Wildfire, this is big, but with just the dimensional drift alone, Wildfire is going to be forced to drift on away into heaven. No other pressure is going to be coming from Ambrosia for these players over in heaven or back over towards main. But whole lot of time, whole lot of space for them to be able to settle into sight. But Renz cuts down on one of those anchors.
Yeah, I mean,
Giza,
again,
what?
Giza, they may be on fade, but they're still a sentinel through and through, right? Flanking on the fade. But we mentioned it, the lack of kind of corral damage utility. I mean, paint shell gone, no more hold on the site. And that allows Ambrosia to go unchecked and unleashed. That was so good from Renz for a quick second, but Satellite, that's even better. Kill still coming out from Satellite. Kill comes out from Screwface. The pressure from Satellite, and still the big frag from Screw ends up picking up the round, but yeah, my goodness. I mean, that 1v1, it still could have been stopped, of course. The information was still there. It was still going to be 2 players locked into that one line of sight, but Satellite make that a whole lot less dramatic. All right, competitive out the gate. Won't call it just yet because this was when things started to tip in Maryville's favor out on Fracture in a explosive way, but okay, Maryville. I mean, I know I said it, but you don't have to like enforce that it's gonna happen with a timeout. But I think this is really smart, and I think it was needed because I think we were about to see just Ambrosia B-Take Simulator, run it back until Maryville found a fix, because that's what this timeout is geared towards, right? We haven't really seen any change. It's just been anchor, kill, hold the side. If not, then it's players kind of fighting this mismatched retake. Giza, I liked the thought, and I think that's what needs to brew into a late round strategy. You know how like on Fracture they always had this kind of B split retake when you push 3 main? I need to see some of that sort of aggression, either out mid or out A main, clear space, have a multi-pronged retake scenario, because again, this composition, it's literally very similar on paper, right, minus the Omen, to all the other comps that are littered with post-plant utility. Yeah, and this team, again, it has to come down to that early round, like we're just continuing to push that narrative here. Maryville University, because again, the lack of just the defense, the lack of utility for you to just plant yourself in one space and just watch that utility go. Maryville University, they have to get on at least some sort of contact early. They have to pull away rotations from Ambrosia in some way, shape, or form. Again, they have to be even more proactive on utility than realistically any other composition, any other dynamic. But here we go. Ambrosia, all 5 coming over towards that A site. Giza's not going to be able to do much in terms of the util. The whole team's really not going to be able to do much. It is still an eco round. Yeah. Chloric still collecting up that A site a little bit early. Ambrosia not crossing on, so and a little bit of dramatics here. I like it, right? We talked about the anti-strat revolving around the B site, go away. And also, you know that they're on an eco, right? So if you have a heavy presence, you know they're forced to rotate, to commit, to try and keep numbers towards the side of the map where presence is shown. I don't like the speed, though, of this pivot, because it's going to give the time for, this re-clear of A main. Look at how deep Giza is. Now the lean from Maryville, the certainty that they're heading towards B, can start to come in to the forefront. And I like the forward presence, has Paranoia in hand. And can they find one is the question. He got the pixel though. He was still looking for the frag. Ainge backing on out. He's gonna be fine just around the corner. Still, Ray's right around the corner with him. 40 seconds left. Is gonna be the full commitment here from Ambrosia. Satellite decides to TP into the back. Wildfire's there. Wildfire just falls, but here comes Giza. Giza, it's what he does best. The cleanup crew is here. Maryville still pull out the round. I mean, 2 things. I said there was 2 pieces of damaging utility, and they utilized both to set up that pinch play for Giza, right? I mean, Wildfire accepts his fate, right? Like, Paint Shell goes out, sticks through the Armageddon, end of the world style, and it's perfect. I said I wanted to see that pinch play to approach how you take this site, how you retake it. And not only did they not have to retake, but they were proactive and even prevented the spike plant. So that turnaround is exactly what Maryville wanted out of the timeout here. I mean, look at the lineup. That is insane as well from Giza. Wonderful. Giza has been so good. And the multi-frags has also been very good at finding himself in somehow these positions to get these cheeky multi-frags. But like you said, great work from Maryville University with not a whole lot to do. Those lethal pieces of utility being what kind of held Ambrosia in their tracks. This time, though, they are still being a little bit more proactive with just bare utility. Not, of course, trying to be lethal, not trying to stop anything. Still had a look over towards A main. These players over in Heaven don't have much to work with. It is going to have to come down to potentially a Molly and a nade to maybe stop this if they can pick up a frag, but it's the showstopper instead. Wildfire pulls it out. There's one player maybe heading up into Heaven for him to be able to use it, but doesn't pop. 45 seconds left, and it's still fairly even. And you shut down the Lurk player, Adder, who was making their way through B main. Again, Toxic Screen good for that. Information from the Omen ultimate from the shadows. Try to set up this B execution, but the reposition from Cloric, the proactivity from Wildfire. Good damage, good prevention. Glyph was trying to support the side exec, and they get punished as a result. It is all starting to crumble. Satellite, the 1v4.
Wildfire died way before that nade actually killed Screwface. That's beautiful. Extending the life there. Ambrosia.
10 seconds left.
No chances. I mean, again, MU wasn't exactly, you know, the most difficult setup over towards Heaven to try to stop, but just the potential of the showstopper alone forces Ambrosia to try a couple of things here and there. By the time they're actually able to refocus on their main exec, they're already down a player. The rotation from MU was fully back over towards B. Good stuff. Good anticipation from MU a little bit, but yeah, Ambrosia could have had a bit of a couple of chances there to break through, and they need a timeout. Yeah, I maybe, you know, counting my eggs before they hatch, but as soon as that Thrifty round was won by Maryville, I said if Maryville win 3-1, like the series, that round to a go was going to be the difference. So I'm definitely glad to see Ambrosia take the timeout, because it definitely felt like we saw Maryville pick up the ball and start running towards that field goal or that touchdown with it. And I'm not a sports person, I'm an esports person, all right?
That's fine.
I corrected it. And speaking of corrections, Ambrosia, I mean, these are the rounds that worked really, really well for them, right? When they were able to find their way into the B site without much contestation. And since then, Maryville hasn't let them get away with it. Whether it's Giza on the back foot, whether it's Cloric inserting themselves in the situation alongside Wildfire to disrupt B Heaven space taking off the Deadlock utility. Like, what should change to address those problems?
Yeah, for Ambrosia, again, tough to really say that we're going to see any sort of answer here in this round. We're going to see a solid concept from this team in this round, other than the fact that you just got to throw out all of your looks over towards a single site, over towards one or two choke points. They're just going right into A. Good stuff. He's trying to take away the Heaven line of sight. Now it's only going to be Giza here, potentially in the 1vx. Nobody else is covering A, so this is actually a big chance for Ambrosia.
Yeah, I think they recognized off of the lurk from Adder. Like, yes, he finally got punished when he got through the top of the screen, but there was not much challenge ramps, right? So now, Ambrosia, yeah, take that deep space, because you get it pretty much for free, much like you were on B. Whoa!
What? Satellite somehow getting the second
through
there.
The clone.
He got Rens through the clone, and he still have Age. Trying to break through that smoke a little bit, but what
ace?
did happen? What? That's an ace! What?
No, it's not!
Okay. Hey, but the round's basically over, right? Cloric,
right?
1v4, has 72 HP. Huge shot from Cloric, can get another one, but no mas drama. Huge from Ambrosia, huge from Satellite, but definitely not normal the way they won that round.
I mean, it's like Maryville right now is fighting the Goldilocks between A and B side, right? Like, they were very middle ground at first. It wasn't enough. They were abusing the B site, so they leaned heavily towards the B site. And now that Ambrosia's heading back towards A, they're gonna have to lean heavily back towards A. So it really is going to come down to just this back and forth. And I mean, Satellite, that was impressive. The kill through the clone, the one way as it fell essentially into the third, right? They were robbed of that ace, but awarded the Thrifty out of the timeout. That's the bounce back they need. That's the dimensional drift as well to open up the B site.
Off your feet! And still, even though quote-unquote the site is opened, could potentially find an angle to try to land things here. It's all Rens. Rens, how many headshots can he collect here? Able to get 2. That's a little bit unfortunate, but you got to give it up to Satellite to making things a little bit mixy, to say the least. And no chance for Cloric. Adder smacks him on the head, and that's Ambrosia. After the timeout, immediate response.
Yeah, I mean, our fixation was on the double duelist roll swaps of Giza off the Sentinel, but Adder back on the Tejo, covering their bases, covering the flank, not letting Giza get another 4K moment that disrupts what should be a solidified B take. And that was gorgeous, even amidst the Rens chaos that ensued there backside. That was a great entry off the dimensional drift. The setup there, we talked about how pivotal Screwface's utility is. It was there every step of the way, and they were fragging on top of it. So great way to tie us up 4-4, continue the momentum out of the timeout. But this is about when Maryville starts to adapt. What are the changes around A? What are the changes this time?
So they know for a fact Ainge is still around. Smoke up. Ooh, man takes it away. And whoa, okay. Sonic sensor gone, but Satellite has his own radar up. Giza, no chance he's going to make it through his line of sight. There's going to be a big kill off the Outlaw. The rest of this team still with the full rifles. Not so much the full shields, though. So this Outlaw could still do some deep damage.
All right. I like the early frag. It pulled the rotations, pulled the operator over towards A. But still, we've seen Ange is usually the biggest threat here on the B side execution. Pings coming in.
For huge.
Setup. That shrouded step. I really thought it was going to cause maybe the race to rotate over, but they're just going to keep everyone where they are until confirmation and contact is made, and here it comes real quick.
Paranoia. Ainge still has a smoke for him to go away. Ay. Oh, the TP's crazy. Ainge almost with a chance. Actually takes down Satellite to 22 HP. Chloric trying to give himself a chance.
That's crazy.
That is unfortunate. That is real unfortunate. I mean, Joby, you think that's maybe a mistake to pull it out that early?
I think they thought they got the timing, but again, how deep the players are from Glyph and from the Satellite gate crash, it felt a little desperate. And now Ren's probably called to save the op. Wildfire, I'd be looking for kills or a weapon before saving the judge. I think Giza probably has a gun, is my guess. Or exit picks from vents, question mark. But aside from that, again, B-Take Simulator, if their B-Take doesn't fail, their post-plant is pretty much guaranteed. Like, it's insane how consistent the post plans are for this squad, and it's partially because of that man right there. No, I'm joking, that's Renz. But Satellite is the reason for these effective takes. And I mean, Renz, bro's locked in, and no one's gonna come into his crosshair. This is devastating. I don't even know if they spotted the operator that round, did they?
Dude, I'm sorry. Renz looks like he just showed up on my ring camera. Hello.
I got a delivery for you.
Hello.
One off opening kill. First blood. Delivery running late.
Kills, please. Spare some kills, please.
I mean, gonna have to call customer service for that operator being dysfunctional if it doesn't find another kill in the first. Because I mean, like, Satellite's finding more distance with the Outlaw right now.
For sure. But listen, man, that op is a steep investment. Yeah, no, they should get a return on that. Yeah.
Well, let's give it the biggest gun in the arsenal for this next round. Satellite still sporting the Outlaw, recognizing again how dire the economic situation is for Maryville at the moment. And again, it's like clockwork right now. This setup, they kind of went back to the basics, like what they were relying on before Ambrosia was consistently taking the B site. And that's scary to me because it feels like, again, that stale energy that we saw from Ambrosia over on Fracture. And it's concerning when Ambrosia's on the verge of 6, maybe more this half.
And a little bit different of a setup, but he's not going to get exposed here immediately. There goes a Paranoia. Chloric looking to help out. That Stinger's not going to be able to do much. There goes a peek from, oh my god, from Satellite, but there goes Wildfire. The judge comes out. He saved that from the last round. It ends up coming up big. Ainge with his own frag in the middle. Okay.
So the change wasn't seen in the initial setup, but was seen in how they played out the denial of the B exec, right? They completely gamble away from mid control, right? All three players, Chloric, Wildfire, and Ange, fight for the site off of Giza's Nightfall as well. So he pivoted really quick off the A site into spawn in order to get that correct angle
30
here.
seconds left.
Now the rehit should get denied in a similar fashion. Oh my god, caught sleeping.
A chance out of nowhere. Renz, he's looking for just a single pick here, but he's gone. 3v2. Ambrosia
Adder
did have Smiley going down, and Adder, yeah, no chance. Great util. Actually, no, that was failed util from Smiley. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh,
The
that's
operator.
unfortunate.
The operator. Okay, it's recovered. I thought for a second the deadlock wall would prevent it, but now they know the operator's in play, right? I don't think it ever got a kill again, but it's been dropped. They heard the shot. They saw it. So they should be good to start planning around it. Hence, maybe the mid-heavy execution. I like the mid-heavy execution, right? Because I mentioned how, okay, the answer, the B fix right now seems to be completely lean away from mid if there's any presence B main, if there's any Yoru utility funny business on B site. So I'm curious to see how this punish is going to work out in Ambrosia's favor.
All missiles away.
At least starting off with a deadlock with the only look here. Trying to pick off Ainge off guard once again. Last time that Sonic sensor came up, Ainge went super close to try to collect it. Smiley is trying to take advantage of that same mentality. But for now, the rest of Ambrosia settling into position here, waiting for some sort of reply, early reply from Maryville, but we just haven't seen it. Last round, especially, we saw Maryville let off of any sort of peak, but that could be called a mistake there from Ainge. He was just going for a quick jump spot. Satellite catches him and is still going back immediately over towards A.
And what did I mention? As soon as contact is made B main, the players completely give up B heaven control, minus a jiggle, maybe minus the poison orb. And I love this fake out, the re-execution of the dimensional drift, the aggressive dart cover. It's going to draw players off the A side, and they should get it for free unless Renz finds a kill with this operator up close and personal. And the dimensional drift has robbed them of it. Should have what?
Satellite doesn't get anything from it. There goes the clone. Wow. Satellite, yet another big pick for the round. It's all Satellite now. He's the one keeping this at a 3-on-3, making a 3-on-2. It's all Satellite. It has to be Satellite now. Chloric, 1-on-1 against Satellite. Chloric taking it back. Satellite has more than enough time. Still has a clone to use. A single flash, but he's going for the pick immediately. Chloric, no util. It's a raw 1-on-1. Satellite trying to pull off a look, but now it's just mono. Satellite, Chloric still not stepping into sight just yet. Satellite just revolving, trying to catch a pixel. Chloric running out of time a little bit, finally inching into elbow. Satellite, no pixels being shown. Chloric can't see him. Chloric,
oh my gosh!
Satellite, he does not shoot while he peeks. Fully missed the bullets. That is amazing.
The confidence is seething. Bro, Opsa, Satchel Rays ulting, Rays out of the sky. Clutches the 1v1 smooth style. You mentioned that they did everything this round. From the first blood, to the fake that drew the players off, to then even the preventing the reflood from Maryville. Like, it was a one-man show, and give this man an Oscar. I mean, look at that.
My goodness, absolutely give him an Oscar. That's a Heisman right now. That's player of the year right there for those types of plays. That's a Pushka's award right there, my brother. Look it up, Goldie. But here comes Renz. Renz up close and personal. He's gonna be the one to try to hold off the initial push. 1 of 3 actually, but nobody actually does have that line of sight. Wildfire waiting up in heaven, and that is just unfortunate. Good positioning from Wildfire. Never gonna be able to predict that sort of off position. But the rest of the team is here. Ambrosia picking up the pieces a little bit, but they're still breaking apart. Giza with another frag, looking to end off the half with a tie score.
Ooh. Yeah, it's the first time they tried to actively exec A while there's a mass of players here. Repercussions, you are surrounded, overwhelmed by flashes and utility. They're trying to calm to Wildfire to swing, but it's too late. Renz out of the trade. It's all down to Satellite again. This time, the 1v3.
Oh.
They're going to 2 mid if they go water here. Oh. Why do they split up? Why is Angie going searching?
30 seconds left. Oh, there you go. Yeah,
massive comp. And look, Chloric, beeline to B.
30 seconds left.
Wait, there's a gate crash in A heaven.
Yeah,
Wait
there
a minute.
sure is. I mean, he landed that earlier, but there was no one in heaven to even see.
Look,
Did he hear the gate crash? Did he?
It's timed out.
Oh, I think he might have heard it maybe through the wall, but still 1-on-1. Classic 1-on-1. It's gonna be a stinger, no gun. Chloric takes away Satellite, and that's a bit of a shock there for Maryville.
Switching
All right, 11-1 to 8-4 to 6-6. We have a series on our hands, folks. A 1-to-1 split, heavy contention from both sides. The map, again, not played too in-depth from either of these squads, so actively learning, adapting, developing. And that's criminal fraud to run that back, but that's kind of where things started to go awry. The first kill, the adaptations, again, where we actually got to see Wildfire fight for A having control. He's been there a few times, right, to kind of hold off the toxic screen. Got his chance to fight there, but now, look at these comps. This, to me, is where Maryville's composition should shine.
Absolutely. I mean,
So it's
no
concerning.
Senti, right? It has to be better on attack rate.
The fade's the only concern here, right? Like, you, again, little damage utility, little things to force Ambrosia's hands to shy away from fights.
Outside of the fade, so, yeah. A lot of reliance here on Giza, a lot of reliance on studying, fine-tuning the trigonometry, the geometry of these maps for his lineups. Giza, hopefully you've studied up, my friend, as the rest of Maryville. Not exactly caring about any sort of early lineup, early pressure whatsoever. They're allowing Cloric right now to put off a look over towards A. Everyone's putting off a look right now. Renz trying to hold on to the mid side. And Ambrosia, they've gotten a piece of contact in every single point of this map so far.
Ooh, and I mean, that's number one, costing a lot of utility. Number two, costing a lot of time, getting Ambrosia flashbacks. But can we take a look at the B site real quick? Do you see the anti-Yoru sonic sensor back sight? That is brilliant. But unfortunately, Yoru is coming from heaven alongside the Rays. It's going to be a trademarked site split out of Maryville towards the B side. The lurk from Satellite, though, finding Cloric is huge. And so is the Smiley kill through the smoke.
There's gonna be yet another one. No, Adder lets him through. Adder lets him through, and Glyph doesn't care. Great call, great reaction. Head on a swivel, and Ambrosia.
Wow.
0 issues.
That's why you need a Sentinel. No, I'm joking. That was like every piece falling in favor of Maryville after Ambrosia after Maryville used, again, a lot of utility early round. I mean, you mentioned they let him slip through. The paranoia was going to catch Wildfire anyways. And then the frag for Glyph follows. And the Sonic Sensor main, the shots through the dark covers. Like, I mean, also, like, that kill from Satellite, criminal over towards A, right? Like, you are running not a double duelist setup, and you're having your duelist lurk.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? On a pistol? You know, give him a little bit of a shock, right? You know, yeah.
You still got back in entry for the team.
No, not at all. Here comes Satellite. This is going to be able to pick away the one, but no shields. The Outlaw can just farm at this point. And Glyph, same thing with the burst on the Bulldog. Can be brutal as Renz tries to go by 2 more players trying to get into that B interaction. Clark, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it's a Viper, you have the default lurk wall, you know they're going to be lurking, you handle it, whether it's Satellite or 2 players re-clearing. And speaking of 2 players re-clearing, they're trying to get control, and how does Wildfire survive, but Ange dies in that situation? So Spike should go down, 2 HP, keyword should, I mean, Salvos or Satellite would have finished him off. That's an 8th for Ambrosia.
It sure is. It was going to be there regardless, it was just a matter of how much damage the eco you were going to get. Big round coming up here for Maryville. We can see want this a little bit more traditional of an attacking setup rather than a traditional defending setup is here for Maryville University. Still a little bit difficult to see how that fade is really going to come into, you know, really like last second pieces of util. I can totally see how they can telegraph it, but how the fade can react here with actually trying to help out the teammates, it's going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, that moment with the shorty's criminal, but I think it'll function more later. So, right, that's a pistol, don't have max utility online, but when you get the Prowlers, you hopefully can heat off or recognize aggression like this, or maybe where an operator will be positioned, but at this point, I think recognition's not half the problem. It'd be winning the fights. Satellite, up close and personal, better weapons, good to go. Glyph, paranoia, but no follow-up here until they have they've Smiley at their side for the refrag. And what is that? Oh, they were low HP too. That could have been a nice kill. All of this stab block utility heaven. Wall circumvented. That is brutal.
Yeah, that's tough. And nobody from MU is going to step into that. They were really looking for that early exec from MU, see if they were trying to swarm A, basically. Try to catch off 1 or 2 picks on the outside and make that retake a bit easier. Smiley, though, needs to do some raw damage here.
And that pivot, that exec, right? Nobody going heaven, feels like it's from the lurks Cloric had, right? Like, didn't find any impact kill-wise, map control-wise, but util placement-wise, knew that it was unleashed. So first off, that's rude. That's rude. Second, I mean, it's, again, conditioning. Ambrosia, if they don't win this round, will be able to bolster the A site. And there it is. Wildfire.
Okay. Yeah, no, little tough to say the least. That last kill from Wirefire, still absolutely huge. They had no idea, more or less, about Ange's positioning. And yeah, he was low on HP. But that was starting to get real dramatic there. Still MU. Yes, they bounce back into form, and Ambrosia, they still have more than enough eco to try to keep themselves here. But again, Maryville wins this one out. We have a completely open game.
Yeah. And I was surprised to see them going back towards the B side of the map, actually, right? That was a fairly easy A take, you know. Post plant could use some work. But again, right call, right place, right time. Maybe this is why they don't go A off rip, you know? The smattering of utility, right? Satellite, farming the orb, the early control off the salvos. This is why you don't go B!
Apparently not. Glyph on the other side. I mean, Ainge is jealous, to say the least, of that sort of mileage. Glyph through the smoke, able to get 2. Ainge is going to be next. What? He's not going to be next.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
No
Are you
way.
kidding me? Glyph, 4 kills, every single one of them coming through smoke. 2 different occasions. Are you kidding me, Glyph? 4 kills. Like I said, Ainge smacking his lips at that sort of opportunity. And there's a round.
Yeah, I mean, no Cloric's the last, the lurk, but you want the round secured. I mean, Adder, I really thought he was the goner, but the stun comes through so that we can see Glyph shine. And
incredible.
Again, now a timeout called for Maryville. At this point, economy a little off. Ult will be coming online with weapons the next round or 2, so I think this is the tipping point that they need. And again, I question, they do something right over towards A, they don't go for a replication of the success. They immediately fall back into old habits, old ways, right? Like the B side. And clearly Ambrosia has mastery over it defensively, right? You very rarely break through it, so I want to see them go towards A. And I'm guessing that's what the coach is saying, we'll have to wait and see. But then my question is going to be, what do Ambrosia's changes look like? They have a sensor, you know, the choke A main, a sensor default, you know, for Heaven. I think they could really get some good mileage on this A site if they mind meld with Maryville.
Yeah, but you can tell that Smiley, again, still going for... still trying to see if they are going to fall into that trap. It's just Maryville. They just look disciplined when it comes to the A site. They don't they don't need that Heaven control. So that's down to Smiley at this point. That is down to Smiley and the rest of this team right now to try to perceive that, to try to catch on to that. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. Deadlock is flipping sites entirely. Couldn't find their footing over on A. Instead, going to stick over to B. 3 players for MU on A.
Time to jump.
All right. Hey, they're going A, like I asked. Maybe some mid-spice split flare sprinkled in the mix as well. And this feels like it's been read as well by Ambrosia. Kind of a mid-trap set off the Deadlock contact. I'd expect a flash to be chucked over. But with no contact made, it's just the satellite slow scale up here. And could be the first victim or play spoiler only time. We'll tell.
With this angle with the Sheriff?
I mean, it's Ange we're talking about. Remember Pearl? Feels so long ago, right?
He's the GOAT, man. He's my GOAT. Again, man helped me graduate college. You know, he did an interview for a college project for me, man. You know, there's a reason why I predict Maryville before this. You know, no other reason why. That's my GOAT right there. So let's see it, Ainge. Let's see you get an A mark here in the server also. As again, still has that interaction with the Euro back over towards mid. But this is starting to just look a little weird here for Ambrosia, but a little less weird now. Screwface able to get the kill onto Wildfire, and there's the follow they were looking for. Adder from up top. Satellite even wins his battle, and no drama whatsoever.
Double digits flawlessly executed by Ambrosia. I said I wanted to see the A side adaptation. It doesn't come out of the Deadlock utility, but it comes out of the traps upon traps, right? We talked about the initial one between Satellite and Smiley over mid, and we saw a beautiful contact play between Screwface and Adder. I mean, that was a little weird on the pacing from Maryville, but understandable since they didn't have the weapons to, you know, death ball into the site. But again, that resulted in these players being a little splintered. No real tradability out of any of them. That's the results. So coming into this next round, this is everything, right? That or it's Ambrosia on that point.
Look at this pressure, Ambrosia.
Bro is about to cry at him.
That is crazy. How does he make it? No, you did it.
Revenge!
Satellite, no, you did it. Just put the mouse down, put the keyboard down. You're good. You're good for the rest of the day. Let your teammates pick it up instead. Smiley picks up 2. Adder picks up another one. Landing on their feet now is Ambrosia, but again, they don't know what happened on the other side of the map. All they care about is the rest of the exec here from Maryville. They try assaulting that mid side. Ambrosia still sticking to their feet. Huge kills, huge reaction. Maryville, 2 players remaining here. Ainge, Cloric with only a glimmer of a chance.
This feels like they've already called for the save, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. Not sure if Ange picked up the orb over towards B main, but if he didn't, then this could be a from the shadows spike collection play. But again, I talked about how it was going to be if you lose this round a surefire 12th for Ambrosia. This is the way you prevent that, right? Is saving these 2 rifles. But Again, a plan completely shattered. Satellite, I think that was just karma for the body shooting against Ange the previous round, right? The kill from Chloric. But aside from that, again, A-side productivity comes away as success off the Dimensional Drift. They completely clothesline the players mid, even after heroics and an attempted showstopper from Wildfire. I mean, at least you got the Annihilation out, but I mean, Adder's one off from the Armageddon.
10
right?
seconds
Like,
left.
they're gonna just trade those up, and that's why Screwface, the bait, Adder looking for the kill. They want to charge these up to close out the map. And I mean, that's gold, no matter how you spin it, right? In death, in a kill, at least the rifles are held onto for Maryville. Whew. Here we go. Operator online for Satellite. Mention that's where Giza was gonna shine. This buy, not terrible actually. Not as strong as like the 12th round buy we saw out of say Ambrosia last half, but that Cleric, that's brutal. And then Smiley. Like the dichotomy between that massive width and then the Smiley 2K is just speaks volumes.
Smiley needs yet another stop here. Renz is going to make it through with the Dimensional Drift from behind. Satellite still has the shorty. And I mean, the Yoru still hasn't stepped through Dimensional Drift. Pulls out a clone, goes into the back of sight, and it's all just a tragedy. But Satellite himself also backs on out safely. Ambrosia needs to go for the full retake.
I mean, I like how deep Ange is. I like how deep now we see Renz join him, but they know the ults are online for Ambrosia. That's why they're getting aggressive. Proactive. Oh my god, Glyph, what were you thinking?
I have no idea. Renz, he double checks. It's still a good second check. Good double check, but here comes Giza. Giza around the corner. Does have B main. Here comes Heaven. The drop down is there for Adder. Smiley from above. Giza, huge double frag. Trying to get the triple. Now it's a 2-on-1. Screwface. Trying to complete the 1-on-3 somehow, but it's not going to happen. No idea about Chloric. No idea about really either player. Beautifully done by MU to still land on their feet there at the end. Ambrosia still gave themselves a chance with the retake.
Yeah. Dimensional drifts for both sides, finding a lot of mileage, right? Completely spoils the surprise for Satellite and the Operator. Completely gets him overwhelmed, and he didn't really have much support there. Like, it was Operator or the stack, essentially, was the thought process there for Ambrosia. And then this is the moment I think that things tipped even further in Maryville's favor, was they understood we needed to get proactive because of the Armageddon, because of the ultimates. And it really worked out. And then Chloric, finally, successful lurk play as well from the back end. Finishes Screwface off. They're good to go. And now Ambrosia says, okay, you guys want to fight? Let's fight.
Satellite, though, is going to have to back out of the fight immediately. And Adder, no, he does take the fight from Renz. Renz pops in.
Is it a gate crash? Yeah.
And a little bit of a tough decision there, but Adder's still able to take that away. Gate crash may be a little bit of a mistake, but here comes Screwface. Screwface around the corner, still playing with the pillar, but he's still gone. Satellite has the angle on Wildfire, but they still have so many other angles to deal with. Adder picks up Wildfire. Satellite still alive. The decay taking him down. But all he needs is one bullet to really make stuff count. Ange, Chloric, Giza, 3v4.
Again, the speed of the communication, swiftly clearing out these players, setting up the refloods, setting up the trades. When you don't have numbers, it's gonna start dwindling. Chloric, the 1v3 for map point. Smoked off, one snake bite in hand, but we know that's been nerfed. Can't finish the job on its own, and they're not even getting the opportunity to. Smiley sticking off the guided salvos. Ball in a hard place, and unfortunately, that's gonna be your demise. Map point 12-8 reached for Ambrosia. Maryville, great attempt, post plant secure, but again, just the setup from Ambrosia on the retake clean.
Yeah, it's the same sort of opportunity that they gave themselves in the round before. Everyone from Ambrosia not getting too deep in the mix in terms of the initial interaction. The big difference, though, of course, with A being still a little tougher for you to get into those back lines of sight, Ambrosia still had one-on-ones to get, still had some players crossing into their crosshairs, and of course, needed to get it done, need to get those kills on the cross, and that's exactly what they did. Restricted the retake, or made the retake a little bit easier. Here comes the next round, the last round potentially here for Ambrosia. A Satellite. Not gonna spot one at the moment, but it's 3 players for MU going straight towards that mid side. Adder. Yeah, it's scary, but does MU know?
And that gap could have been exploited. I like the choice not to gamble on it. When you have deep A main control, you have other win cons right now. This is a beautiful re-clear between Chloric and Giza, right? We've seen solo players get picked off by Satellite time and time again. And as long as it's not a collat, you should be good to go.
Satellite, he doesn't even get one out of it though. Still a lot more work to do. MU though, again, they need to get as close as possible for these guns to count, and Renz, that dynamic is gonna show. There goes Adder taking away Renz. Satellite still has the angle back up towards A main, and they still have the salvo. Spotting one, but this retake, this taken to be might be unexpected. Ainge does get the flash in, but what a reflash.
Oh my gosh.
Glyph one-on-one with Ainge, and Glyph wins it out. Both players flashed away, but as the flash goes away, they end up picking away the kill. There goes Wildfire, and the kill onto Glyph. 2 on 4. He just makes the task a little bit easier. The rotation is coming in.
I was about to say, if Adder didn't win the fight, the Sonic sensors would have been caught from Smiley and Wildfire. It's the time to step up on your duelist, Stark. It's the 1v4.
Play of his life here. Yeah, Wildfire already gonna pick up the one. Satchel doesn't boot him away. He's just stuck in the corner. He's not gonna be able to do much as he has been boxed up. Ambrosia now 1 map away from making their way back to Challengers.
Wow. Sundout finished off 13-8. A little bit closer of a half. A little bit one-sided after the swap, minus the initial standout, but whew, Ambrosia. I got scared in the start. Like, you had me in the first half kind of vibes, not gonna lie. And the turnaround, again, once they figured out what was weak about that composition, they locked it in, and we really just couldn't see enough development and answer formulate quick enough out of Maryville before it was too late.
Yeah, and again, it is kind of crazy to think that this composition here from Maryville was more productive on the defensive side. And again, we're looking at double controller, we're looking at double duelist. This is the composition that with no Sentinel, we should have seen a little bit more of that impact here on this attacking side, but a little bit of a lack of a pop. The fade might have anchored them down a little bit too much, might have slowed down their approaches maybe a little bit too much on that attack side. And ultimately, again, Ambrosia, they started off real hot in that second half. Once we ended up getting that 3rd win, I think, from Ambrosia, it ended up kind of being wraps. So ladies and gentlemen, speaking of third, our third map is done. Map number 4 and potentially the very last tier of promotion relegation for split number 1, as we do have another break for you guys. We're gonna send it back to the desk and we'll be right back for potentially the finale.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like, we can all, like, everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes, and yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America with promotion relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy. And maybe we're bringing you back for the second to last time because Ambrosia are now up 2-1 in a best of 5, taking their map pick of Split. Roy, it was 6-6 at the half.
Yep.
And then Ambrosia just kind of slowly but steadily ran with it.
An absolute, it's a complete back and forth on the first half. On the second half, it really just was a masterclass for the students of Maryville by Ambrosia themselves, the professors, if you will, on that defense side of Split. They looked impeccable. You like that one? Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I had to really write that one down just to make sure I delivered it on the line. But jokes aside, it actually was a masterclass on the defense side. They played phenomenally. There's just so much going on for the Ambrosia side. So many combos, so much team play happening, and just the ability for them to set up Satellite for success, and not only set him up, but for him to capitalize off of that setup is actually in itself just a feat to watch, and it was really entertaining as well.
Something I want to ask you, Roy, right away is that we saw Maryville change up their comp for Split, something that they had, you pointed it out. Was this a failure of the comp? Was this just an unlucky map? What didn't work for Maryville this time?
Honestly, I feel like overall they were playing the composition quite fine. The only thing that I feel they're struggling with, like realistically, is the fact that there's just so many gaps and there's just no way for them to regain any information once they lose it with the Fade as a solo initiator. Whereas for the Breach and the Tejo, you just have so much more to work with, so much more to capture map control, retake map control, as well as hold down the line when it's really the time to. So I think it ultimately just came down to just a lot of that interaction happening for both of these teams. But I do want to say that Ambrosia just looked a little bit better on their defense side. They were just capitalizing off so much more. They were good in the beginning of the round. They're good in the mid-round adjustments as well, making sure there was no gaps, as well as the dynamic ability to just ebb and flow through the map, whatever is happening on the map. And I mean, I can't really deny it. Satellite was a problem, Liz.
I feel like we're always going to be talking about Satellite during an Ambrosia highlight because Satellite has, I think, just proven themselves as someone who is just so consistently good. And like, as you said, Roy, a problem. Like 6 out of 6 post plants, that's on their attack. You said they played their defense better, et cetera. It's kind of hard to stop the Satellite train once it starts rolling, Roy. And I feel like that's part of what we saw this map.
Yeah, let me throw another stat at you as well while we're at it. Out of the 13 first kills that Ambrosia has, Satellite had 9.
Sorry, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Crazy. And he has 25 kills, by the way. So the fact that he has 9 first bloods means more than 1/3 of his kills are quite literally openers for the Ambrosia side. That is just an insane stat to think about.
I mean, also we have to give shout out to the rest of Ambrosia for helping set up Satellite into these positions because Duelist is only as good as their team, of course, as we always say. But I mean, Wildfire again up there as well with that raise. But as a solo Duelist, finding all of that success, Roy, is I think, does he have more first bloods in the entire Maryville University?
Listen, I wasn't gonna say that, but now that you say that, I go, yeah, he does.
I'll bring it up. Yeah, I'll bring it up. It's my job.
He does. No, he was actually a problem. I'm thinking back on this one round where Ange was just doing so much on the defense towards that B site. He was like one-way smoking the box, jumping around, fake TPing to Tetris, and doing like all these things. And then Satellite just casually walks up with the operator and just picks him on the jump spot. Like, bro, Ange had like 120 actions per minute, maybe more, maybe like 180 actions per minute. And then Satellite just casually walks up just to shoot him with the operator. I mean, we really have to highlight Satellite. Like I know we're kind of, we're on repeat, it feels like, but the guy's a beast. I mean,
you chat, you understand this guy's insane. And if you're just joining us, I would recommend going back in the VOD and watching him because he has gotten away with this entire best of 5 with some ridiculous things. And it doesn't seem like he's cooling down or warming up. He's just always kind of performing at this incredibly high level. And we're seeing in the highlights right now, he finds himself alone a lot of times. Like I said, his team sets him up really, really well. But a lot of the times, he's just alone. Like he'll just TP out of a Euro or something like that. Like he is so good in scenarios where he is alone and kind of fending for himself, or just kind of finds himself in a situation where like, yeah.
You see it?
Yeah, it's, and sometimes you shoot bodies, right? But
you have to.
It's,
you have to. It's the
yeah,
name of the game.
it's Valorant, you know? But he is almost like, I think I said cerebral earlier, and I almost want to like amend that to like clinical almost. Like it's like, it's so, it's what I think a lot of ranked players think they are.
Oh, wow. I feel called out personally.
Yes.
But no, I completely agree. And I think there's been like this weird ongoing narrative, like conversation that happens with players of like cerebral versus instinctual and like which one is actually better for play. I actually would attribute instinctual a lot more to Satellite than cerebral. Like, yes, he of course he understands the game and he's very smart about how he approaches his first bloods, but he's so good at so many different parts of the round, which I find that most duelists struggle with because they're typically just used to getting sent in with utility, getting their kills, and then they kind of just awkwardly do things, or if they're not like being hyper aggressive, they don't really know what to do. But I don't really see that as a problem with Satellite. Like I always find him just finding his own value in many different ways. He's able to push through smokes. He has the shorty kills. He can come out of his ult with a judge and kill you. He can op you. He can rifle you. And there just is so many layers that when we're talking about the next map, Haven, it's going to play a factor, right? Because it is historically a very duelist heavy map. And it's a map that we have seen so many massive pop-offs from the duelists, and it's another map where, again, it's a double initiator meta, so it is very duelist heavy, where you have so much utility to help you set up those kills. So I think we're going to be looking towards Satellite. We're going to be looking towards Rens to battle it out on this map. What could be the final map here for Ambrosia as we're going into the 4th map.
Something Zobi brought up during their cast that I want to bring up to you is that the halves have gotten closer and closer and closer. First, it was the now infamous 111. Then we had 8-4. Then we had 6-6. Right. Yep. So we're going with parity. Yeah. So like, is it going to still be 6-6 or is it going to be more of a shutout? Another one, right? But it's the question is like, are we at this moment in time where we're on Maryville's map pick, the parity? You know, obviously they're obviously more of a fight, but like obviously these teams are now kind of figuring out each other's number more and more. Does this go in Maryville's favor following that pattern, or is at this point you're on series point, you're about to be promoted? Is it how do you think the map is going to go?
Yeah, I mean that's a really good question. I think in comparison to Split, which when you look at this Maryville roster, they don't really have the duelist where you look at and you're like, yeah, this guy's gonna take them home no matter what, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Renz is doing a good job. Wildfire flexing into that duelist role is doing well himself, but they're not like Oxy. They're not like a lot of these like Redux. They're not like a lot of these players in VCL that we see who are like, yes, these guys are crazy duelists. But I think when it comes to maps like Haven specifically, a map that is more utility heavy, a lot more double initiator heavy, I think that map just suits their playstyle a lot more because there's less emphasis on sometimes the duelist finding value and opens up a little bit more room for, especially specifically on defense, for controllers to find their value, for the sentinels to find their value. Like there's so much, depending on how they're approaching the map, there's so much room for expression individually from a lot of these players. And I think it's those instances where Maryville tends to shine, where their experience, you know, their long-standing experience playing this game, that's where it really comes to life.
I love the expression. I love that you said that word, Roy, because like I think this is one of those maps where it's so big. There's so much possibility, like you were talking about. And if you're gonna do or die right now, Maryville, you better go out swinging and bring it to a map 5 because they only have this chance to bring it to a map 5 and then get promoted. So hopefully we will see I mean, they were willing to change the agent comp on Split a little bit. I wonder, do you expect them to change it on Haven at all, or do you expect it to be more kind of the same?
Yeah, so I think the last time they showed this map, they were running the Chamber. They're running pretty much a meta composition. They're running the Yoru, they're running the Breach, the Teho. Of course, the Astra's a little bit slightly off meta, but not really unfamiliar. But it's really the Chamber that I'm looking at. So it really just depends on how Giza's feeling, which, I mean, he did have a pop-off map on Fracture.
He is shooting today.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously not so hot on Split, but That being said, it is the map, depending on how Giza's feeling, whether he brings out the Cypher, whether he brings out the Chamber, maybe we'll see a change there. But overall, with the composition itself, I think we'll likely just see the standard duelist, double initiator, and depending on which Sentinel they feel like flexing to.
And Maryville starting on defense. So obviously, this is a attack-sided map. So maybe we'll see kind of that gets scary, Roy, when you are Haven is. We're not going to pretend like it isn't attack-sided unless you are crew in the kickoff. But it's you have one more chance, only one more chance to bring it to a map 5, and you are starting on the side with the most disadvantage. I'm going to ask you something. Do you change your comp when that happens? Do you change it to get more rounds on your first half and then kind of work with what you have on the second half, or do you stick with? No. Okay.
I think you genuinely just need to stick to what makes you guys feel the most comfortable. Like, comfort is such an underrated element of this game, right? Because this game is so psychology heavy. And when you're in like a lobby of players that can all pretty much delete you within like 0.1 seconds of seeing you, there just is so much pressure consistently being applied, like passively or actively. I think just sticking to comfort is going to be the key, right? You want everyone to feel relaxed. You want everyone to kind of default back into their instincts and things that just make more sense of them, so they don't have to be overly analytical. So really, they just need to choose whatever composition is most familiar to them. And I think we're probably going to see one of the last compositions that they've chosen.
Yes, and now we are going to be heading into Agent Select for our possibly last map, Haven, and moving into it. You said about that Chamber, and you were correct, Roy. We do see the Chamber. We do have another Yoru battle, but also a little bit of an ISO right there, Yoru. Sorry, I was called you Roy. Your name's Roy.
That's my name. Yes, I am Roy.
I called you Yoru.
Yeah, so actually Ambrosia is going back to a composition that they've ran before, the double duelist. Sorry, I correct myself. They've never ran this composition before. This is the first time they've ran it. It's the Yoru, the ISO, the comp itself we have seen before, but it is a change to this team Ambrosia here on the 4th map, throwing Maryville for a loop. I'm curious to see how this is going to go, because I think this is going to be likely a close one. Otherwise, we might see Maryville go home.
It's, I mean, again, we were talking about, but this is an attack-sided map. We see 2 duelists, Smiley on the ISO that rewards just getting kills and getting anything, really getting those, you know, with the wall, etc. Rewards that aggressiveness, right? That could really be sending Maryville packing. But enough yapping from us for possibly the last time. I'm going to send it over to your wonderful, beautiful, amazing, talented casters. It is Zobi and Upmind.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Desk. As we are heading into map number 4, Maryville University, Ambrosia. Again, continuously finding ways to get closer and closer to each other. But that last map, we might have seen a little bit of that class difference. This time, Ambrosia, they need to show that extra bit of class once again. Huge composition change coming for this team. We are seeing the Screwface Sova for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, they're embracing the rankers mentality, right? The double duelist. Smiley now. This is the 3rd different role they've played in this one series, right? Sentinel, a controller, now the duelist. And when they've been given their opportunities to shine, right? Solo, A main, Pearl, you know, solo, be Heaven. They do shine. And so I'm curious to see how the ISO is going to fare for this squad, or if they've bitten off more than they can chew, changing it up so late without that experience. I mean, yes, it's been a while since they played Haven. Last time I think was VCL actually up against Core. But also, we get our 3rd different duelist, right? On the side of Maryville, right? We had Renz, we've had Wildfire, now we're ending on Chloric.
In this map, used to be a pretty heavy reliance on players like Screwface again for him to be a little bit of that anchor, but now on Silva, a little bit less pressure. Here we go, folks. Giza up close and personal over towards Long as 3 players right behind him, but he's going to be suppressed and vulnerable. 1 pump is going to do it, but Glyph gets him in the head. A-site has 2 defenders.
All right, and talk about Chloric and the hot seat on the duelist. What could be the last map for Maryville? Well, they've got the opening kill, but it's the double tap. Smiley showcasing that they have the better duelist debut here in this best of 5 for relegation. The flank early in Adder, short, not dealt with, but it's actually zealousness from Ambrosia that basically solidifies this round. They know where Renz was coming from on the flank, so they just get in a dodge, go the safe route, go to C.
Wonderful, and not only that, but a little bit of damage too while stunned. Can't complain, but Renz, 74 HP, can't exactly say this is impossible, especially now. Ambrosia, they're already sending a bit of a look, one-on-one. Renz, trying not to get headshotted here, going for the wide peak. He has a chance. And, yeah, no, he definitely did have a chance.
Satellite continuing with the confidence, the antics. We'll see if Karma comes back yet again. But what is going to make a re-debut is the Satellite Outlaw. We've seen this go miles on these ecos. Talked about those 9 first bloods, a lot of them attributed to this weapon. And I love that it's now supplemented by a secondary duelist of Smiley with the Phantom buy. Like, this is, again, your secondary duelist. So while Satellite's being, okay, we talked about it, he likes to lurk, he likes to be a chaos element, Smiley can maybe add some stability here for this squad. And interestingly enough, that's kind of heavy there, but then you have 2 pistols. Oh. All right, above or below? 9 first bloods. Above or below? For Satellite.
What do you think the odds are for the over under 9?
It has to be under, but I don't know. Something's screaming over after that play.
For sure. Again, like I was saying before, Satellite, he gets a first kill every 3 rounds. That's his, or at the bare minimum. That is his bare minimum. Once every 3 rounds. Sometimes it's once every 2 rounds. Sometimes it's once every round. Statistically speaking, this man's been on top and Glyph. He's gonna collect a little bit more for himself. That's huge for the gold points, especially on a wide map like Haven. But again, Ambrosia, they can continue to rely on a player like Satellite. He's going to continue playing like that.
And the fact that it's flawless, Adder, Screwface, what do you buy? Do you also get rifles? Do we get to see a 3rd round contention point? That's my expectation borderline here. But also Maryville, I don't know. That just felt disjointed. Maybe they didn't or are underestimating, you know, Ambrosia in this situation. Giza thinking they could get that space for free. And I mean, that's a little jarring, to say the least, for me. But now, rifles in hand, they look like they have a concrete strat. Maybe, again, the Tejo sets the Yoru up for some aggression. But the grass play here. Giza communicating. What does the pivot look like for Maryville?
I mean, does Maryville again? Are they even going to show a pivot? Are they even going to show a look?
Gosh.
My goodness. I guess that's all they really need. They just need a singular line of sight and they could get a frag. And Giza, again, no adjustment. He sticks to the double doors and he ends up taking away Adder. Honestly, that was the adjustment. Giza getting further up into the double doors. Once the approach into B happened, he was there to try to deny the shift back into Garage. Huge stuff from MU right now. Satellite trying to pick away something. They do have that garage control, but look at the line of sight that MU has on C.
That'll kill if Giza gets caught in the crossfire. The chip damage from that heavy mid-door position. Talked about Satellite being the in for Ambrosia. He's looking to do it again with 40 seconds left. I like how Maryville is sticking together, right, towards this C site, but the splintering from Ambrosia is going to be high risk, high reward.
30 seconds left.
You find a kill, or yeah, you get picked off one after another, which is the fate Screwface has found. The timing here from Satellite. Wow.
Okay. Why did that work? Glyph does get the kill. Brent's looking to deny plan. It's not going to happen though. Plan is there. Satellite does take the flash, takes a kill. Oh, Glyph, I wish you the best of luck. TP is probably not going to be able to happen. Even if he picks up a singular frag here, Buddy System is going to hit hard. He needs headshots. He needs headshots. And he's going to be able to get one. Oh my goodness, Glyph. He has 2. Wildfire steps out of the smoke. Glyph has no idea. Glyph, here's a defuse, not stepping in just yet, but he skates right into the crosshairs of Wildfire. So, Sweat being wiped right off the brow as Wildfire does get the kill at the very end. But look at the economy here for MU. That was looking very easy. It was 4-on-2. The economy could have stayed real clean. Yes, they do win the round, but it's not exactly that extension that we could have seen from Maryville going forward. Now, this round is extremely important for both of these two teams to try to maintain some sort of a streak.
Oh, no, for sure. And that was Ambrosia's strategy, right? Is cripple the funds early on. That's why they went for such an aggressive second round and subsequent 3rd round buy. And the difference is that because they were the ones bonusing that successful, flawless round, they can still buy, even though they had, 3 rifles in that last. So we'll see what happens with suboptimal weapons. A little trap outside of C! And again, a Satellite First Blood.
Yeah, no, I like this, guys. I like this. Hold hands, maybe, and I'll like it a little bit more.
Ooh.
Warm the hearts a little bit. Adder. Ciao. Friends goes away to the headshot of Adder. Adder waits for the cross up. Wildfire. Not gonna be able to get a look from Adder as Adder gets stunned up front, but Wildfire's still hugging the smoke. Satellite found him. Adder's gonna be able to take him out. And there you go. I mean, Maryville, again, if they had the same 3-4 players alive that last round, we could have potentially seen maybe a return from Maryville in the next rounds, a rebuy from them. But instead, Ambrosia is going to take this momentum, make it 3-1. And they're going to be facing an eco in the next round, unless Maryville, of course, does put on a little bit of pressure onto their economy. But yes, Ambrosia, a lot less drama going into the next round because they're working the last.
And I mean, and spotted by the drone, cleared out. No one gonna carry a weapon away there for Maryville. And I mean, it feels like there's some internal turmoil on the side of Maryville about where you want your chamber to play, right? It's either we have good map control off the information of, yeah, the trademark, B or garage, and you play in garage, or you got that kind of aggressive, safe play over towards A long with that rendezvous. And clearly, I think they've decided on the former, right? We saw the one round where Giza stepped up garage, right? And we now see him coming out of this replay again in garage. So that was the big mistake, is they slipped Adder into garage because of the lack of sentinel util. But now this is again what your comeuppance are, what your opportunity cost is that if they hit A, it's a weaker hold where it's do or die for Chloric.
It's not like Ambrosia are putting all of their resources into this one to try to take away players like Chloric. And Satellite still sticking to the outlaw, still sticking to the fact that should have been looking at the anti-eco here. But again, that is an investment. That is a fairly heavy investment a little bit in comparison to how much money Satellite had before the round. But MU, it's not like this round is worthless for them. Again, I was talking about the eco damage. I am continuing to talk about the eco damage because that seems to be, again, real close. As the game continues to get close, every small advantage matters. So Ambrosia, we're going to maintain all 5 here, going extremely safe into C. All 5 players, even though they have that feeling of the anti-eco, they are pretty safe. Glyph does have an eye on garage. They didn't for a good minute, so Giza had a chance, but 4 on 3 now. All right, no, 4. Oh my goodness, what was that? 4 on 5 now as MU spread themselves out a little bit thin. Could be going just for exits. Giza gets 1, and a whole lot more work to do here for Maryville. This is definitely still a productive round.
Yeah, I liked, as we see Satellite play at some of these early frags that you mentioned, a crossfire setup with Smiley. I mean, I just didn't feel like exit frags. It felt like there was a chance here, and there still is.
Are you kidding me?
One enemy
I mean, your smoke's still alive. You can one-way it if you're Glyph. And they just close it out with the better weaponry. But that was a good attempt, and maybe when we actually get weapons of what a C retake could look like. But again, like I said, a good attempt at what it's going to look like in future rounds was, we noticed, it was Renz and Ange after Giza kind of went back to fight initial C off their rendezvous, clearing out all of grass, right? We talked about the impact Adder was having, right? So that was a really good indication that, okay, they're doing their due diligence, they're going to clear things up, then play retake. So I think that's what this timeout's for. It's like, okay, great, you did that great. Let's see what happens when we actually get rifles online. And again, where do you want to position the cipher, or sorry, the chamber? Because it's been kind of wrong place, wrong time, minus the initial confrontation in garage.
Yeah, Giza, it's a tough look as a chamber, but again, it is sort of obvious where this chamber can lie on this map. It is going to be between C and B. There's just a very heavy reliance on the bot for him to try to get some sort of information, on the trip for him to get information. But yeah, no, this early round, it's not like Ambrosia is facing a whole lot of pressure by any means. Yes, it is a semblance of pressure, but it's not exactly that they're going to have the right weaponry, or of course the right utility to do so on these ecos. So let's see what happens here again. Would like to see where the Cypher goes, like you were saying. It's a decent little question mark.
Yeah.
But a whole lot more question marks here for MU. As, their one very successful round came off of that, came off of the defuse.
And I'm sorry, but like this composition, right? Number 1, thrives off confidence. Number 2, it is C-Take Simulator, right? Like it should be an expectation at this point. And the difficulty here is we think about, okay, look back at, again, how consistent on maps they have won their post-play has been. It has been a 100% post-play conversion rate on maps they've won. And that seems like what they are going for here, right? With the C-Take Simulator again. And I mean, ooh. Okay.
Okay, weird. Batter is still going to come up from behind. Giza just did not clear mid, so that's awesome. Chloric still going over towards long, and this might be a bit of a shock here as Renz making some work happen here. There goes the Rolling Thunder trying to do something here, but Doesn't catch anybody. Wasn't exactly necessary either, but round's over. That's, Joby, help me.
I mean, stay tech simulator. That's what it is.
All right, cool.
I mean, Adder, like, I love that Adder's like flipping a coin before the round starts. Like, am I gonna go garage? Am I not? Because then it's, again, keeping and whittling away the retake timer for Maryville University, right? Like, the repercussion there is that if you are up that deep, then a player can slip through, kind of like we saw there from Clorg on C Long. But they handled even that, right? And that's what I love is the decisiveness from Ambrosia right now around their calling. Is like, okay, fight one threat at a time, and as a mass, they pivot to the next. Like, it is looking deadly right now. And speaking of deadly, A side, stronghold, deep deposit from Floric, Tour de Force, but again, C takes Simulator. What can you do to disrupt this? Maryville might have to use the second timeout, because still, there's no grounds being gained. Look at this.
Yeah, Ainge totally saw that TP2 and had to react to it a little bit after.
Wow.
Screwface still picking up the frag. Yeah, no, that's all of the advantage that could be had here for MU has to come out in the early round, but certainly a chance. The double tap is there, and no chance for Giza. Smiley picks up yet another one, picks up a third on the rounds. Ambrosia trying to give me yet another warm welcome here to the NA broadcast.
And we might have called the composition pivot from Ambrosia confidence, kind of like it's out of left field, but it could also be a counter strat now that I think about it, to the chamber, right? Think about it. Headhunters, Tour de Force, that ISO shield obliterates all of that impact. And that's one of your players, yes, alongside Satellite, that's going to get aggressive. So you're almost guaranteed a trade. We saw it, right? Multiple times where Smiley should have been dead that round fighting into CT, but wasn't. So it's maybe the adaptation, maybe King Fred cooking, but again, until it fails, it's going to be the C-side's take.
And it's gonna be Ainge losing his mind for the next 15 minutes-ish. Here comes Ainge. Trying to do something here, but Satellite has full angle on him, and I'm sorry, that just looked like the old Marley and me. I'll take him out back. Look at the roses. But here comes MU. Friends, Giza. And Giza's the last one. 1v4. And it's donezo. Gonna need this save. The economy for MU. I mean, this was the round to keep them into contention going into the second half, to keep them on even footing. So now Ambrosia with a huge opportunity for some extra credit, a huge opportunity to extend somewhat of a lead going into the second half. It's at the bare minimum going to be a 7-5. But an eco coming up next for Maryville. It's just an extremely slippery slope from here, seeming like the old deja vu from map number 1.
Not your best.
Giza. Maybe Adder can get there in time to take the duel.
There they are.
Should be able to. They hold on the rifle. Seems to be the case. Last one to bat. Screwface goes for the dive with the Yoda and the spray, though. Doesn't connect, and it does. I was going to say that would have been great. Hand off your rifle, play your headhunters, you're good to go, but this is I feel like a Pearl situation where we are going to get both timeouts from Maryville in the first half. That's literally where I was going. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Cool. And I'm hoping that doesn't follow suit. We get an 11-1, but again, with how things are going, can we just see like a C-Long fight? Can you like just, fight down C-Long, please? Like Tejo trap, stun, you're good to go. Like, I think that's the only thing right now that can stop what Ambrosia is doing. Maybe, disrespect the Cypher Cam grass and also fight out there to overwhelm Adder. But again, we're not really seeing that. They are just over-respecting and playing retake no matter what. And Ambrosia's never giving them the light of day to play a retake how they want to.
Yeah, it's not like we have seen any sort of pressure over towards C-Long anyway, so it doesn't even matter if it's
exactly.
the Tejo and anyone at this point can put out a single look over towards not an actual contact, of course, but just a single piece of util, even just to test it. We just have not seen it. It's unfortunate again, but again, this opportunity here for Maryville, this is the moment to have that timeout. It is a pivotal moment to have that timeout, so never mind the fact that it's the second timeout. But again, these Maryville players, if they need to continue forward without the pauses, if they can pick up the pace a little bit, again, all 5 of these players with that leadership experience, with some sort of IGLing or co-IGLing experience. Ambrosia still real close. This next round's going to be pretty easy for him. Again, let's see if Maryville can actually put off a look. I mean, I wonder why. But again, here comes the look over towards C-Long. Ainge has put out something. Yes, Ainge has continuously put out a star over there, but what can he do with a star when there's a star in his face too? When there is By the time he peeks over, players already in sight. But Wildfire is there.
Oh my gosh.
Smiley. The timing is unbelievable. Timing is beautiful. And the paranoia is there. Smiley, here's double reloads and peeks around the corner. Adder with yet another cheeky frag. How does Adder get there? Ambrosia. This was the result we expected. Again, the way we got there, but Giza has to save this rifle still.
First off, I also don't know how Adder got there, whether it was through garage or through B, because they started window, mind you, I think to see if there was any change, like towards A or towards mid, out of the Maryville timeout. And now they're the one going hunting. Second, Smiley, again, when Satellite Falls picks up the slack. 3, to give Maryville some credit, they did make a change. Breach, an insane anchor, I'd say, on the C site, trying to support Ange. It works to shut down Satellite, but again, it's not a singular threat on this squad. It's layered at the moment. And Giza, I mean, you might be the top frag for your team just from eco kills trying to survive.
Right.
Like every round, again, talk about Sentinel RNG, you know, it sucks when you feel like you're the last one alive time and time again. And again, I want to see a change. I want to see them get aggressive, C, because it's still all very reactive, right? Place your chamber there. Low-key, trademarking garage, rendezvous on site, let them peek C-Long. Do something to fight C-Long. And maybe finally, look, we get our Yara over there. Give it to us, please, please.
I mean, okay. Giza doesn't exactly have the tour de force either.
Are they gonna go and fight C-Long the round that Ambrosia finally doesn't go C? I think I just saw that on the minimap. There's no way.
That. I love
There's
that
no
so
way.
much. This is what I was thinking.
God,
you know, in the back of my head, I'm just like, yeah, no, MU, they're gonna, at some point, they're gonna figure it out. At some point, they're gonna have the secret sauce for C, which is literally do nothing, by the way. They're doing nothing over towards C. They're just chilling. But the one round again, Ambrosia, red carpet is unfurled right into the middle of the B site. Full retake here for Maryville, though. What do they have to use? Cosmic Divide is there. Giza is gone. Glyph takes him out. Look at this position from Adder. Adder pops the clone, but the TP is back over towards B. 4 players on B for both Ambrosia and Maryville. Make that only 3 for Ambrosia. Make that only 2 for Ambrosia. Glyph up front. Needs the shorty to go big. Only gets 1. 2 more left for Ambrosia. Screwface right around the corner. Picks up the kill onto Age. Here comes the peek. Through the Cosmic Divide. Torek! Almost making it happen, but Screwface. How does he make it to the 3rd kill? How does he make it to the 3rd interaction without a single bullet, without a single point of damage in his body? Screwface tacks on a knife.
I'm just in awe. They even used the Armageddon there in conjunction with the Cosmic Divide, and it's not enough. And I mean, again, no credit where credit is due. Maryville, this time because you were out of the wave of the red wave, as you mentioned, had a lot of players there for that retake, right? The 5-on-5. But again, it just wasn't enough. Ambrosia, enough time to, you know, set themselves up in positions in that post plant. Now, I mean, I thought, you know, they were going to be like, okay, guys, we went to a different site. We almost lost. We're going to go back C. But now they're changing things up, going A. And at this point, you have no reason not to rotate. Ambrosia has not followed through on a site exec. And they aren't this time either.
It's all Renz. Renz is going to be the only one there. The sort of force couldn't get anything done. Giza does have a stinger, putting in a couple of bullets into Glyph's body. Glyph down to 42 HP. And here already comes the retake. Chloric trying to make his way through with a dimensional drift. There's one player over towards short. Adder is looking for him, but Glyph through the smoke gets him, and Glyph gets another one and make it a 4th. Glyph, head on a swivel. WASD going nuts still, does not stop moving between either one of those 3 kills coming out in quick succession, and Glyph looking for a highlight reel pick. Ainge full HP, Glyph nowhere near, Glyph looking for the frag, but it just doesn't matter, period. It was just for show, as Ambrosia have double digits before the half is over once again.
Wow. I mean, oh man, did we cast a curse it? Are we gonna see the 11-1?
I don't.
Look at the ults.
I mean, I would
Ambrosia.
have liked to.
Literally, 1 off from Satellite, and we know he's a first blood machine, so we're gonna see that dimensional drift this round. Adder on the lurks has usually been pretty good for theirs, so we probably will see a neural theft. They're gonna have basically every ult at their disposal. Versus Maryville, when they need it most, there's a mismatch in their ultimates, right? It all went into that B-side retake that fell short. And you have some semblance of a buy. Again, the stack towards C when they go A, Giza has to deliver. And they're gonna get disrespected by the kill contract.
That was everything. Smiley is still gonna lose the battle too. Rens takes him away, and Smiley's still alive.
Down A.
Glyph has left the
Can you
spike
grab
in
that?
heaven. Somebody.
You can see a satellite trying.
Yeah, somebody might be able to jump up there, but Adder's still trying to push out the situation. They're still trying to retake heaven. Adder takes away Wildfire. 2 players remaining. Guys, we have a minute to work with. You have a minute to work with, and they do not care.
They don't need
They
it.
do not need the time. Satellite with a 4K. Ambrosia. Ones across the board. 1 to 11.
Wow. History repeats itself. We'll see if we get a comeback arc, you know? I mean, this composition, I was gonna praise the composition shift because comparative to all the other maps that came before this is finally where Maryville has an advantage in the post-plant utility-wise, right? Like, Astra, Tejo, Breach, right? Versus that was lacking for the composition of Ambrosia, but they just changed up how they played completely. Truly embraced the Rankers mentality, including the dominance, but
right.
Maryville, I mean, we talked about the resiliency of the collegiate squad. Matches every other day, scrims every night, in addition to classes. Can it shine through when they need it most?
Yeah, it is, as my old friend Sullivan would say, the all pivotal pistol rounds. As Rens stepping up front, has plenty of work to do here to try to bring Maryville back into short, but that is huge. My goodness, Ainge wins his battle, Wildfire wins 2, and all of a sudden things have been flipped. Ambrosia now down to 2, Glyph needs his headshot, but Giza's got his head. It has another.
Yeah, Giza, the one shining light right now for Maryville. That makes that for all 4 of these maps, it's been 1-to-1 on pistol rounds, which is impressive from both of these squads. That when they need the pistol, they are able to find it. And aside from that, I mean, this is how we kick-started our Pearl comeback. Was Ambrosia stuck on 11 for a long, long time.
All right, feed her up. Popcorn isn't exactly ready, but I have beef jerky with me, so that works. I got my snacks, I got my bev, I got my relaxation. Folks, we're gonna be here for a long time. Maryville, again, just trying to evade any sort of drama in this round. It's gonna be a long, drawn-out half, but in all reality, eco doesn't even matter, to be honest. Yeah. It will matter for like maybe the next round or 2, but after that, anytime in the comeback, no matter how many guns are taken away from MU, they're still gonna have at least a buy for the pivotal rounds.
Wait, but, they don't have Tejo. They can't, all packed it together on when they gamble towards the wrong side of the map. I just realized that. That's so sad. That's gonna be the one difference this map is that they can't all find a way because it's Haven, right? To prevent these orbs from getting collected. And they realized the gamble's wrong. Mass exodus towards C. I do like how deep Screwfaces found their way here. And again, we look at, like, compare last half, like, mini-map, zoom in, enhance, the Cypher setups. Like, they had so much control over everywhere on the map in these post plants. That's none of that with a chamber.
Speaking up. Little scoped weapon in the hands of the Yoru. He's trying to get basically everyone trying to come out of the smoke here. He picks up one. It's just going to be a couple of pot shots here and there. Again, Ambrosia, the eco damage will only really be worthwhile in these rounds. But MU, they don't care. They're going to take the W. They're going to keep all of their guns for now, too. Ambrosia do drop, at least for the orbs. Big round coming up next.
Yeah, Smiley takes the chance, has the shield, right? And I think the biggest thing here is, again, look at how strong the buy was for Maryville. They know they have to go on a streak, and it would start with this round. Otherwise, they would need 9 in a row just to get to overtime. Exactly, exhausted both timeouts in the first half, so they just got to talk with their coach. Next time will be when Ambrosia takes a timeout or it's overtime.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Here we go. We haven't gotten to see the Screwface Odin. Well, here it comes.
Yeah. You're waiting for, I mean, the fact that he even pulled out the Odin a little bit earlier, I was just like, oh, yay. He's going for wall banks, but he's on the attack side. So this is it. The Odin gets to have its fun now, but Giza over towards mid. It's a bit of a frolic to do, a bit of an adventure. Bit of a gather here in the mid side. Smiley around the corner. He is getting watched out by 2 angles. Giza forces Smiley to peek. Now has a one-on-one. Adder not peeking. No smokes in his face though. Giza is being allowed to take this one-on-one here. Allowed to maybe cover up Adder and hopes to really him that he can actually cover up the angle onto Adder. Adder is still gonna find Giza. Can he find some more? The rest of MU actually backing out. They're gonna reset this. They're on A.
Deep Clork is. The concern here is that, yeah, I mean, Clork only had an outlaw, but quick work of Screwface. Satellite. Ooh, also oppressed by the breach utility. Maryville shaping up, looking thorough.
Maybe a preemptive TP there from Satellite. Nobody ended up. I mean, 2 dangers in his position, but he needed to get away with that stun. Here comes, again, Cloric looking for that deep angle. Smoke in his face is going to dissipate any second now. Renz has the angle from up top. Your insurance option here is Ainge. Here we go. Wildfire with the first pixel over in heaven. Not going to be able to find anything. No way. Renz still able to get the headshot, but it's Wildfire that just collects yet another one. You would expect a little bit of a fight here, but no way. Not a single W for Ambrosia. As, folks, we've been warning you. We've been telling you. We've seen this movie before. We've played these games before.
Ooh. And Ambrosia, I mean, is it going to be a repeat of history? We'll have to see. Last time they kind of remember they saved up for like a grand finale of Ultimates and then they kind of piecemealed them out into the comeback favoring Maryville. So it's definitely a scary prospect if they repeat history here, but for now, Maryville. I was nervous, right? They kind of committed towards Giza's side instead of Satellites, but the pivot, the call came in fast enough that there wasn't really any repercussions. So, great mid-round. Slow start. Again, you mentioned Eco for Ambrosia, so early kind of fights expected. You gotta heed that aggression, receive it before you convert it into your all-out execution. So that's box has been checked. They start to scale up.
Inching their way up on the scale, but extremely safe. They're getting pulled out towards A. They do spot the close angle. They don't know about the shotgun. Yes, that is extremely important information. Clone out. Satellite. Potentially gonna have an opportunity. Have fun, Satellite.
Yeah, you don't know if he cleared out or not off the clone. Giza again on alert. Tried to punish it, and Ambrosia at least gives the 1-for-1, so that's a tendency. Check cleared.
This is Spike. My goodness,
and that's a
Satellite.
gun as well.
He still has a flash too. Shotgun can still be very pivotal here. Oh my goodness.
Read like a book.
30 seconds left.
I thought they were so slick with that smoke. And there
Controller
is.
mind meld, and you knew.
And speaking of knowing, my goodness, Ainge, you know her. Going for that flank. No chance. Cloric now on the one-on-one against Glyph. Glyph only has a sheriff to really hold on to. But folks, we go again.
Glyph getting the Giza treatment from the first half, always left in these 1v3, 1v4 situations. At this point, I think they're just trying to draw them out so they can take a nice sheriff angle, but no real world where they save this weapon. So the scale up as the timer ticks down. Imminent. The surprise factor comes that nobody from Maryville is hunting them down. I mean, look at their economy, right? It's bolstered. They can afford it. You're also like 1 or 2 off, you know, from Cloric and their dimensional drift. So that would have been a key player to go looking for that kill. But no, respect shown. 5th round secured. Wasn't eco for Ambrosia. The fact they get 2 is noteworthy. But for now, operator online, novelty factor. Again, we mentioned the stockpiling of ultimates. It's going to be a few rounds from now that Maryville faces their first challenge. But again, the high impact situations is what stands out to me most from Ambrosia, right? We talked about the trap onto Giza, B. We talked about that deep satellite position. You know, a heroic play, difference, and suddenly that could have been a 12 for Ambrosia.
Satellite's going to stand on an island here towards C with that op, but again, Maryville not exactly going for that collected effort. It's only going to be on the hands of individuals here. You already have the Yoru all the way up garage. Satellite is holding onto this cross on his own. He's calling for help at this point. The Sova can only do so much. He's gonna pull out a drone to try to help a little bit, but Satellite, that is so pivotal to get. Stay safe too. Even if there was the approach over towards C long, that would be an even retake, but Adder gets himself the singular frag on his own side. Rens still picking up Smiley. So there you go. Maryville has their own opening in B.
All right. Satellite looking to punish as well the aggression here. And look at that. You know who your fragger is when you're handing off the main rifle after the operator frags. Satellite to dive in. Corner not cleared though, and it's lethal. Wildfire for 2, looking for the third, but it's the crunch. And the pivotal round for Ambrosia secured. Map series qualification point on the line. And they'll need 7 from Maryville to get to overtime.
Maryville, they've been playing with sort of the early information gathered for Ambrosia, if there was anything. Ambrosia not biting onto anything, just holding onto angles, holding onto pretty pivotal angles. It's all Satellite to really start things off. That kind of evades the C pressure from even happening, or at least they second guess that C pressure. And once they head on to B, it's just a clean crossfire. I mean, that's just classic Valorant being played, not much util being placed down either. Ambrosia, 1 away from returning to Challengers. Maryville, this is all or nothing.
All right, Odin off combo online. Aggressive combination. The shock dart kill would have been lethal, but the retaliation is clean from Maryville. Force the respect, force the space concession. Drone as well clears out all of short. This is really clean, and the Rolling Thunder as well, trying to prevent the reflood. The Dimensional Drift, gonna counter it. They know everything, like the back of their hand now. Oh my god, Rens?
What? All right, Rens. Just dragging MU forward. He's able to pick himself 3. The players coming out of spawn just like that. Again, Ambrosia might have to recollect themselves here. Might have to keep collecting cash, keep collecting small opportunities to individually pick away at MU, because that's the only way that this team has been able to win a round here on this defensive side. When MU scatter themselves out a little bit, that's a bit of a tragedy. Ange, let's take away Satellite. We continue.
Again, high impact play is there. I talked about how thorough we saw Maryville on the clear out of A main. The follow through clean as well. I thought for a second Ambrosia was gonna have a tipping point. You know, I mean, you have an Odin Heaven with your Sova, and you have a Dimensional Drift telling you where every player is. But the shock darts go south, and the distraction clearly wasn't enough for Rens. That'd be the player I want to see here, and the impact that they had. I mean, again, players snubbed the aces, but the impact shown throughout. 6 rounds now, and the Armageddon, their trophy, to hopefully secure the 7th.
Heavy pressure over towards C, and look at this drift coming in from Cord. He's as close as it gets already, but Giza striking away at Smiley. That's a heavy little gamble there from Ambrosia, trying to go back over towards the mid side, but they had no idea about bottom mid. Ren still picks up his own kill, and whatever chance Ambrosia had with these pistols, long gone.
Yeah, I saw like the inkling of a plan and an idea for Screwface and either Adder or Glyph to go hunting for Giza, but the disengage off the rendezvous too strong. And it seems like Maryville has found their own success here on the C site, attributed probably to the fact there weren't many weapons, maybe some over-eagerness, grass on the rotation from Smiley, but again, you can still do economic damage here, hopefully. Screwface looking for the first kill onto Rens, who knows on a heater after their 4K, so what's one more? And players just looking to die to Spike, and Maryville looking for some ult orbs.
Getting too close now.
Oh, there's one. Ange, now. Ooh, if they had found the second, that would have been the Cosmic Divide. But, I mean, Giza, Tour de Force. This is the round. Oh, mine. I would not be surprised if we saw an Ambrosia timeout, but also if they have an idea, Miko will need a chance to talk with them, because they have every ult. Basically. They have the weapons to convert off of it. If there is a round that Maryville has to survive tooth and nail, it is this one. I mean, look, Death Contract, Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury. From the shadows, everyone writes off anyways. And Satellite as an operator is guaranteed his kill regardless at this point. The stats don't lie. But Giza, Tour de Force can punish everything, right? We talk about having to be in a position to utilize those ultimates. If you disrupt that flow early, it would be a great turnaround.
And he plants himself in the middle of a scene. He can go nuts. Flipping around, but oh no, there goes the deadlock. And still a double tap here from Smiley, and
the clone.
The clone. Cliff. Still gonna get taken down by Giza right around the corner. Adder is still there, and MU down now to 2. Wildfire can't get anything done. Spike is on an island. Wildfire needs to survive, but the flank is coming. The Sova is gonna take him out. Screwface has Wildfire. Adder plants down Ambrosia's spot into Challengers once again. Ambrosia is back in Challengers.
A 13-7, 3-1 victory granted here. You know, winning out your map picks, finally stealing away one of Maryville's to top off the series and show why you deserve this spot. Mastery of the post plants throughout, repping a new composition to close things out to show teams that they will be changing, adapting upon their return to VCL Stage 2. I mean, there were times we doubted them, particularly that 13-5 Maryville found over on Fracture, but that's just something for them to look back on and improve before they go back up against the big dogs of VCL.
Yeah, Maryville, they're going to have to go all the way back through the Premier system to try to make their way back in it, but Ambrosia, again, they technically got into the relegation portion, got almost relegated through the last split Challengers, but like we've been saying, they are back. But the important part here, again, Ambrosia, yes, moving on, but Maryville could not find a footing once again in the early portions of the game, despite having the double timeout. This happened in the first map, happening in the last. It's unfortunate to say that this sort of team had that happen to them, where again, so many minds, so many voices. Maryville University, with that being said, with so much of a structure that they still have their super sub Eccles, who is also a big support for them on an individual level. It's not to say that this team can't come back to this echelon, but Ambrosia had to surpass some very heavy minds, some very heavy fraggers on the other side. And just like that, Ambrosia, once again, back into Challengers. Folks, we are going to be sending it back over to the desk in a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us here in the desk with me and my twin Zobi here. We'll see you next time, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, for the last time to Valorant Challengers North America Promotion Relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Roy. And if you're just joining us, you missed it. Sorry, there's a good VOD to go watch. But if you're still here hanging out with us, Ambrosia had been promoted to Challengers. And Roy, they've been fighting for so long at this point to get back here. They, for those who don't know, they were relegated before this and have been kind of really working and clawing their way back here and have just, I think, proven all doubters that they deserve to be in Challengers.
Liz, they say that the mark of success is grit, and I think we can all safely say that Ambrosia has that ability. They have the grit. They had a pretty tough split one, of course, getting relegated into this tournament. But the comeback, the redemption arc for Ambrosia definitely begins today as they make the return to VCL Split 2. But yeah, wow, what an excellent response to adversity from Ambrosia. I can't. The only thing I feel is respect, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this in the beginning of the show, but Screwface tweeted something about this really igniting a fire in them, and just especially on this map and the beginning of Pearl, just unstoppable tenacity, and whatever you threw at them, they were adapting as well as they could, and oftentimes it worked, Roy. And I mean, credits to Maryville, of course. They put up a good fight, and we, unfortunately, we will be missing them in the league. But where Maryville faltered, Ambrosia saw opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. I mean, the attack from the Diamond Sword of Ambrosia on that Haven first half, right, the attack side, they really found a weakness and they just kept picking at it. They recognized that the ISO paired very well into the chamber, and they just had the ISO just entering on the C split and entering on the C hits, and they really just absolutely abused Maryville University on their defense side. So congratulations to them for getting that read. Of course, that is a part of the game. Sometimes, Liz, it's metas within metas. You don't have to play a quote-unquote objective meta when you understand that there's a weakness or there's a way that your enemy team is playing and just abusing that. So I think that is the case of what we saw here today. It was just Ambrosia finding that weakness and just absolutely using it to their advantage.
And of course, we have to give props to their IGL Screwface. I mean, we've talked about him a lot this show for just his experience and just someone who the Valorant community knows very, very well. But you can see he's kind of the IGL that reads very well and exploits extremely well. And I don't know if you guys go to his streams, but he's also very, very vocal there as well. So if you would like to learn about Valorant, go to his stream. But you can tell he understands the game at such a minute level. And that's really what helped Ambrosia here with the calls he was making. Of course, the individual plays, the mechanics of everyone on this team were fantastic, and they would not be here without that, including Kyle Screwface himself. But I mean, it's at the end, watching that game, Roy, it kind of seemed like we were, I mean, it was kind of a retelling of Pearl, right? Like the first half was atrocious, like in terms of it was a really, really rough first half for Maryville, and then that sort of comeback begins to happen once again slowly, and we're sitting here, is it going to happen? Are we delaying the inevitable? But Ambrosia learned, and they said, no, actually, we're done. We have to go. We have places to be, people to stay. And so
we got ranked games to play.
We have ranked games to play. We have to play ranked after this. But it's something that I think Ambrosia, correct me if I'm wrong, Ambrosia is really not the name on everyone's lips in the Challengers League. You know, you have like your Envies, you have your Cuberts, but what a name to make for yourself with this best of 5, Roy. I mean, it truly like almost threatening level.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think if you are going to make a return and regain the respect and regain the street cred, you kind of have to do it in some convincing fashion. And yeah, I mean, they you know, the first map could have been a little bit closer for Ambrosia, or sorry, not closer, a little bit cleaner, excuse me. But ultimately, this was a great series and great display by them. Yeah, their fracture could be, you know, improved. There are flaws, there are kinks. It's really hard to balance a 7-map pool, especially in best of 5s. But really, just Ambrosia, this is a great bounce back, and I think this is a what I would consider the beginning of the redemption arc for them, because ultimately they are returning to Split 2, and they're going to have to perform extremely well within that league as well, because the competition is getting fierce. They're not the only ones who are on the grind. There's a bunch of other teams waiting for their return, and they're really gonna have to level up quickly. They have 2 weeks, Liz, to prep for the beginning of stage 2. That is when we'll be returning. And ultimately they do have to show this form and show this level of play, and even more than that, for them to claim the playoffs going into Split 2.
What do you think Ambrosia has to whether improve on or just continue to do to make them succeed in Split 2 of Challengers?
I mean, I think they're definitely on the right track. They just need to you know, whatever map they're uncomfortable on, whatever map they're having difficulty on, I think these teams in this level of play, they need to balance at least 6 maps to a very high level. At least 5 of those maps, you know, maybe 4, but at least 5 of those maps should be like top tier level in the league, right? If you, you can have a little bit of an off map, but ultimately you do need to balance a pretty wide pool. But I think the one thing that this team does have is flexible players and players who are just capable of, you know, being dynamic, especially when it comes to strategy, especially when it comes to composition choices. And I think this is the type of team that has that, and hopefully we'll see more of it going into split 2.
And of course, it's time for our traditional glazing session of satellites because, oh my God, he's so young. He's 19, right? He just turned 19 in December. Damn. And he is someone who is just one of these cracked Zoomer kids who is just going just insane with what he does. And we also want to highlight Glyph and Ambrosia, who also played extremely well. I'm just gonna let you take it, Roy, because these two, and just especially Satellite, for me, were so impressive.
Yep. I'm going to turn the page just for a second here to talk about Glyph, because he's a person that we haven't really talked about, and he's a person that I've been highlighting a lot during Split 1. I'm actually a huge fan of this player. I've heard great things about him from his former teammates. He's very vocal, and he contributes a lot to the micro of this team, specifically in mid-rounding and late rounding. So the fact that he is doing that and putting up performances in environments that matter is a massive, you know, flag of respect, and I will give it to him happily. But on the note of Satellite, Liz, I'm about to throw some numbers at you that might be of interest. One, he is plus 21 in this series, in this best of 5 on the 4 maps. Okay, plus 21, 173 damage per round. Okay, that's fact number 1. Fact number 2, Liz. He's the only player on the team that went positive on the KD. The closest person is Adder at -1. Is that not a crazy fact?
It's crazy, but also like when you see Satellite play, not at all. You know what I mean? Like when objectively it's like, yeah, that is a wild stat to see, but we watch these 4 maps. We watch Satellite play, and you put that into context of how Satellite plays. No, I expect nothing less from this insane talent on their team, who is just incredible at what they do.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly have no doubt in my mind that a lot of these players that we're seeing, like not just on Ambrosia, but a lot of the players that we're seeing in Challengers, in the promo relegations, like a lot of these players are just up next, and we're seeing the talent develop, where we're seeing their journey, where we're living it, we're experiencing it, we're here to do the analysis, we're here to give them coverage, and it's really nice to see. It's really nice to see the growth. It's nice to see these people pursue their passions and ultimately have another chance to, you know, reach the finish line.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what Challengers is all about, you know, the kind of this cultivation of this talent. You know, a lot of times when you see, you know, the ILs and tier 1, you know, your favorite teams that you see competing on Americas, EMEA, whatever it may be, those players are formed here. The brick and mortar of Valorant is here. This is where they get experience. This is where they form good habits, break bad habits. And it is really, really exciting to see these teams, especially for me, it would be really easy to be discouraged if I were relegated and say, oh, maybe it's not for me. You know, GG's, we tried our best, but it is what it is. But again, I think just, you know, saying, actually, no, we were relegated, we're gonna come back, we're gonna try harder. It truly is like something that is just like so, like, especially these, I'm 26, maybe everyone's young to me, but these kids at such a young age who don't have to do this. Let's be very clear. They don't have to do this. They are doing this for the love of the game, literally. And it's so impressive and so inspiring to see them. I hope people who are watching this remember who they are and remember when, you know, they knew them when, if you will, Roy. Because like you're saying, you've heard amazing things about these players for a while, and this is really where we can kind of see the beginning of their career. You know, you knew them when.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beginning, but it's all, you know, it's kind of weird to say because these players have been around the circuit for so long, at least some more than others, obviously. But I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. We are seeing the journey. It's quite fun. But I think on a more lighter note, I love how Ambrosia plays the video game. It just looks fun, okay? It just looks fun. All these teams are like, okay, we're going to do this strat because we have a 65.3% chance of winning, and all these people have the gameplay down to a science, and ooh, boring. No, I like this. This is a fun playstyle. They have so many combinations of like, you know, the duelists being flashy. They have so many closers. They have so much good utility. There's just so much of their gameplay that is just fun on the eye test. So honestly, commendations there from me. Keep it up. I hope, you know, Screwface is a big advocate of having fun, and it really shows when you're seeing their gameplay.
I mean, he's absolutely right. He's one of those teams, you know, where like you want to play Valorant after you watch them. You know, you see them play and you're like, okay, you know what? Like, actually, I'm going to go into my ranked games and I'm going to play just as good as them. And then you realize that you are nothing like them. And it never goes downhill. But I'm going to bring in a special guest from Brosia. I have Smiley on the line, I believe, here. Hello, Smiley. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
I mean, right off the bat, we were talking about this on the desk. You were relegated earlier in the season, and talk about why you wanted to keep on fighting and why you wanted to keep on playing. Because I said before, it would be quite easy to be like, hey, actually, that didn't work out. It is what it is. But you said no, and I'm going to keep on going. Why?
Well, I mean, I've wanted to do this since I was a child, since like, I mean, it's just too late to give up. Like at this point, I just want to give it my all until I don't want to anymore. I've been doing this for like 4 years now, competing, practicing every day, and yeah.
Now that you have,
I want to.
right. I mean, now that you've made it back into the Challengers League, what are the emotions you are feeling now? Is it relief? Is it kind of a deja vu?
It's more like the same old, same old. It's like we're back in, and then we just got to keep grinding. Like it was kind of expected, you know. We played the match thinking like we're already gonna win. Sorry, let me add the stream in the background here. We just we came into the match thinking like we already won it, and that like nothing we could do, no matter how many mistakes we make, we're gonna win the game if we just keep our heads in it. And the only way we could lose is like really to ourselves. So just came in the match expecting we were gonna win, and it's kind of, I don't know, I expected it, so I don't feel too different.
Business as usual. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
sky is blue. We were gonna win. Yeah, exactly. Screwface said in his tweet when I was stalking all of your socials that he hasn't played a best of 5 in a very, very long time. When was the last time you played a best of 5?
Let me think. It was probably in collegiate with SEC in a CVAL grand final, probably against like Northwood or something.
And when was that?
Back in like 2024, last year.
Oof. And so to be very, very clear, you played the past few days and you played brilliantly. The Ambrosia played brilliantly. Well, Maryville was just waiting here, right? They were waiting for you to come up and see who they were going to play. How are you not exhausted, Smiley?
From the BF5, you're saying?
Yeah, from like all this Valorant that you played this past week.
Well, I mean, team, we grind. Like we are some fucking grinders. So really, sorry, I swear. My bad.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it.
I got you. Yeah, I mean, this is like we put in 6 hour days, 6 days a week. So it's like this is really nothing, honestly.
This was nothing. This is like
a break. This is a break.
This is a break.
And
you just oh my goodness.
But like, I'm not saying that to undermine the other teams.
No.
I'm not saying that to, you know, it's just like we put in a lot of work. So.
I don't think anyone's saying that was a BM or anything like that. It's just the intensity. It's like a training with weights, right? When you take them off, you're still working out, but it becomes a little bit easier. You'll be joining a very stacked Challengers lineup that you are now a part of. You know, the Envies, the Cubert Academies, the TSMs. Is there anyone you have your eye on in terms of playing?
Probably M80. Play my old teammate Brazzo. Hey, I want a piece of that.
Okay. My last question, actually 2 last questions for you. I actually asked my good friend BCJ if he wanted to ask a question to the winner of the tournament. He won stage 1, as you know, he was on a Shopify Rebellion Black, and he said he wants to ask you why this time will be different than the last and how you have improved.
I think last time it was just hard for us to get like going as a team, as a 5, playing together like in a cohesive unit. And I think compared to last time, it's hard to say, to be honest, but we kind of just we realized like we were holding ourselves back a lot, and a lot of the time we were just losing to ourselves. Not even like getting tilted at each other or anything, but just like on a fundamental level. And we're just gonna keep focusing on a team as 5, making the mistakes, learning from them, and getting better as a team. And it's gonna be different. I don't know how to. I don't know exactly how, but just positive energy.
I mean, that's
how.
what Roy and I were saying. It just seems like you guys have so much fun playing this game. Like,
Yeah,
you guys are
and
just,
when we're
it's
not,
infectious.
then it's a lot harder. Yeah, it's a lot harder when we're not having fun. So you just gotta have fun.
I'm going to
Even if
add
we-
actually one
even
more.
if we're playing bad. Yeah.
All good. When I'm gonna ask one more question, 2 more questions for you. One, is there anyone you'd like to shout out, thank, you know, etc.? And then if there is any message you'd like to send to your future opponents in stage 2.
I'd like to say, I'll start with the message. I don't know. Let's just have some fun games, baby.
All right, sounds good.
Let's have some fun games. Whoever wins, wins. Whoever plays the best. Let's just have some fun games, baby. And sorry, what was the first question again?
Who would you, if anyone you'd like to shout out, to thank, etc.?
I'd like to shout out. I'll shout out Brazzo on M80. He was a big help leading up to my how I am as a player. To be honest, I gotta give him a lot of credit. He's pretty smart. He taught me a lot. There's so many people, man. My whole team. I'd like to thank Kyle, Derek, Adrian, Akrian. He's been on the sidelines helping us, but he's the fucking goat. So shout out Akrian. Shout out Adder. Shout out Jack for subbing for us, even when it was kind of tough for him. But thank you, bro. Shout out Connor, absolute beast. Who else, man? Cole. Cole's the fucking goat. Shout out Cole. Shout out Fred. Let's go, man.
Let's go. All right, Smiley, I'm gonna let you go celebrate.
All right, thank you.
And if you, that's what Twitter is for, you know? So
Yeah, I
go
got you.
enjoy your wing, and congratulations. We will see you in stage 2, Smiley.
Thank you. Later.
Have a good one. I mean, Roy, you were right. They have so much fun playing Valorant.
Yep. I also had a lot of fun listening to that interview. So shout out the boy, I guess. Listen, Smiley, 1 is a slip up. 3 is crazy, bro.
It's, you know, I mean, at least we know he is being authentic, right? You know, he is exactly who he says he is. That was everything he said was exactly from the heart and the mind. There was nothing, there was no fluff with that. But that is going to be it for us today. We had a pretty stacked day today. For those of you who were not watching the other stream, Nonverbal defeated Shopify Rebellion Gold 3-1 and will be moving forward as well, promoted into Challengers alongside Ambrosia. Now I'm gonna have to go VOD review that game, but I saw the tweets. They seemed very excited, very happy. They seem genuinely really thrilled that they qualified, which I'm sure they would be. But stage 2 for Challengers is shaping up, Roy, to be very tough if you're a team in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, commiserations to Maryville and to Shopify Rebellion Gold. I was hoping to see them in, but obviously there's only space for 2 out of the 4 teams. And so the 2 teams, the best ones, have won today. Also, I was multitasking. I was watching both matches. Nonverbal played incredibly well. They played very confident, and I'm liking their form headed into split 2. So I am looking forward to that. Of course, the competition, Liz, is not taking a break. Okay, these players are on the grind. They're nonstop. The form that we saw them in split 1, that was just an introductory to the rest of the year. Okay, it's an introduction. Now we're going to be seeing the real deal and going into split 2. We're going to see these teams in headed into their best form, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath headed into the second split, Liz, and I'm very excited for it.
Well, there's never been a better time to get into Challengers. And one thing I'd like to say about Ambrosia in the ancient Greek philosophy, ancient gods, is known as a drink that induce longevity and immortality. So you might knock Ambrosia out, but you will never knock them down. They will always come back. They are their namesake. So congratulations once again, Ambrosia. And on behalf of Anyone Production, from Zoe, from Upmind, from Roy and myself, thank you so much for watching. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Opportunity for Giza, able to strike down 2, Ambrosia now down to 2. Spike plane still not going down, huge flash to take everyone away. Screwface still trying to make things a little bit more chaotic here, needs the first kill, but Satellite survive! He just needs to stay alive, takes away Wildfire. Standing on his own is Chloric, the leader. Watches his teammates go down in a disastrous fashion. They had it lined up, but Chloric is gonna get exposed by Screwface. Here from Ambrosia, Satellite decides to TP into the back. Wildfire's there. Wildfire falls, but here comes Giza. Giza, it's what he does best. The cleanup.
Right, Satellite, farm the orb, early control off the salvos. This is why you don't go B.
Apparently not. Cliff on the other side. I mean, Ainge. Jealous to say the least. And that's sort of knowledge. Cliff through the smoke, able to get to Ainge. Gonna be net. Wow. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Glyph, 4 kills. What can he do with a star when there's a star in his face too? When there is. By the time he peeks over, player's already in sight. Wildfire is there, smiling. The timing is unbelievable. Timing is beautiful, and the paranoia is there. Smiley, here's double reloads and peeks around the corner. Adder with opportunity for